completely. Let people come up, and you wait for the terrorists to initiate onto the site with smokes and flashes. And sometimes, just to mess with the guys in the toilets type area, you might push up a little bit. The Fnatic stars, they push up so much in that whole area. It's like they make contact every time. It reminds me a little bit of how they play the banana on Inferno, where they're always going to get the contact with you, they're going to smoke you off, and they're going to try and force you into some weird decision, like go the other side or force your presence there. So in that sense, I think for Team Liquid, that's why when they're on their T side, like if they have this super good CT side, if they have that retake and that works, they don't have to win T side, okay. But on the T side itself, it's going to be really trying for them, because I doubt they've ever played a team like Fnatic in this particular sense on this map. Like, they have such an off-kilter style that I think it takes a while to figure it out, you know.
Definitely, yeah, and it makes you that the point of the whole way of playing that way is to waste a lot of utility from the Ts, to make that actual attack weaker, make them waste more. Like, it's also a psychological part of it. You don't even have to play that aggressive all the time. When you put that in their heads that, all right, they're possibly here, so we have to use more flashes, Molotovs prior to their actual attack.
They're one of the teams where you come out of that playground and you think the guy could be already there at the corner. Whereas normally you're supposed to be reasonably safe as you go up that long area. So, at the very least, it's a mind game, and usually there is a guy there.
So, look, thanks a lot for your thoughts, gentlemen. At this point, I've got to nail you down for predictions, because we're going to go to a break, and then it'll be straight into the deciding map. So, call it.
Oh, my. What? What if we have this spot? Fnatic is going to prevail. They're going to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Fnatic's going to take it. I think this can be close. I think we can get some rounds. I'm still interested to see how that B retake works. So I'll say like 16-11, 16-12. There won't be any need to lend some of that lubrication to Fnatic here. It'll just be entirely consensual, just two people experiencing itself, enjoying each other, basically. A dance, in some ways.
I've got to be honest, I wondered how long it was before the lube thing came up when you started talking about Team Liquid messing with guys in the toilet area. Okay. So I think once
the build
again,
up was perfect.
Yeah, once again,
there we go.
The theme of the desk.
Problem is that'd be premeditated if you took lube with you to the toilet and messed around with some guys.
Some people are that confident.
I know.
Anyway, thanks a lot for your thoughts, gentlemen.
I like to go and dry myself.
And we're out. So yeah, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have this deciding map, Team Liquid versus Fnatic. Who will win? You'll find out very shortly. See you then.
That's why I hate Liquid.
I wanted to see how these kills came down. Just making that long-range USP work for him there. Finds the first one. And then flush up. Another Rico here. Nitro did some fantastic work in these first two frags. I thought that was the round tied up. They saw which
this time they're 5-0 down. I think it was 6-1 last map, if I'm not mistaken.
Exactly.
So you're dead right. They've had very slow starts.
And they always seem to find a way. They take a pause sometimes. They work what they're doing. But here we go. We go into the next.
They need that kid if they take their time, but they're getting closer. And Flush is not peeking this. If he pops out at the right time, they're lined up almost. And they're underneath him now, looking for the jump. He's definitely heard at least a dread. And he'll walk up. They both come in. And it's too quick.
Coming in with the CTs, and Olaf does find both kills pretty easily there. He gets the double spray down. Bringing to the table. Most North American teams will favour that B side though.
And we talked about the slow starts that Liquid have had. The interesting thing is, if I'm not mistaken, they've split every pistol.
Could have got a nice crossfire going. Crims does find a frag. Isolation one at this stage though, because they don't need to go into any choke angles. They don't need to, but there we go. JW does try to get a little headshot off. He does do damage onto Nitro, but...
And to go back to the point about slow starts, this was 10-2 at a point.
Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
have extra CSGO skins? Do you want to win really cool things? Visit csgofast.com. Place your bets and win really cool skins. csgofast.com. Check your fortune.
E-Gaming Bets. We accept bets on computer games online since 2011. Referral system for regular users and deposit for newcomers. Gaming devices store and the best choice of payment systems. Dota 2 and Hearthstone. Counter-Strike and StarCraft. World of Tanks and League of Legends. EGB.com. You know for sure who is going to win.
All right, Liquid punching above their weight. Either way, it's exciting. We've got map 3, and they took Cobblestone off of Fnatic, and now they go to another map that they're comfortable on as well. So it's up to Fnatic to put that behind them and show us exactly the team that we know them to be, the best team in the world. But right now, I have to say, if I was looking at this mentally, Team Liquid are the team that would be in it the most.
Oh, absolutely. We talked about this map pool going into it. We said these 3 maps really do favor Liquid in terms of what they play and what they're strong on. So Cobble, that came to fruition prominently there. We didn't expect them to take a map off this. Well, you actually called it actually would happen. But
I thought it was going to be cash, though.
I thought they'd be decent games, but I never, especially after that first half, I thought, okay, Fnatic are just going to run away with this one now. It's pretty much a foregone conclusion. But they come back fighting in that second half and somehow take the map, and it's a really impressive result for them. Taking a map off the number 1 team on one of their stronger maps as well, that's no easy task indeed. So we go into Overpass. It looks like we're going straight into it as well.
Well, we're going to a knife round, but we have more time to talk while they do this.
There
so that's the difference, is that on map 3, we do actually get a knife for sides. And if Liquid, again, we talked about slow starts, if they can get onto the CT side of this map, maybe it could bode well for them. Again, they were 16-14 against Virtus Pro. They started T-side in that map, and that was a really well, I wouldn't say really one-sided, but a fairly one-sided half for Virtus Pro, and then Liquid clawed back into that as well.
Their CT side on this map, especially the B retakes, is incredibly strong. Even when they get completely run over on the B side, they have 3 players remaining. They're so good at sticking together and making sure that little frag pack we see so many times works together. And it's actually a really interesting way to approach these sort of situations. I'm actually happy for them. It's working out so well. It's good to see Nitro stepping back with a big performance. He had a bit of a quiet cash, but 30 frags on Cobble. Hiko, the man on your screen right now as well, has some big clutches as well. So impressive to see those guys coming to life here. If they can carry on that form, especially Nitro, if he can continue that kind of sort of play, especially on his T half, that's going to be fantastic. And
Liquid just picked it up.
Just seeing them win the knife run as well, so they will get the CT half here. And that's great, could be, they're 1 map away from taking down Fnatic, and that's something I don't think I'd be saying. So interesting stuff going forward here. This is going to be a really good series. Fnatic don't seem to be playing at their best level here.
Absolutely not.
JW especially, we talk about him being really great on that with that shotgun. I think on the second half, it didn't really have that much impact whatsoever.
Well, sometimes, to be fair, he couldn't afford much else. So he did go for the kit that one round when he bought it. But you're right, he shouldn't have necessarily stuck with it that stubbornly.
So long. Yeah. Pretty much every single round. We rarely saw him with a rifle. We saw him on 11 frags for about 5 or 6 rounds. So it would be nice to see him step up. Definitely Overpass as a map. He can come to life with the AWP. We'll have to see what he brings to the table this time. But nothing can be thrown away this time. This is it. Grand Finals time. Drop 1 more map and you are out of the tournament. So Adrenaline, again, he had a quiet first half, but came to life in the second. Actually, finished off with 19 frags, I think it was. So he did really well. We called him out for using the AWP so much in the first half. When he got the rifle out, came to life there. He actually worked out what he had to do and established his role within the team. And I think that's going to work out better for him. We'll definitely see the AWP come out on Overpass. We know, especially on the CT side, he is quite good actually being quite mobile on there. Goes towards middle, gets him boosted up on long. Can go towards Monster Tunnel as well. So I'm sure we'll see some of that come to play on this map here. But we know the aggressiveness from Fnatic. We saw it on Cash. I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of that going into this one.
Absolutely. As we see both teams get ready to roll. Not readied up just yet, but as we said, Liquid will get that CT side start, so it's just a matter of the players feeling comfortable enough. It has to be said, pistols again. Second half have been Liquid's.
How do you feel?
However, it was this map they did pick up the first one. It was T-side against Virtus Pro. That was when they got eco'd.
Yes,
how do I feel?
How do you feel generally,
Yeah.
I saw you signing some posters just then.
Did you?
Yeah.
I saw you signing some posters just then.
I was doing a few. They were there for you, though.
Nope, that's a lie.
What I wanted to ask you was, how do you feel the CT start here? Do you think Liquid have what it takes to take this one?
The issue is that starting on the CT side and not picking up the pistol does put them on the back foot immediately with economy, and if they don't pick up the first gun round after that, then they go down potentially 5 rounds right off the start. And usually we've seen them get 10-plus round CT side. So that's when things get questionable, and that's when Fnatic actually find themselves in a very good position very early on, because Liquid rely on this CT side so much.
Well, we've seen Fnatic do some simple pistol rounds throughout this tournament. They've done a couple of B rushes so far. Overpass and having all of those maps you can do that on, but you also have the option to wait for the CT aggression. CTs definitely need to do something to find some sort of footing and information going into it.
But I think we're ready, Henry.
This is it. So we go into map number 3, ladies and gentlemen. I know you're hyped. Let's hear some noise for this one going into D Overpass. We've got Fnatic starting on the T side, Liquid on the CT. Fnatic will be buying up 4 sets of armor, flush out on the utility play, and now the CT's going very aggressive here. 2 players pushing up to long. Actually have 2 players towards middle as well. But it's going to be a slower play for Fnatic as they do gain mid control now, and it's going to be Fugly finding himself in a difficult position.
This is actually smart from Elysian Nitro to try and flank as fast as possible, because they are pushing upon the front of the bathrooms early, and there it is. They each pick up a kill, and that completely thwarts Fnatic's attempts to try and work into A. As such, they've gone back to B. Hiko's the only one directly there, so they'll get a bomb plant regardless. which does mean we can look to round 3 for guns regardless of the outcome of this. But Fnatic, they're actually going to get Hiko, so it's 3 versus 3, and there's only one kid. It's in the hands of Adren, so that early work and early push is all gone for naught, and Elige needs to fight this fight right now inside of jungle. Luckily, Nitro turns back just in time because Flusha, he almost had 2 players not looking his direction. But watch out, because they've escaped the site, and JW is on a perfect rotation. He's gone to the window. Crims takes Nitro. They're going to try and hold this. Adren, he's still inside the smoke, and he actually, no! Just barely comes up shy as JW finds him, and Fnatic will take it.
So that mid control coming in, heavy presence from both teams there, and Fnatic reading that play, getting themselves go straight through connector onto the B side, get a successful plant down. Hiko unable to make anything happen there, and it comes down to a little tight situation. Elige picking up some early frags there. It's actually pretty impressive with these guys pushing through long, and that's when the B play came in. But we can see, no, actually, there is the force buy coming in from Liquid here. That's interesting. They're going to go for the PT50s, 5-7, and the CZ on Nitro, so they're going to get head armor as well. So Fnatic will be buying up AKs and 2 MAC-10s. They're taking much slower, waiting for it. And look at the stack coming in from Liquid. They're going to do 4 men towards
Nitro.
the B bomb side as well.
Nitro almost caught in the open between the top of the mid stairs and the bathrooms. Instead, he goes back to A to play passively. Fnatic are still evaluating the situation, though. Pronax and JW just looking for information around that bathroom position. Bombs all the way back at T stairs as well.
And nothing really happening just yet. They're just trying to gain control of certain areas of the map. So right now, the next objective is get into bathrooms and clear that area out. And then they go. And now they should be just able to work their way up to the map and then get to a tight unit. Simple for smokes onto the site, get the bomb down, and that should be the round tied up. At this point, Liquid probably need to get a little bit of information. Time's ticking away. They haven't really seen anyone as of yet.
Thing is, in this situation with an early force buy, it's almost worth it not to try and retake the A site. Just give it up, keep the guns for the 3rd round, and then they get a full save plus the weapons.
If the bomb goes down in this scenario and they lose that first play, I think it's Nitro towards the bomb side. If he goes down and the bomb gets planted at that stage, you're absolutely right. Wait for some exits. Try and keep the head armor and the PT50s and the upgraded weapons there, just to make sure you go into the next round of a healthy chance of winning it. The stack didn't work out for them this time, but the rotation is coming in quite quickly.
Well, that's the thing, and now they need to evaluate it, because as they arrive, they've already lost Nitro, and I think they have considered it. They've gone back. Elige was near the bank, but he's heading back down the stairwell.
Yeah.
Hiko's going to head toward Monster, Adren, Fugly. They're all going to take the exact same path as well. Fugly, or rather Elige, excuse me, almost caught from window. He'll get around the corner, but that'll indicate to Fnatic exactly what's going on, and they'll know this. So they'll send Pronax and Crims out to try and hunt. Pronax does have an SMG, so not a huge loss. Crims was a little bit more fragile on the AK, and he thinks better and goes back to long.
That's just a really nice anti-eco there from Fnatic. They took it nice and slow. We saw Liquid yesterday against VP. They're actually winning the pistol, and you saw them make the mistake of just not really feeling out the map or getting that positional control. And Fnatic will find some kills. If Pronax takes down Fugly, I think that's all he's going to get from it. So they will be able to save 3 upgraded pistols here and the head armor as well. So Fnatic are going to be aware of that. They know what's coming this round. So expect more of the same this time. So just going to be filling it out. The point I was making before is you can either choose to go for a full-on rush, and we saw Liquid actually throw away that round there because they got isolated behind smokes, and if you force the issue too soon and run into those stacks, it can be a real problem for teams. So that's Fnatic showing you how it should be done and making a very clean run indeed, and Liquid having no option really but to save their weapons there. So they do carry on this head armor, and it's be interesting, will they be going for a similar setup here? Will they be going straight in for the B stack once again? It looks like they may do. This could be interesting because Fnatic look like they're actually making their way towards B. Bomb's still down towards the T-spawn, but it's going to be making its way toward that area as well.
Nitro again was the one to evaluate the situation out toward the fountain as well. Didn't spot anyone that time, and Crims was close but has gone back to the T stairs, perhaps thinking Nitro is going to go for this fast flank through T spawn. So he's watching behind as Olaf and Pronax look forward to the site, and that's where Fugly, Hiko, and Elige are waiting. All 3 of them in the water. We've seen them group up, like you say before, in many situations where they play in this unit. Adren's close by as well, near jungle. But Fnatic aren't yet committed.
Liquid are playing very passive on the setup. They want to just bait in as one player there. So take him down. They're waiting down, not facing the angles at all. And Fnatic will be making their way towards the B side. Looks like they will be utilizing some of the smoke grenades and molotovs they have to flush out the CTs. But like I said, a very passive setup. This could go either way, you know.
And this is the stack they wanted to come to fruition last round with this force buy. They have 1 gun less, in fact 2 guns less with the USBs for Fugly and Nitro, but we'll see if they can still make it work with these crossfire setups. So far, not to be. Flush up, Olaf perfect on the entrance so far. Adren gets back with 1, but Hiko goes down, and Adren will do the same. It's left to the off-site player, Nitro. He's got nothing to lose here. He does just have a USP, so we'll see from window if he can at least do some damage to the economy of the terrorists, but they're also spotting onto him, and Crims will hit the headshot to make it 3-0 for Fnatic.
Yep, so the stack did work out in their favor this time, but unable to actually make any real impact with that one.
And now they have to pick up this round, Liquid. This is exactly what we were talking about. Again, a slow start on the side that favors them.
There we go.
Becomes problematic.
After that force buy, it's surprising that Adren can actually afford an AWP. I think that's literally all the cash he had to go full glass cannon, no grenades, no upgraded pistol. He really does need to make this work for him. I'd assume he's going to go towards long A and just get up on that flower bed and see what he can do in that situation. But it's on your screen now is Olaf picking up those frags that secured in the round. But CT's not showing too much aggression. We have got Nitro towards the bathroom. She will be trying to push out a little bit, not just yet. And Adren, there he is. He is boosted up onto that long A flower bed. Pronax has the bomb towards playground here. We can see Crims making his way towards short as well, just working out if he can spot one of the boosts here.
Elise needs to be careful. This is actually commonly shot at him with the new hitboxes. They're a lot more vulnerable in that position, so Crims tries, doesn't come up with the kill, but now knows Elise is there, and Elise, perhaps knowing he escaped death, thinks better of it and goes back down toward water instead.
So against VP, Liquid really did struggle with their passive setups here. What happened was they got caught on the A bomb site. They were so far back, the wall of smoke came in. They had a really difficult time retaking here. So they want to make sure they utilize the AWP of Adren and make sure he has an opportunity to even get some shots off before the execution comes in. Ideally, they want to find a frag early. They haven't got a single kit to play with. And as I mentioned before, Adren with that glass cannon AWP. Hiko spotting down Monster Tunnel, seeing if he can get any information. But now there's 40 seconds on the clock. You'd assume Fnatic will be committing towards the B site.
Well, they're all here, and now the smokes will come in. Flush has thrown one from T-Spawn. That'll land in the window. Actually, take that back. Pronax's lands in the window. It's Flushes on the site. Regardless, there's a wall up, and it's Hiko, the only one that's close enough to catch them off. Flash comes out, and Hiko, he actually doesn't get any. That was a huge opportunity missed, and as a response, Fnatic come up with 3 quick kills. Sure, Lige gets 1, but it may not be enough in this situation until Nitro comes around, and now with the kill, it brings it down to a 2-versus-3 post plant. But look at the HP from Flusha and Olaf. And that grenade, though, you're right, does take Adren down to 30 HP as he's without the armor. This glass cannon, and he's going to get flanked out as well. Olafmeister finds him in Nitro. I think he'll bail out on this. He'll give up on the effort. If they could have found one more pick with 2 low HP players, it was a possibility, and it's all for naught. Fnatic will go up 4.
Yep, similar scenes here. It's a very difficult buy for Liquid here. It's what I normally talk about when you force buy that second round, especially against the likes of Fnatic. You're almost better off taking that full eco on the chin and making sure you have their full buy going into this one. They had very little utility, no armor on Adren, and no kits either, so the retake wasn't even a possibility at that stage.
The issue as well for Liquid, if you want to start being really analytical on it, is the fact that they do have slow starts, and they also have problems with economy management on the CT side. So it's a double-edged sword right now in the fact that they're starting out on the side they need to win with no money and starting down very heavily. Well, it's 4-0 already, but another eco coming up. I would almost prefer to see them start T-side because they seem to be able to fight their way back into T-sides in gun rounds, as we've seen time after time this weekend. And if they are going to have those slow starts, then at least they give themselves a chance late. Now they've got to fight tooth and nail for the rest of this half.
This is it. So Fugly's made his way into connector. We have got Nitro going quite aggressive, but he's going to be falling back in this situation. The 3-man stack pushing off short. At least they know the B play won't be coming in, but maybe too little too late at this stage. As Fnatic have taken full control of the long A area, and you assume they're going to go for the full early execution here because they have got such control of the map early on. They'll be making their way up. More contact play here. Olafmeister leading the charge. That nade should do some damage. It actually just narrowly misses out. Nitro's the only man with the rifle here, so he's going to be on the A bomb side, so this could work out. He could potentially get a couple of frags, but Olaf, I think, spotted Fugly there, and we'll deal with him pretty easily, putting it down to the 5-on-4.
I'm interested to see as well. I know they're trying to save for the next round and bring out more utilities, but Nitro could have afforded to at least get out with 1 kit at the very least. They all could have at least brought up 1 or 2, but instead they'll play it with now a stack on this A site. Nitro, again, like you said, is the forward man with that rifle, and he peeks out from truck. No one yet in position, but watch JW coming in from long, and Nitro's going to get smoked off, so they should be able to walk in, but they're losing a ton of HP right now, Fnatic. In fact, 3 players down below 50. Doesn't matter if Flusha finds kills. JW's still searching, and the pistol will do the rest, as Nitro does enough damage to help him take down Adren. Flusha will follow that up with Hiko, and it came so close, and yet so far, all 5 players, despite looking at their HP, are alive for Fnatic.
So this is when we have the first real gun round coming into this one. Finally, Liquid will be able to get a decent buy here. Adren buying the AWP once again. You can assume he'll go towards long. Unfortunately for him, wasn't really able to do anything with the B player that came in. He's retaking absolutely nothing there. So we can see he does get a full decent buy here. Armor, grenades to play with as well.
3 kits this time too, so that's why they saved it up. Plus, they've got the cans of fire. You can buy them at your local convenience store. Yeah, it's just like a soda. You just open it, lights on fire.
Perfect. I want one of those. But JW has the AWP as well this time, so he'll be slowing the pace down a little bit. 3 players heading towards the B-bomb side. We can see there's the roller coaster on your screen just there.
I'm just going to say it right now, in before Monster Energy decides to make a drink with that can or sponsors the Molotovs in the game.
Do you think that's happening?
The next step.
Yeah?
Matt Simpson, I'm calling you out, bro. Get on it. But either way, it is going to be the gun round. The second gun round, even more important now for Liquid to get back into this game.
Dren this time going to be more positioned towards middle area instead of long. The Olaf seems to be firing on all cylinders on this map, making his way through bathrooms. He may come into a Dren here. Dren in a difficult angle as well. He needs to make sure he hits a shot. Olaf probably potentially facing him, but JW, never mind. He takes him down, puts it to the 5 and 4, and that really does open up the map as Olaf Meister takes down Nitro as well. The A bomb site will be open. The bomb is towards B though.
This is the thing, and that's a good call right now to head the bomb back. It was going toward A, but they're so far away from 2 low HP players, and they know the rotation's coming in that by catching Hiko right now, they'll walk into the B site again. And Liquid still struggling to find early picks. JW hitting that shot on a Dren just tore them apart.
Yeah, it's a really...
And the problem is now they're not even in a position to save because those 2 players that were still on the A side are still swarming it. So Elige is desperate to sit in this corner and hope he doesn't get spotted, but chances are, with a good amount of time, yeah, he'll do very well to get away with this. And there it is, Olaf spotting him down. He goes 6 now for Fnatic, and 2 rounds in a row they've kept all 5 members alive, which means they've got 14-8, excuse me, on Flusha pre-buy at 7 and 1 right now.
Yeah, so their money is absolutely rolling right now. It's got Olaf Meister on 12k, same for Crims, Flusher on 13k, and so they will be set for a few rounds here. And once again, Liquid are going to be on another eco round going into this one. This is getting desperate times when we talk about the slow start.
Could be really rough.
And to be fair to them, though, same sort of scenes happened on Cobble, and they managed to bounce back from that scenario. Problem is, this is overpass. It's much more difficult to get this kind of the T round rolling as strongly as they can on Cobble, but let's see what they can do with this one. They have got 5-7s and CZs. They're going to be stacking towards long this time. 3 players all taking advantage of the environments there. Rocks, trees, you name it, they're behind it. Trying to get that crossfire set up. Pronax could be leading the charge in middle this time. Elige in the bathrooms, though.
Much different approach. Nitro is going to have company in those stairs, and although he looks for the first kill, Crims is there. Pronax, although isn't close by, they go down. Elige and Hiko, good play to push forward and trap them in that stairwell. Bombs drop now at Fountain as well, as Hiko knows Olaf Meister's rotating over. They just need to hold this, but Olaf finds Hiko first with the AK, and although he's low on HP, the distance favors the rifle. And with Flusha taking down Elige, it comes back to a 3 versus 2 in favor of Fnatic. And Crims, as we can see now, will pick up that bomb as well. At 46 seconds to work with it, lots of time.
Dren has got the AWP, Fugly with an AK as well, but that's about all they have to play with. Both players currently on the A side. You can see Adren is going to be rotating over towards B. It seems he is currently in the bank area. Actually, it's going to be Fugly is playing more towards B as his Fnatic players make their way up long. All 3 sticking together. They have got smokes, they have got Molotovs. It's be a very difficult hold. They know the guns that have been dropped, so they probably will go for more of a tactical execution here. Just smoking off towards CT spawn and bank, perhaps.
And they split. I don't like this split play because now it's essentially 2-1 on 3s, and Adren knows it. Yeah, he's going to save this. They're gone.
So you just need getting those 2 rifles, or a sniper rifle and a rifle there is fantastic going into the next round. They do need that economy boost. Probably wouldn't have been able to get the AWP, so that's great for Adren to save him some cash there to get making their way towards T-spawn. Fnatic, though, with the amount of cash they have, they probably can justify going for the full-on hunt here. Quite obvious where the CTs are, and there we go.
What was the saying? Money, money, baby?
It's not a saying, it's something you said, but yes.
It's a saying because I said it, okay? Stop it.
Money, money, baby.
Adren will take down Olaf Meister, though, so at least they'll keep the AWP a little bit longer. No one else is close enough to be a threat, so both those guns will be saved. Consolation prize, perhaps, for Team Liquid, but 7-0 now for Fnatic on the T side. And they'll go right back into it. They've got lots of money. JW with the op buy does put him down to 37, but look at the money on everyone else. It doesn't even matter.
So the tactical pause comes in for Liquid. Probably a perfect time to do it. 7-0 down. Game's starting to run away from them. Economy management has been a problem. It's that second round buy. They seem to start the deficit going into this one. They went into that first round with glass cannons, no kits, no nades. Really difficult position for them to actually get back into this. We can have a look at the scoreboard right now. You can see on your this featured matchup coming in. Hiko currently set on 1 frag. Olaf Meister 10. He's really going big on this map. So 7 rounds done. He gets 10 frags. Really is firing on all cylinders. Looking at the other guys, Fugly's going to be on a Slayer so far, 0 for 6. And Adren 2 frags. Hiko with 1. Nitro 3, but considering they don't have any rounds on the board, you can't really take too much away from this. Simply
well, I
Fnatic
mean,
rolling
the
over
one
so
thing you
far.
can look at from that is what I said a couple rounds ago, where they had round 5 and 6 where they didn't get a single kill, which is where the money showed up for Fnatic. I mean, even if they keep those close, then they have a chance to break them quickly. And on the CT side, where they're this far removed, money-wise, that would be huge to give themselves that extra chance. Now, they've got to buy the more expensive weapons. They're going to reset a round loss bonus as soon as they win one round. And they still have 2 rounds to break Fnatic on, so it gives Fnatic that much more to work with.
Let's see what Hiko's going to buy here. They could potentially have the idea of running a double orb setup. That could be just a change of pace, try and go for those early picks towards Monster Tunnel, for example, see whether they could just get that first pick to give them some stability going into the round. But yeah, this is starting to get to the point of no return. They need to make sure they start building up some rounds. Even if they win one here, they're still going to be in a difficult position. They need to make it a clean round. Because going after this, that resets a loss bonus. They only have $1,400. So if they are going to win this one, make sure it's clean. Do everything they can. Obviously, that's easier said than done, but let's see what they propose. I'd like to see them go for that first frag, use the AWP on a Dren to face a different angle, perhaps. Go maybe for a boost or see if they can go towards that Monster Tunnel. Let's see what they propose this round. So it will be a Dren rolling with the AWP. He's going to be going straight towards mid here. I wouldn't be surprised he went for the fountain shot just to do what I said and try and go for that early aggression. He actually will be showing a bit more cavalier play here, and Crims gets naded down to 47 HP. That's a really nice thrown nade from Hiko. Going to be spamming as well. May actually be able to take him down. Doesn't quite find it, but some decent damage done nonetheless. Pronax and Crims on their HP.
But they're on the B site. They've gotten through the monster. Smoke to go out. This has to cover off from jungle, but watch Elige. He's made his way back to the box there, rather the barrel's late, so he does get Pronax completely unaware. Krim spots him and tries to catch him with the nade on the way out. It lands because Olaf Meister adds enough damage that it just pushes it over the edge, and now he tries to Molotov and keep them away, but Fugly, dodging the bullet from the AWP, has picked up a kill, and now it's Hiko and Nitro to come into it. Liquid look finally poised to take a round.
Here we go.
And with 4 players still alive, that's the only way this starts to look okay for them.
Yeah, started off that great grenade coming in from Hiko. He actually spotted the terrorists as well, but like you said, they got through Monster unconfrontated and actually made their way onto the bomb site, but Fugly finding that first frag, and they managed to string together there, and that's the only one they dropped. So luckily, like you said, kept 4 players alive, so the money isn't a huge issue this time, but unfortunately for them, Fnatic do come in with a full buy. Their money really was rolling. So this is the one they have to win now. After this, the loss bonus is reset. And we did see more of a spontaneous round coming from Fnatic there, just going straight towards B, running in. Definitely a viable option. So let's see what the CTs have this time. They're going to do the double setup towards long. And JW does spot at least jumping over the top there. Unable to land the shot though. Now making his way towards Monster. He will hit that one at Dren. We talked about him taking the AWP towards that Monster Tunnel. This time not going to work out for him. JW is a little bit too fast. Nitro has to react now. This is the thing with CT. As soon as you lose that first frag, someone needs to be pushing control somewhere else. It's going to be Nitro, but Pronax is ready for it. And he actually loses that battle though. Nitro coming back perfectly into this round.
And he barely lost any HP. 74 is still left on him.
Yep.
So M4 swiftly wins that duel. Bomb is still over in that position. I'm not 100% sure Nitro spotted it, but even if he did, it's not worth sticking around for. So he smokes himself away, runs all the way back to the A site, leave Fugly inside the connection point at bathrooms, and he'll now have to read the situation. Crims has also come back up from those mid stairs and is getting ever closer to the A site through the bathroom position, and with Fugly now gone, it means Nitro has to read this, and Crims is going to spot him. He's now stuck on the park sign. When he goes back out, he will find himself one more kill, but he's so low on HP this time, 20 left, and Elige, although going for the flank, Hiko's not. He's still stuck on the B site, thinking maybe they'll bring the bomb back his way. Instead, that gives Fnatic a great chance to play it. And Olaf's going hunting right now, and Elige is going to go past, but Olaf's not ready, so when he hears him running forward, Elige turns back, and now it's Flusha to try and do the kill instead. Through the smoke, does win it, and it's left to Hiko, who's got an op staring at him, just misses from JW. And that means Hiko finds himself in the bomb site, but flashed off, time ticking away. Hiko's got a kit, but no utilities, and it's so hard to push the player away from bathrooms. He just has to wait at this point for JW to seal the fate and seal the deal for Fnatic. Money reset on Liquid.
Well, I don't think the money's too bad after, like we said, they kept alive those 4 players, so they do have definitely an option to buy here. Adren and Fugly could potentially drop, but they want that AWP on Adren so far, so they're going to have to go with the 5 rifle setup here. But to be fair, the AWP once again for Adren hasn't had that much impact. It hasn't really done much for them. He gave the pick away to JW to start that round, going out of their favour, but JW coming in that nice play, pushing on the bomb site, getting the AWP shot in the back, gets another round on the board for Fnatic. 8-1. On the T side of Overpass right now, so we can see the CTs once again showing some aggression towards middle. It hasn't really worked out for them so far. Hiko going to be on the B bomb site. Fnatic just spreading out and seeing what is coming towards them. They're kind of aware of what the CTs may be doing, and spots from Pronax should be able to pick up this frag here. Actually gets away, but here we go. No one dying just yet.
I actually don't mind this 5 rifle setup because, like you said, the 2 times we've seen the AWP on a Duran, he lost both times to JW.
Same thing happened on Cobble. As soon as he got the rifles out, that's when he actually looked a lot stronger, right? That's when he seemed to come to life and finding some decent picks and doing some damage. So Fnatic making their way over to B now, going for that monster tunnel once again. They know now they can just walk through this area. They seem to isolate Hiko on his side a lot and then rely on that 3-man retake coming in from upper.
Olofmeister is already on the side and catches Adren's head, showing just too much through the edge of the tin. He doesn't spot exactly where the second player's gone, but Crims finds Hiko as he evades at least the danger. They've passed each other. Fugly's gone into the side as Olof's gone out, and now Fugly turns back because he thinks he's still in problems here, but now, yeah, he definitely is. With Nitro gone, Liquid are going to give up this round as well. Fugly at least goes on the search for Olofmeister, but he gets down in the end by Crims, and that gives it now 9 rounds to Fnatic, and I start to struggle to believe Liquid are even going to get 4 rounds out of this half.
Well, that's the problem there. They're so confident it's going to be the A side there. They leave Hiko on the bomb site, and he can't really watch all the areas at once, unfortunately for him. So they keep walking through that monster tunnel. Once they get through that area, at least undetected, it can be such a fast execute as well because the smokes go down. There's so much time remaining on them. It's not like they have to do a telegraphed approach to that stage. They get in, and then you can see them pushing through the smoke, getting in advantageous positions towards CT spawn, and the retake is almost impossible at that stage. You saw Nitro going down because Olaf just ran past Fugly. He had no idea what was going on. It's going to force Liquid onto a full eco this time. Some PT50s and USPs here, but Flusher, once again, these guys are so good at reading the economy of this game. Pick up the MAC-10, allows them to go into sudden choke points and not really sacrifice too much, so that's what they're going to be relying on this time. Flusher and his MAC-10 going in, and the full B stack coming in from Liquid once again. It's going to be the wrong call because it seems like Fnatic will be making their way into the A bomb site once more. Changing their position, well, changing their approach almost every single round.
Yeah, and that's definitely not gone unnoted because we can see Liquid have done the same, trying to guess and read exactly what Fnatic are going to be up to. I still say Liquid's biggest weakness on this map is their ability to get information on that A site. Their B site retakes, sure, we talked about them. They haven't even been able to come into play because they're down so many men early. Fnatic's winning the early picks, and the A site's just been hemorrhaging out rounds. Looks to be the same here. Bomb's already down on A. They're going to hunt for these kills. They do get at least Hiko to take down Flusher. The gun, unfortunately, doesn't drop down below. Olofmeister's there as well. 10-1 for Fnatic.
Pretty easy round for them there. Not really much to take away from them, unfortunately. The Liquid went for a full-on B stack. Fnatic went A. That's all it really comes down to. Fnatic hunted, got most of the kills as well, but this is where I can start analysing it because Liquid still don't have fantastic money. They will get rifles, but no kits. Once again, it's been a problem for them on Overpass in the past. So Nitro's still working on his buy, and he won't be getting a kit either. So they need to make sure they're going to have to be pushing off short. They need to be doing something just to gain that control towards B perhaps, and then they can work out whether they need to keep the rotation strong there. But 5 rifles once again, no incendiary, a few smoke grenades. Fnatic getting control of short pretty quickly there. Flusher just watching out for those jump peaks going on above the wall there.
Yeah, everyone looks for that now.
All that damage from those grenades. Fugly not having a good time this map. He's going to be taken down to 25 HP. To kick things off, and you can see that stack coming in towards B once again. Liquid are just taking the chance now. They keep sending either 4A or 4B, and this time it's going to be the 4B. I'm not really sure. Even if Fnatic go A, they can hold them off, considering the buy Fnatic has right now.
So Fnatic have definitely answered back, perhaps a little bit invigorated after losing Cobblestone.
Yeah, you can say that. 10-1. And potentially looking like they could take this one as well. It's a really big gamble play coming in from Liquid. And once again, Fnatic making their way towards the A bomb site. This could be a horrible situation. So now Olofmeister gets us right up to the bomb site. You'd assume he's going to find a frag here as well. He always seems to.
He goes deep as well. A little bit of damage onto Nitro. Adren is set behind the truck, but the smokes are in great positions right now from Fnatic. Slight gap toward Bank, but Flusher just needs to hold that as the bomb gets closer, and he's doing so. Olof's also trying to help as Nitro walks out. It's straight into the headshot of Olofmeister, but he walks out, and Adren, he's trying to take down Default and actually catches Olofmeister. That potentially bailed out the second Fnatic player on the site until Hiko shows up. Now he's got both, and the bomb's not planted, so with 5 seconds, there's nothing JW can do. And Liquid, with a little bit of luck, line them up at the end.
Yep, somehow Adren finding a kill for the smoke there. I don't think he intended to kill the player so close to him, but whatever, it works. So the retake comes in after that moment, and they manage to do it with Hiko coming through Bank. So Good play from Liquid. It's not going to be enough just yet. They need to start getting more of these rounds on the board. Money's still going to be a massive issue for them. You can see this retake from Hiko now coming in from Bank, finds one, makes it a double there. And
that's the kill that ultimately definitely sealed it.
Absolutely. There's only like 5 seconds remaining at that point. It seemed like such a clean round from Fnatic as well. Got all the way up to the bomb site, smoked off the key areas, got in, found the entry frags, but Adren staying alive and finding that big kill that opened it up. So, like I said, the money's still not a great situation for them as Adren has the Famous, but they are pushing up to the top middle. Who's that doing that? It's going to be Fugly going down. He's having a really poor game here. What kind of frags he currently sat off, but
not very many. 2 and 11. Either way, Hiko's making up for it as he gets Crims. Puts him on 6 and 9. Again, single digits for everyone on Liquid, but not surprising when you see the scoreline. We see that action from off camera, just a headshot from Pronax, very swiftly executed. But Adren now adds to the total for Liquid. Taking down Flusha gives them a great chance. Monster, though, that smoke's just going to dissolve. And Olaf taking the short pipe. They'll try and split potentially onto this B site, because Olaf does have the bomb. Hiko and Elige are the ones that are tasked with shutting them down. Watch for this attempt, though. Pronax already lifting up that smoke, trying to get it out toward that window position, and now they can walk through Monster. Hiko's gone passive. Elige has gone down. Hiko has to wait, and Adren and Nitro need to come from A, and unfortunately, both members of their team have gone down before they can even arrive, and the smoke, it still sits on that window. And as it dissolves, JW almost hits the shot, not able to do so, so they have a bit of an opening here, Team Liquid, but with that second flash, JW is able to pop back out, and they will not come anywhere near defusing this bomb. It will be 11 rounds for Fnatic. Seal the deal with the Molotov as well, and JW sticks around just for good measure, but Liquid are back to limited income.
Yeah, absolutely. Round number 14 as well. They can't really do much more than this and just do some PT50s perhaps. They could force buy into it. Looks like they actually are going to. So Nitro making the call, going for the CZ head armor as well. They probably know they need at least 11-4 going into this one, so they have to buy, take the chance here. But it seems the main problem is this B bomb site, every time they stack it, Fnatic go A, and then as soon as they kind of isolate a little bit, they lose so much HP from the spams and the grenades coming in, and they leave the monster tunnel open as well. They don't have a player focused on that area. JW comes through with his AWP and then finds positional control and gets 3 kills. Now going to be RB pushing offshore. Crims finds the first frag here, make it a double as the Elige goes down as well, and it's a 5-on-3 now, and it's going to leave one player towards the B bomb site. That's going to be Adren.
Fugly.
Oh, it's a Fugly again, sorry.
It is Fugly.
He gets naded. Oh,
in
gosh.
a Fugly position, yeah.
Wow.
He's not, like you said, having a good time.
This is a really poor showing from him. So on 2 frags in the 14th round. Hasn't really done much. But there we go, the 5-on-2. Nitro and Adren with head armor and pistols as well. They really do. Even if they get a kill, it's not going to mean much. You're trying to get a gun and run away with it, perhaps. To Nitro, I'm afraid that's not going to help. Just going to be trying to hold on to that head armor. That's really all you can hope for.
I mean, there are recurrent issues for Liquid on the CT side still. One is money management. It's definitely been against them. It's been hard to claw back in this case. But again, the slow starts is just haunting them.
Most teams will be utilizing the AWP player they have, and they'll be a lot more aggressive, right? And they can
Adren
boost up.
hasn't,
He hasn't done anything really, like nothing of note. And you'll see most top teams, like some people like JWs, your Guardians, and even to some extent Neo as well. He's very good on this map, pushing you up, and they can rely on him for a pick towards mid, and he can just boost up and take the aggressive plays. Adren doesn't seem to have the confidence of the AWP here. It's like he'll have the right ideas sometimes, but he won't be doing the flamboyant play we see from a lot of these top snipers. And that's a real problem, especially on maps like Overpass. It seems like they just don't have that impact. So we're going to round number 15, and this is another round you can assume will be going in favor of Fnatic, considering Adren as a scout, there's a Famous on Hiko, and then pistols for Nitro and Elige as well. So Nitro, yeah, as a hybrid of Elige and Nitro. They're going
Liquid nitrogen. I'm surprised more people don't make that joke.
Is it a joke, though?
Well, it's not a joke when he gets a kill on Olaf like that with the CZ75, so they get the early pick at least. Round 15 and only 2 so far going to the counter-terrorists. Quite a dramatic storyline, I guess you could say. And add that, though, Fugly's come back around with the M4, getting his 3rd kill of the half, believe it or not, but they're still searching for their 3rd round of the half, and Flusha makes that harder as he takes down Adren.
He didn't have to face in that scenario. He just needed to fall back to the bomb, so they got the first 2 frags. Just get out of there. You've got the scout, go back to long, perhaps jump over the flower bed, control that area, and now it just comes down to, well, now we don't really have any intel because we've lost a man, we've had to fall back now. So JW still on the AWP. They're going to be going back towards that long area. This is what I'm talking about. At least they could have held that off. He could be jumping behind that APC with the scout.
Oh,
that's the
JW.
one. He knew what I was talking about.
Thanks for showing it off, just to prove Henry's point. But the Molotov now will actually force Nitro to rotate around from bank back to the electrical stairs, and that's where Fugly is already in front of. So they've got a bias on one side of the A site, and that allows Crims to walk in from long, although he's downed in the end by Fugly, so it's only 2 Fnatic players remaining. one of which is JW with the AWP, but Flusha is low on HP with the AK. Nitro is able to support Fugly as well, but walks out, and JW's there with the AWP, so now the rotations have to come into effect.
Oh, God.
JW, though, he kills his teammate, and Liquid will take it any way they can, and that'll give them the round as the Liege comes back into play with the Deagle. 12-3, though. This is going to be the most impressive task.
Well, they came back on Cobble with a really impressive tee-half.
That's true, but it was 10-5, not 12-3.
You're not believing?
It's also a more T-sided map. Hey, I'm not ruling anything out this weekend.
I'm trying to build up the grand
but
final.
I'm not sure that
theater.
I am.
I'm trying to set the scene. Maybe we can see a big comeback if they do get the pistol. Maybe something can happen here, but we're aborting. We're not going to be going straight into this one. We're going to have to take a little break.
JW's called for it. Fugly did. I'm not actually sure.
What do you think might be happening?
Well, we already know that Liquid's used their technical timeout, so it's definitely not for that. But we'll have to wait and see. Either way, it gives us more time to talk about this. I mean, again,
What would you like to talk about?
there's a lot I want to talk about, Henry.
Yeah?
But I don't think you're a shrink, so it's probably not in my best interest to do it, not only publicly on stream, but to you in the first place. I'm
Probably
sorry.
needs to see professional help with the amount of issues
I
you've
should.
got. So.
I should. I've spent too many days around Thorin, and my life is a mess because of it.
But yeah, we go into the second half then. Liquid, 3 rounds on the board. They're on the T side there. Obviously, arguably the hardest side here. Oh, no, not even arguably, it is the hardest side, depending on the matchup here. But Adren picking up the Desert Eagle on the pistol. I'm not sure whether that's because he knows it's going to be resetting because of Ebot, but it's definitely an interesting behind the T side.
We shall see.
Well, it goes without saying, need this pistol round. Need to convert it to a 3-0, and then maybe, just maybe, we can see something happen.
Well, that's the thing. No pistol, no game.
No game. No money.
Baby.
No money, baby.
So apparently there is some sort of server issue that they're calling for the admins for. I'm not sure who's calling. Both teams seem to be crying right now, but we'll see. Crying for help, that is, not crying. I'm sure Fnatic's not crying in this situation.
They're just saying they will make a new match. I assume Ebot's gone and done it again.
We can't get through a day without. Why? I wonder if they're not paying him enough. Maybe he's like silent protest. Ebot. Maybe he's just silent protesting right now.
Lord Bot, not getting paid enough. But yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. I don't really know what to say. Production, could you give us a little bit of insight as to what's going on?
I think that Ebot skipped ahead in one round. So Ebot will say it's over before it's over, but that doesn't matter. Well, it kind of does matter, JW. See, I think it's one round ahead of itself right now, which does mean that if Fnatic hit 15 and they think that they're one further than that, then it'll just end as soon as they hit 15, as opposed to going to 16. Liquid, on the other hand, won't have that advantage because it counts for one team and not the other. So I'm assuming it's Fnatic in this case that's slightly ahead.
Some interesting chat being
displayed
there. Luckily, that's
not
the stream
right now. JW, is there something you want to tell us? Not 100% sure.
Well,
maybe Hiko wants to tell us something. He can hear us right now. Hi, Hiko. Oh, the camera's off him. So we'll wait for the decision to be made. The buys have come in, but we can't really talk about them right now because there are players with their headsets off, so we can't discuss what potentially could happen.
While that's happening, we should probably go to a break then.
We should. Do you want to go to a break?
I think that's probably for the best, considering players have their headsets off right now. I don't really want to start analysing games and talking about stuff where they're not.
Yeah, so we can't really say much. So that said, we will take a very short break. It looks like they'll have to reset the server. When they come back, we will resume with 12-3, Fnatic in the lead for the second half.
Against the sun, now we race. Against the sun, race. Against the sun, now we race. Against the sun, now we race. Against the sun, now we race. Against the sun, ooh. Cambridge to Boston, lives in a world she's lost in, victim of compromise. He's staring at her Aberdeen heart, London eyes, Glasgow bones. She's whistling the catacombs, a paradox. He's in love with the statue in a marble block.
Swiftly acted upon by the admins. We seem to be ready to go. Players are back in the server. I think we can start talking about it again now because...
You hope so.
Well, exactly. They've got their headsets back on. They're back in the server and ready. We can talk again. So
Okay.
It actually looks like warm-up is about to end and start right now. What do we think, Henry? Is it possible?
Well, you're into allude. You didn't even allow me to even build up the theatre before. You're like, no, man, stop trying to.
Stop it. I never said anything.
Anyway, yeah, like I said, if Liquid do get the pistol and they somehow do get the 3-0 there, obviously there's always a chance. There's always a chance as long as the team haven't reached 16 rounds. There's always that sort of potential going on there. Liquid have been very strong in their T-half so far.
Well, if you take the Cobblestone model, Fnatic only got 2 CT side rounds, but it's a slightly different map in that sense.
Absolutely. But here we go then. It's going to be Team Liquid on the T side, currently trailing 12-3. Fnatic found some form here after losing Cobble, so starting on the CT side here, just need 4 to win. Having a look at the T buy coming in here, they're actually going to have 3 sets of armor and 2 utility players. They're going to have Adren and Hiko with the smoke grenades, which normally dictates you can either go slowly towards A or you can go for the full-on B take with the smoke towards upper and a smoke on the site and go for the plant. It looks like they will be doing the latter as they make their way towards the B bombs. Have a look at Pronax. He's just being so audacious here, pushing right up to Fountain and they'll be flanking in straight away. There's no players towards B apart from Flusher just yet.
They threw out all the decoys on the B side and still push it. I'm interested to see that Olaf and Crims rotated back through A to go the long way rather than try and pinch them on the site. Instead, it's JW to do so. He picks up a leash. Hiko's gone as well. Bombs planted, but now they need kills. Nitro only gets 1. Adren follows up, but Fugly's down. It's just Adren managing 1 more, giving himself a chance here, but with both sides taken, it's Fnatic who will come away with it, and Pronax to seal the deal. Score at the top's not updated, but that will be 13 now for Fnatic.
Yeah, really strong round from them. It seemed like Liquid had a free pass on the bomb site there, as we kind of predicted. The smoke's coming down to the bomb site. Bomb goes down without any sort of frags being exchanged, but all of a sudden, Fnatic came to life. Very fast rotation. We talked about that flank coming in as well from Pronax. He pushed all the way up to Fountain. No questions asked. Didn't even wait for any information to be gathered. So he got in and got in the backside very quickly indeed. But Liquid can't really afford to take any rounds here. So they're going to be going full buy into this one with Tech-9s, armor, grenades as well. They have got 5 smokes, so could potentially go for a set piece. It's normally the best on this sort of maps here. See 4 players going towards B. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a very similar play as to what we saw on the pistol round, going in with the smoke grenades into key areas. But this time, the difference is Fnatic do have weapons and they have players towards B this time. Nitro getting control of that short area there, and it's going to be a player for the CT's down in connector. Fugly did spot him. Now then, CT's kind of ready for this, it seems.
And commonly looking at the mini-map, you normally see that split down the middle of the map where the CTs divide it almost corner to corner in this case, and they're trying to do so. They're actually getting closer than that Olaf in those lower tunnels right now. Takes away all that option to rotate back. Fugly is going to come over from T-spawn, but now they've got to commit. They're going to go onto this B site through Monster. Pronax is stuck toward the sandbags. Nitro's gone past him through that smoke, but Flusha and Pronax turned back around and managed to get 2. It's answered by Adren, and the Tech-9 is giving them an entry onto the B, but Fugly needs to hurry up. He's going back through the short pipe. Olafmeister may still be there if this flash pushes him back out in position, but Fugly needs to go right now. He needs to find this kill, and if he does, there's a real chance because he'll also pick up the rifle, and Hiko just needs to hit JW down, and Liquid may just do this on an eco. The force buy, as you said, from the Tech-9s. And if you don't get the pistol, well, we said it was no game. This might give it a bit of a chance.
Absolutely.
As it will go to 13-4. Bombs down. Crims with a kit. Desperate to find kills early enough to make it possible. With a UMP now switching to the pistol and everyone staring his direction. There's no chance to do so.
So they make their way towards the B. They got into the bomb site and actually lost the first frag, but somehow Adren picking up 2 big Tech-9 kills. Bomb goes down, and we saw the flank coming in from Fugly as well. He really did wait his time there and actually made sure that flank worked out for him. He took down Olafmeister, who was on short, and this is the kills from Adren on your screen right now. Nice play from him. That's a full HP player he took down as well. Flusher, headshot, then body shot to finish it off. Bomb goes down. They managed to clear it up. Adren coming to life with a 3-man there, actually.
He's got 6 kills in the first 2 rounds of this half.
Oh, it's actually 4 kills for him. That's actually huge, considering the context of what's going on right now. After losing that first pistol round and going in with the force buy, him getting 4 kills is absolutely massive for him. Fnatic, though, of course, will be buying straight back into this as well.
And if I'm not mistaken, he has something like 7 or 8 in the first half total. So that's a
right.
slightly different change of pace.
Yeah, absolutely.
Has Elige and Nitro have the bomb. They're at the playground right now. Elige holding on to the P90. He's actually the most forward positioned player from Team Liquid, even though he's holding on to the C4. But the rest are grouped up close enough around him. Crims and Olaf are the only ones close enough to this A site right now, and they're both pushed forward. One inside the bathroom connector, and the other down at the bottom of the stairwell, which means Crims will be the first to come under threat. But they need to figure this out quickly from Team Liquid. If they push past, the flash goes in, it could be problematic, and it's not. Liquid read that perfectly, flash in, and Elige to get the kill.
Yep, here we go then. So 5-on-4 in favor of Liquid. They have got long control now. It's going to be 4 players making their way up there. They've got smoke grenades as well, so you'd assume they're going to make their way to the A bomb site, but Olafmeister making things difficult. Fugly in that lurk position once again gets taken out and brings it down to the 4-on-4. The T's making their way up to the bomb site there, but Pronax and Flusher are going to be waiting on the site.
JW as well. We can see it at the bottom of the mini-map. Right. He's rotating in for the flank from long. Molotov will try and push further away the Fnatic players so they can get into default and put the bomb down. Slight gap in this smoke. Luckily, Pronax is blind, so he can't take advantage, but he's picked up an M4. Luckily, Adren's in a great position to put him down before he even gets to fire it toward anyone, and Adren continuing on with the great T-form, picks up a second kill as well. Olaf is the only one remaining. He goes to get him, and Liquid now find themselves on 5 rounds.
13-5. And that was a force buy from Fnatic as well, so we will be seeing pretty much full eco coming in from this round. We won't be able to afford much more, a couple more upgraded pistols perhaps, that'll be about it. But now Liquid do get 5 rifles, no SMGs anymore as they start building their economy. And you can see Adren, as you mentioned, continuing the form. He brought in the second round to this one as he finds a couple more kills here. And that was the big kill there. JW flanking in with the head armor and the CZ. We know how crazy he can be with that gun. Actually manages to lock it down and have that awareness to check long and secure the round for himself. So here we go. Pretty much a full eco coming in. Pronax has got a P250. Fugly once again by himself towards middle. He can't afford to adopt this round. He wants to make sure he's got that information to stay alive at this point. That's a good decision from him.
Absolutely. Especially knowing that giving away 1 AK, just how fragile everything is right now. No need to give them any more firepower than they have, and what they have is absolutely nothing as they walk into the B site now. Liquid Nitro finding one, and there it is, following up Elige. Gives you a little bit of a hope when you see that 1-2 tactic work on entry as it's intended to, and Elige will follow up by taking down Olaf. Nitro again to Fnatic, and Crims does at least get one kill for them, but it's now going to be the 6th round for Team Liquid.
Fighting back into this one. You can see the money not amazing. Fnatic still won't be able to get the AWP I alluded to before going into this half. Talk about people like JW being able to do the very aggressive play, going for those early picks. Now they're going to be on 5 rifles, no kits, 3 smoke grenades, and no incendiaries. So around you have to assume they're going to have to be going for some push down into connector, perhaps go for that first pick, maybe pushing off short. And it's going to be JW heading towards long. It's going to be backed up as well by a teammate. So Olaf Meister into connector he goes, is what I talked about. He's probably looking for an early frag here. He knows they can't allow the bomb to go down, but it seems like the fast B play coming in for Liquid. It's nice loose play from them.
The flash did actually catch them a little bit on the way through Monster, but it did the same in reverse to Flusha, so he's not in a good position to fire at them as soon as they come through the choke point. That does allow Fugly to take down Olaf inside the tunnels, and Nitro's found an entry, but Flusha's still here, double nade. No, it's actually far enough away. He stays at 75 HP, which means he can drop the bomb planter, and now he's given Fnatic a really good chance in the round, 3 versus 3, and they don't have kits, so buying themselves that bomb means everything. It means they can absolutely play this out with time. Unfortunately, Adren does come around the site and find Flusha waiting on the catwalk. JW, meanwhile, though, is still stuck in behind, and they might stop the bomb plant again. He didn't see him. Oh, JW missed a great chance, and now with Adren securing that kill, Crims is going to have to bail and look for exits.
That round had so many weird occurrences going on there. Like we saw Liquid, after getting those entry kills there, they didn't really clear out the bomb site, forcing the plant down. And it's a great example why you can actually wait, and it's sometimes safer just to wait and make sure you clear out the site before the bomb gets forced down there. It could have been a really dramatic scene for them had they lost that round further, but JW coming with that backstab there, I'm surprised why Liquid didn't have any awareness towards Monster Tunnel there. They just seemed to have completely forgot about position, but they pull it back, and it seems like Adren once again getting 2 frags for himself there. Nitro and Fugly chiming in themselves, and they get the 4th round on the board. Definitely scrappy ones, but they are fighting back in. Adren currently sat on 10 frags, the rest of his team trailing behind. Well, Hiko on 2 and Nitro on 5 as well. So,
of course, that's only in the second half. We don't have the full stats right
obviously,
now, but either way, that's
half,
still significant enough.
But now then, so going to round number 6 here. Crims did save that M4A4, so he will be able to utilize that. The rest of the guys getting CZs and PT50s once again, but this is almost similar scenes to Cobblemat. It seems like they're Liquid, once they get on the T side and they can get rolling, they do look pretty formidable.
Ooh, this time, though, they're actually rolling toward A, but watch the push from Fnatic. They actually seize a little bit. They don't go all the way through it. JW just now through the smoke. He'll be on his own as well, so this is interesting. They've done good nade damage onto Elige. Chance to catch him off. And he's not yet been spotted, JW, but initially it looked like Olaf and Crims would join him on that push. Instead, they've taken to turn toward the tunnels, where Fugly is playing as the lurk player yet again. So we're actually seeing Hiko more in the pack today, and Fugly is the offsite player. They've taken turns, and in certain situations on certain maps, they'll actually play it depending on the situation on each site respectively. And Olaf, there it is, finds Fugly. Nitro to follow up, though, but it gives another gun to Olaf with the the AK.
Here we go then, 4 on 4. Still have about a minute remaining on the clock. They are making their way towards the B side, but look at the stack coming in from Fnatic. They are aware this may be presented to them. They have got Pronax, Flusha, and Crims waiting there, and that's where the rifle is as well. This could be dangerous, and Liquid need to make sure they stay in that tight formation we've seen throughout this tournament.
From Crims, and he lines him up. They gotta move him away from that spot. Adren had a Molotov as well, and Crims gets 3, and that shuts Liquid down entirely, puts them on their 14th round.
Pretty sloppy from them. They could have actually
got to do something.
They've got to split those kind of scenarios. Like you said, they had the Molotov there. If you're going to walk into the B site, at least you had enough time on the board. Get towards short, boost up, see if you can spot towards the barrels. One player goes towards Monster, utilize the Molotov to actually get some players out of there, but they kind of gave Crims a frag on the play. Just walking through in that kind of scenario means he gets 3 frags and secures the round. And that brings us to round number 14 as well. So they actually get the AWP out this time. There's going to be full rifle setups for Liquid, and this is what the play I'm talking about. I don't see players like Adren kind of going for these really big shots, but JW doesn't manage to land that one, but at least gets intel players heading towards long.
And he's actually going to shift his angle towards long, in fact, out toward that bathroom connector. Flash, though, so he can't push wide and take the aggressive peek and aggressive angle. Missing on the second attempt as well, but again, as you say, information. Ultimately, at this point, I'm sure he would have liked more than that.
Oh, yeah, for sure, but This is good for Liquid, though. They have got positional control of long, and they're making their way through Bathens as well. Elige going to be pushing through by himself, though. This could be dangerous for him, considering JW's there as well. He has heard the shot. That was the time for him to capitalize on that one. Isn't going to take the bet just yet, as JW does hold ground, and that's the kill coming in for taking down Elige.
Yeah, third's the charm. Watch Olaf pushing long as well. Adren goes down, and it's 14 rounds. Keep in mind, for Fnatic, it might be 15, as Nitro at least makes a case against it. Finds Olaf, but the bomb is stuck inside that connection point. Nitro has to fight back just to get it. And they know it, Fnatic. They've spotted it. Fugly's coming over to join in on the efforts. As Hiko will continue to do what Hiko does and walk in on that B site, but Fnatic is not sold. In fact, far from it with 3 players on A. All due to how much intel JW relayed toward his teammates at the start of this round.
Pretty much an impossible round at this stage. They have no smoke grenades. They have 1 Molotov to play with. Nitro's very low HP and 20 seconds remaining on the clock. You can see making their way now towards the B bomb side, but by the time they even get in there, they have no time to actually check anything whatsoever. Looks like they're going for the full-on save. That's actually probably the correct call here. There's literally 0 chance of winning that round. So trying to keep the rifles at the next one, but that takes Fnatic to match points. Yeah. So difficult times for Liquid.
Series point indeed. As Liquid were able to pick up 4 consecutive rounds, but have dropped the last 2. And is it all but finished? They managed to bring out, well, keeping those 3 guns, 1 more AK on Adren. Hiko gets 1 as well, but low on utilities. And again, it comes back. You want to go back to that round with Crims. All they had to do was throw in 1 Molotov, split, like you said, and potentially could have walked into the B side a lot easier. We'll see if they can use those utilities this time.
Well, here we go, the aggressive play. They've got such a huge bed of rounds here, and they can afford to go for these big picks here once again. Olaf Meister going to be making his way into the connector. Fugly, though, smoking it off and making his way towards the B side, as the rest of his teammates will be heading towards as well.
Olaf Meister's in a great position to pop out through that door and have them all looking away, waiting for that smoke. The door's been closed, and they know he's there, so Fugly actually fires first, and he'll get the kill. It's still alive with a chance. Flusha is forced out of that barrel's position this time, back toward the water, but Pronax is here to support him from Catwalk, and he actually wants to get a little bit aggressive just to make sure they haven't crept through that monster and are creeping up the slope. We haven't seen this boost all game. He spots Elige. Is he going to take the shot? You wouldn't put it past JW to do so. Unfortunately, he doesn't understand that that's not the same angle trying to fire through that board, but creative nonetheless.
Still trying, but not going to lead to much. There's a bit of damage there with the grenade, and now Crims towards Bathroom spotting connector. Does spear the barrel of the Terrorist, but not going to amount to much. 40 seconds now. Terrorists only have 2 smoke grenades remaining. They need to work out how they're going to get into the bomb, so they have the man advantage, so need to make sure they capitalize on that, don't run away with the time.
JW's brought the op over. Crims made the call that there was a chance they could rotate because he had to give up the map, and that means JW brought the op, so Fugly walks into it. What it does mean is there's a weakened defense on the B site, so Adren walks in and finds Pronax. Flusha now has to come up absolutely huge from the water. He stopped the bomb plant here before. This time it's Crims to do so, and they're not looking. He'll do it again as Hiko at least gets 1 a second as well, and it's Hiko and Adren up against JW, who is his back towards Adren, and he actually finds the kill, so Hiko has to get this kill just to keep their tournament chances alive, and he needs to plant the bomb. 3 seconds. I don't think he's got time. It's over. Liquid, oh! Did he get it? No. Time just expires. Fnatic will get away with this 16-7, and Hiko can't do it. Liquid will evaporate. They're done, but it will be Fnatic to move on against either Virtus Pro or TSM, which we still have coming up.
It was a very good effort from Hiko at the end there. He did everything he could to try to get back into it. Came down to the millisecond when he found that kill. But Fnatic take the 16th round there, and it was after the first half, I think we knew that was the result that was coming back, but they had a very good attempt at coming back into a good start to their T side, and had they not had that economic deficit going into the first half, I think they may have had a better chance. This needed more than 3 for them, unfortunately, and Fnatic do prevail after that second map going down into their favor, into Liquid's favor, but the victors are Fnatic.
Well, the other thing that's a huge aspect of this whole tournament for Liquid, yes, they put up good numbers. They've got at least confidence moving into the major. They've got great notes to take from these games. They've given themselves the proof that they can beat top teams, and now they know what to learn from it. But the early starts, they have to get better starts. There's no way they'll survive at a major with that. Every single game they were down at least 5 rounds at one point at the very start.
Yeah, you're right. It happened pretty much every map this tournament. And although they had some very impressive results, 16-14 versus VP, taking a map off Fnatic, I think it just could have been stronger had they stabilized themselves earlier on and not allowed that money to run away with them, especially on the CT sides. But there we go. We have been very impressed with Liquid this series, and hopefully there's more to come from them. We know they're coming to the major soon, so that's when they can have another chance to shine, take some notes away from this tournament.
Absolutely. With that said, we'll send it back over to Richard and the desk.
Well, thanks a lot for Right, guys, it's coming over there. Ably cast by Henry and Sadakis.
Yeah. I mean, a little bit excited. There's a thing about casters. Sometimes they get a little bit over exuberant, you know, if enjoying it. I actually thought, like, Henry was going to get a bit annoyed with those pom-poms that kept coming out from Sadakis in there. And I saw below the desk, he was hoping if they got to double-digit rounds, a little air horn was going to come out.
He was a bit
he was getting,
yeah.
even on that last round, he was like, did he do it? Oh, I didn't. Oh.
didn't.
Good on Fnatic, yeah, good round, they won, yeah. They're a good team. I'm legitimately neutral.
He can go back to giving out shadow daggers on Twitter if you want. So.
Hashtag Sado Shadows
Sado
if you want
Shadows,
one.
keep it alive.
I've already had a couple.
Yeah.
You might get yours.
You might get yours. Yeah, you've had a couple in
Push
your
your
back,
luck,
mate,
would you?
while you were in the bar. Anyway, so Overpass went the way of Fnatic. They looked more like their old selves there. It was a comprehensive first
In many
half,
ways, it was like that little segment there, like a superior European just beating and wailing on this North American with no response, really.
Yeah.
Little to no response.
Yeah. Little to no response.
Of any meaningful
You wander
value.
on in a bit. He thinks he owns
He'll
it.
try and do something, but
He's one of those meteoric
a bit like
egos.
North America. They do try, Richard. You've got to throw them a bone every now and then.
Well-
but at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, the decider, you've got to crack a few skulls, you know. Send a message.
And that's exactly what Fnatic did. They sent a message in that first half.
The
when they
wrecked
went
cam
12-3.
over here.
Yeah, the wrecked cam.
That was like something like out of Vietnam or something, like a little platoon shot.
Anyway.
He was a brave man.
Can I bring Nato in?
Wow.
Okay, come on in
Do
now.
you
Come
want
on
to
in.
keep
Come
going?
on in, mate.
Should
The
I
water's
just
nice
should
and
I
warm,
just walk
mate.
away?
Jump on in.
Let me just walk away.
Okay.
So, like I said, Fnatic and Imperia's form there in the first half on Overpass. Absolutely blue team. looking
Right.
away.
Yeah. I mean, the problem is when you're giving them that much economy they had to work with. I mean, Liquid was not getting enough kills on the rounds even when they were losing. There's a significant difference between losing rounds in a dominating factor and then losing. Rounds where you're actually picking up kills, which give you an opportunity to overcome the economic situation and force your opponent an eco.
Yeah.
Obviously, never really had that opportunity. They try to creep in later on the rounds, but
So now we have the winners bracket final, TSM versus Virtus Pro. You'll face the loser of this match. Who do you think you'll face tomorrow?
I think we will have a rematch against TSM.
Oh, okay. Back to you guys.
Done.
Woo! Statements made.
Okay.
I don't know about lube, but I might need some cream for those burns.
Problem is, though, that's not really that great a burn. It's sort of like,
No.
yeah, you beat us, but Virtus Pro beat you.
Big
I hope.
Brother's gonna come.
It's like,
Probably.
yeah.
Yeah. So
They could.
no. Well, look. Let's.
Or maybe that's it. You didn't beat us as well as Virtus Pro did. They really wrecked us, mate. It's like, in a way, it's a good burn, but you have to burn yourself to do it. It's like pouring the petrol on yourself and running through all the people.
a suicide burner. So
There we go.
wow.
See? There we go.
There you go. Edgy. So let's
Surprise.
Let's talk about Overpass. We said that on that first half, Team Liquid were getting just sort of wrecked on that CT side. Well, what was going wrong? Where was the malfunction?
It's Fnatic.
I mean, Fnatic was just unreal on that map. Like,
It's very simple, I think.
As actually Vugo said there, that's the interesting thing about Overpass, is this just shows how deep the Fnatic map pool is even now. It's a map that I actually think they're one of the stronger teams on. I think teams like Virtus Pro and Na'Vi are maybe a bit ahead of them. But I think after that, it's like them and TSM are incredibly good on this map. It's just that they don't have to play it very often. They tend to push it to the back end of the map pool, and they only tend to play it if they have key bans they have to make on an opponent. So as a result, you only see it getting played like against Virtus Pro, against TSM, other really good teams on the map. So maybe you get a sense from the map stats, like, oh, they're just a decent team on it. They're a very good team on it. Whereas Liquid, okay, they showed us yesterday something on that map against Virtus Pro, but they're not traditionally known to be some really strong Overpass teams. So I think there's just a disparity between the two teams.
Yeah, it works well to Fnatic's strengths. It's a very open map. It's a lot of room to work with. So the free-floating kind of style where you just have that individual skill, you're going to be utilizing it in the first picks, taking over areas, and then using the strategies afterwards is what works. And that's why it's so hard to play against them on the city side.
And some thoughts about Fnatic in general. Obviously, we don't have the stats and whatnot. So just some individual highlights for you on that map, performance-wise.
I mean, the whole series, Crims was the one that really did light up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing with Crims. It's like, it's weird because it seems like he shouldn't be a star player if he's not getting crazy highlights, but no one else can get the easy frags, as it were, that often. I mean, we call them easy frags. If you can get them every single round, listen, they all still count on the scoreboard, mate. They're still frags. So he's just so workmanlike in his effort. But you've got to admire the fact that he's one of the guys where, okay, when we talk about Flusher, we say like it seems like he doesn't care as much as he's like super ballsy and he doesn't mind about criticism. Crims just seems to never have an up or it seems like it doesn't matter what the rest of the team's doing. He's never like super confident. He's never super below. He's just always at this even keel the whole time, like an even pitch. And so that must be such a great force to have in your team because then you can allow the others to be up and down all over the place. You've always got that stabilizing force going for you there.
Yeah, and really doesn't give a lot away emotionally either. Just,
no.
You don't know what's going on.
Maybe that's why he's so stable.
You think? Yeah. Just doesn't
it's
let
part
all
of his
those external-
persona. It's such a typical Nordic guy, ice cold, just doesn't give a crap.
See, I tried to do that. I tried to kill my own soul, Richard, so that I couldn't ever be affected by pain. It didn't quite work out. So now I actually am forced to deflect all the build-up of pain that I got onto like nip fans. So
well, look,
thanks for that psychic download, guys.
Look, I do know that story's not true because obviously ginger people don't have souls as well
Exactly,
established
yeah.
on the internet. So,
Why are you talking about ginger assholes? Ginger's our souls.
Yeah,
That's what I said. Yeah.
So he said. Right. Anyway,
That's what I said.
if the cap fits, brother. So let's.
Why not? Puns, mate. Puns.
Just some final
I got
thoughts
puns
about
for day,
Team
mate.
Liquid
Freaks
because this tournament we were expecting them to get sort of wrecked. There was people sort of joking out there saying they're not even going to get 20 rounds.
They didn't get
whole
wrecked,
tournament.
definitely, because listen, they gave a good account of themselves against VP.
Right. Yeah.
They won one of the maps that, as I said, should be the one map they couldn't win against Fnatic. They did win that, so a lot of props for that. With that said, I think Papa Smurf was also on some sort of sadist taking of the baton from NA there. Give me to the baton.
Is that what's going on there?
That's the emotion when you get a baton.
Yeah. All right.
When he took the baton, because he was saying there, like, it was a very close series. Like, yeah, I don't know about that. That third map was kind of out of control, mate. And the first one was kind of a little bit dominant. Second map, obviously, was brilliant. I think you have to give them credit. Like, I didn't think they'd win a map against a team like Fnatic. I thought maybe their better chance would be like against VP. They could maybe get one because they might play in cash. Overall, though, you can still see there's a difference in the level because at the moment we know Fnatic's not in peak form, and Fnatic overall did handle them.
Yeah. Anything to add to that, Night?
I mean, well, yeah, they did make a good account for themselves, and we can definitely say that the Cobblestone is a map they can play well. Cash they played pretty okay as well. Mirage so. So I mean, there's ingredients out there. Now they just gotta widen their map pool. They gotta keep grinding, playing together, and you know, we'll see in a month's time. Let's hope they can progress from this.
I mean, put it this way: these are teams who are going to be in the semi-finals of the major or win the major.
Yeah.
Realistically, that's not going to happen for Team Liquid. The difference is Team Liquid now look like they're already at the level like of a CLG. Now maybe they can get to like a round of 8. If it went well, they got the right draw, they got the right opponent, maybe that's possible.
Yeah.
Which that might not sound like you're giving them much. Oh, did you give them a round of 8? Listen, making a round of 8 of a major now is getting pretty hard. It's getting so the groups are pretty stacked. So I think that's a good goal to go for. It's something that could happen. And obviously you're a Legends team if you do that. So I don't think that's unreasonable. I think that's in the future if they keep this level of progression going.
Yeah, all right. Well, thanks a lot for your thoughts, gentlemen. With that said, we will now cut to a break. When we come back, we are going to have Virtus.pro versus TSM. It promises to be an exciting series. We certainly hope you'll join us. See you soon.
Crossfire setup so far not to be. Flusha, Olaf perfect on the entrance so far. Dren gets back with one, but Hiko goes down. Flusha, the gun unfortunately doesn't drop down below. And Olaf Meister's there as well. 10 to 1.
You can see this retake from Hiko now coming in from bank, finds one, makes it a double there. And that's the RB pushing off goal. Crims finds the first frag here, make it a double as the lead goes down. Make sure they stay in that tight formation we've seen throughout.
From Crims, and he lines him up. They gotta move him away from that spot. Dren had a Molotov as well, and Crims gets 3.
with extra CSGO skins. Do you want to win really cool things? Visit csgofast.com. Place your bets and win really cool skins. csgofast.com. Check your fortune.
E-gaming bets. We accept bets on computer games online since 2011. Referral system for regular users and deposit for newcomers. Gaming devices store and the best choice of payment systems. Dota 2 and Hearthstone. Counter-Strike and StarCraft. World of Tanks and League of Legends. EGB.com. You know for sure who is going to win.
Hello and welcome back to Season 1 PGL Finals. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. We're about to get into a great game, and analysing it with me is, of course, Natu, 15-year veteran and married with kids, by the way. Yeah, so stop saying those threads about him. Yeah, we get it. He's a good-looking guy. Leave him alone.
That's usually the best excuse to get out from that, though. You know?
There you go.
But we've been
He gives
Why would
great
you
hugs,
say
that's
that?
all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
He gives
Why-
great hugs.
He is a cuddler.
It's my disguise. Come on.
Guys, come on.
Can we not?
I used to
Can,
coach
can we not
NIP.
do this, please?
Okay, sorry.
And Duncan Thorin
It
Shields.
was inappropriate, that
Yeah.
impression I was doing there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was. It was pretty
So,
inappropriate.
the leading CSGO expert. Remember
I'm
what
not
we
going to
said?
say that now.
Okay.
Right?
So last season,
Your sponsor money was late. So, let's get into this one. We've saved the best till last. It's TSM versus Virtus
I mean,
Pro.
the event wasn't rigged or anything, Richard. That, it just happened to
Just
go
happened
that way. Yeah.
Just happened that way. TSM versus Virtus Pro. Obviously, the winner of this, one of them will be going straight through to the finals.
Yep.
And the other will be going into the lower bracket where they'll face Fnatic. So still great series ahead. But this one, we were analysing the sort of previous meetings and statistics. So obviously, we've got Dubai to go off. Great 3-2 win for Virtus Pro in a best of 5. Classic encounter. You know, it looked like Virtus Pro were going to run away with that last map. TSM battle back and then fall at the last hurdle. You know, just a great final. But then you have to go all the way back to May. These two teams in recent times have managed to avoid each other at events. So this is a rare treat indeed. We're seeing one of the hottest teams in Europe in terms of form. In Virtus Pro, who are on this hot streak right now. And, of course, we're seeing TSM, who, as you alluded to yesterday, one of the truly consistent teams in Europe. They're always there or thereabouts. So how do we see this one going?
So the cool thing about this is, like, back in April and May when they were facing each other, it was always so back and forth, always so close.
Yeah.
You could never really call who's going to be winner. And the fact that both these teams have such wide map pools. So, I mean, this is just an intriguing matchup to look forward to.
And what makes it so cool as well to me is that it was actually against Virtus Pro in the lower bracket of Star Series 12 back in April that TSM first made their steps to like breaking through. That was the time where they came through in the clutch. It was an overpass game, the decider. They got through in overtime to this incredible game where normally that's the kind of game VP would close out against them. And everyone was like, wow, they've overcome it. And it was following events. So when they started to win, they were winning tournaments. But what's interesting is a lot of people don't know this. But yes, TSM was always beating Fnatic. And yes, TSM won 3 events in a row. But in those 3 events in a row, they lost a best-of-3 series because the format of Face It was that the group stage was best-of-3. And they actually lost the upper bracket final of the group to TSM in Virtus Pro rather in very close fashion again. So what's interesting is when you look at it, yes, at the beginning of their run to become a top team, TSM beat Virtus Pro, and all the games were always backwards and forwards. Copenhagen Games had an amazing upper bracket final. Dubai was an incredible best of 5. But actually, VP, even during TSM's time as like maybe the top team, the one winning all the events, they were always kind of the kryptonite. Actually, they were the one team who could somehow consistently beat TSM. Now, obviously, TSM got a little bit fortunate. They didn't have to play VP very often, so that helps, especially if someone like Fnatic takes care of TSM, VP for you, or Na'Vi does, or whoever. But it makes me feel like, even though at the moment I think TSM, I have them higher in my rankings, I think overall I think they're a better team. I think VP is a really hard stylistic matchup for them.
Yeah, Natu, tell us why that might be. Duncan talking about matchups. We talk about this a lot in CS. So why is it that you think that might be the case?
I mean, it's because Virtus Pro is such a, like I pointed out before, they're very simplistic the type of play where they're just going to be holding the same thing all over again. They're just going to be doing the same things and not changing up, relying on going the first picks and then just flying with it. And it feels like, I don't know, it's TSM more seems to be liking to play against a more strategic approach, I guess.
I'm really intrigued to see how this one's going to go. Just because TSM, it feels to me that they're kind of sort of wrestling with their own demons at the moment in a lot of ways. You know, they know what it's like now to be Fnatic because what it was, what they were to Fnatic, in that they were the kryptonite and just wrecking them all the time. People were like, why did TSM keep beating Fnatic? They've now got that in the form of Envious. They've got their own nemesis. They haven't beat them in, 7 straight maps or whatever it is. So they've got that to wrestle with. And they've got the fact, that they've missed out on making a final of a major when a lot of people thought that was going to be the run that was going to happen. They obviously have had Virtus Pro overcome them in Dubai when, a lot of people said TSM kind of choked a little bit in that game. So it's I think they're in a position right now where they need to sort of be coming out all guns blazing. They really need a big tournament win under their belts real soon.
Well, here's the interesting thing about TSM. Of all these elite teams, so you think of Envious, you think of Fnatic, you think of Virtus.pro, and then you have TSM, that's the other team within the 4 real elite teams that are a step above everyone else. The rest of those teams, yes, they've all won events this year, they've all done very well, but there's an insecurity in TSM. They're the only one of those teams that's never won a major. Every other one has had the hot period where at some point they were the major champion. For at least that day, they could be like, we're the best team. TSM's won the medium events. They've won good events, but they're the only one that is still lacking something. They haven't quite shown us that aspect. So they're the ones who have something to prove still. And like I say, Virtus.pro has beaten them a number of times. My big problem coming into this one, Rich, is I actually feel like Virtus.pro does have some sort of edge in this matchup. But I mentioned this to you at Gfinity. I have this rule, and I betrayed it at Gfinity. I have this rule. My rule goes, don't ever bet on Virtus.pro. Not because of what you're thinking, Natu. It's to do with CS. So I don't ever bet on Virtus.pro, though, because my biggest problem is, yes, their ceiling is one of the highest ever. They're so incredibly dangerous and dominant when they are wrecking on maps. But I always feel like, part of my problem is because I talk to some of them, I don't think even they know when that's going to happen. They sometimes think, it's an off day for us, and then they just wreck everyone on Inferno Mirage. Then other days, they're like, no, we're confident coming in this one. And those are the times they just give up crazy rounds, and suddenly they're losing maps. And so the problem is, that's the thing. Do I go with the analysis? The analysis tells me I should say Virtus.pro is going to win this series 2-1.
Yeah.
But the rule says stop betting on Virtus.pro. It never works. I've never predicted it. I've never bet on them the rare times
so
they win the events.
Kryptonite as well.
Exactly. Anytime I do bet on them, they're like, so maybe they hear Richard. Maybe they're like, listen, payback time, mate.
It's worth
the one thing we can do is mess up his analysis gig, you know.
Exactly.
So here's the thing. I'm going to go with the analysis. I'm going to trust analysis. I'm going to say I think Virtus.pro, as amazing as this series should be, as great as the trash talk was from Device and those guys, I think Virtus.pro should win this. But I think it's going to be great. This is the best matchup right now in CS. This is why I said it on Twitter. To me, this matchup is like champagne Counter-Strike. It's like when they play each other, it's not that it's like close because people are scared and stuff. They play to the highest level. Yeah. And each map, they're pushing each other backwards and forwards. And in theory, you can never predict, especially in a best of 3, who will win the series in terms of the individual maps. Now, in a best of 5, okay, you can talk about who has the deeper map pool, but map for map here, if they pick correctly, I think we can have 3 maps they're both really strong on.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the Virtus.pro lineup. We'll bring that up on your screens at home. And let's talk about some of the individual aspects of the team.
As a team, it's a cool team. I mean, I don't think I can come up with any other team that has changed so much without changing a single player. When you think about it, that you never know who's going to be calling for them, who's going to be the main offer, who's going to be the lurker, who's going to be. It's a consistent change that it just like they're just trying to find this ultimate form out of these 5 players, and I feel
I think one of the best things that actually happened to them was this sort of acceptance that look. Now that we've got Snacks and Bialy in, there isn't anyone else in Poland that's really going to bring anything to this team. I think obviously they did try out Manice like on 1 or 2.
And they had Mishu for one of them. They had some stand-ins at times.
But like basically they understand that because of the limitations of the scene, this 5 has to work no matter what. So we've seen them have internal problems, some of which has been mitigated by them bringing in a coach in the form of Kuban. But ultimately, they know they're stuck with each other. It's like a family. It is like a family.
Right,
it's like you can pick your friends, but you can't pick your family.
Yeah, I mean, it's Taz and their daddy and mommy, and then 3 kids with them.
I'll let you assign the gender roles in that particular one. I don't feel comfortable doing that.
I'm pretty sure Taz is the daddy.
I could imagine Taz with an apron around him, like mothering his kids. Off to school now, Bialy. Yeah. Now don't throw that apple at those other kids. Yeah. All right, Snacks, where's your apple?
Right, just before this goes any further, I mean, look,
all right, mate.
They have tried. They have tried a bunch of new things, and that's what's great with them. Mm-hmm. You know, we've seen how they've given Neo the AWP. Now, Pasha's been an AWPer, for pretty much throughout. That's how he made his name in CS:GO. It's how he rose to be one of the most sort of popular and iconic players. They've took that off him and given it to Neo. Shouldn't have worked, but it's actually rejuvenated them.
The thing is, I think the bigger change in this scenario where Neo's picking up the AWP is that it's really freed Pasha. It's giving him a lot of room to work. He can just work around, do his own thing, and he seems to be really excelling at it.
Yeah, the problem Pasha had was, I mean, aside from some minor slumps towards the beginning of the part of this year, he was always a good fragger. It's never that he had a problem putting impact frags up. It's just that he was like too much of a lone wolf in some ways. Like you think of them, they're like a pack. When they play, they all swarm in on you, and it's so many aggressive aimers. That's what makes it so hard to hold a CT spot. The problem is, he would just go in by himself, and in a way, he was kind of predictable. Like people always joked, even other pros, that for someone who's so good at fragging, Pasha has the worst movement you've ever seen in CSGO. Because he almost moves just for his aim. He's trying to set up the shot, and he's just moving. He'd be moving in straight lines or just strafing side to side. He never looked like he had that like smooth forest-type movement or Neo in 1.6. He never had that sort of control. So it feels like he is someone where you very much have to use him like a missile. You have to like point him in the right direction, get everything set, wait before you fire, and then you just have to let him go. He's never going to follow tactics super in depth, so he needs a freer role, actually.
Yeah.
But it has to work within the team concept.
But I think that was one of the things that they identified. I know we talked about this on our show that we do, and they got a little bit, I think, upset with some of the comments that I made in particular.
That's been known to happen.
Yeah, which was just that, you know, I was saying, you know, like I think Pasha, like the one thing he's never done historically particularly well is follow instruction. He's got a very set way about how he needs to play the game. He needs to be feeling it, you know. So when you come in with rigid tactics, he's not going to be the guy. He's never going to be that guy. So actually, you know, I think even though they're upset by it, there's also sort of been a little bit of acceptance there that maybe that was accurate because they've changed it and it's working for them. This is the best I've seen Virtus Pro in a long time.
Exactly. I mean, the thing is that they've sort of changed their philosophy. They don't have to rely on an op at all. Like they just don't need to. They have the rifling power. They play very simple. Just go flash once, go and plow out, get an entry kill, and just swarm the sites. I mean, it works so well for them. So they don't really need to rely on op. So having Neo as an opper, I think is a good choice. When you need to have that, he's going to be good enough to make it work.
Yeah, and right now, this is no exaggeration. Them and Envious are setting the standard for T sides in CSGO. It's absolutely ridiculous what they're capable of doing. We're going to find out a little bit more about that. We're now going to go over to an interview with their coach, Kuban, who's with Papa Smurf right now.
A few questions. Yeah, we can hear each other now. Hello, Kuban. First time in Romania. How do you feel? You have a lot of fans here.
Yeah, we like the place. We feel similar to Polish. We like the fans. We like the crowd. So we feel like at home.
Recently, you've been growing in form. Like the analyst said, you've given the orb to Neo, and Pasha is lurking more on the maps. Who came up with the idea, and why?
After the defeat on the DreamHack in July, at the end of July, it was the Face It finals. We lost in the early stage, so we decided to sit down together and switch the roles in the team, and it worked good. Like the month later, we actually placed third and at the major, and then we have won the Dubai event. So we are pretty happy with the switches we made.
Yeah, you won the Dubai event against TSM. You went from Group A to win Group A against TSM. So how do you think this matchup will end tonight?
I'm hoping to our team winning 2-1. Because it's usually they winning their maps, we winning our maps, and the final map is the one which we are supposed to win if we would like to win the game. So I'm aiming for 2-1 for us.
Great. Back to you guys.
So there you go. You can see they're confident that it's going to be a 2-1, but they are giving TSM some credit that they're going to take a map. Certainly a lot healthier respect there than what TSM was sort of joking around in their interview.
You say that, but there was a tweet from Pasha, and all I'm going to say is the word dildo was involved. So
well, you've said the word, so what else did it say? Or is it actually worse?
Round of applause. There's a lot of fans around here for that sort of thing. Listen, everyone needs to take care of themselves. That's what I always say.
Well, we know that. So
it just said we've got some of those for after the game, you know. So keep the lubrication around or something.
Right. I see. Well,
something like that.
No, but here's the thing as well. Like, just to make this serious point for just a moment.
That was a pretty serious point.
Yeah, obviously. But,
take care of yourself.
There's people who actually think that was like some sort of hateful remarks of TSM that they don't respect Virtus Pro. Like
some people just take jokes against Polish people as hateful remarks. I don't know what it's about. Listen, guys, it's all love.
Yeah,
one love.
Please, one love. Mate.
Speaking of one love.
Yeah.
Please, world, be less salty.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Just saying.
We're having a bit of fun. If you want interesting interviews and a bit of trash talk and banter in there, don't come down on every player who makes like a fun joke. These guys all know each other. They're all super respectful of each other. Hell, they go out drinking with each other after events. Like, what, you think there's anything malicious there, then you're a clown. So there you go, I've said it. Get that out of the way. Let's take a look at TSM.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Okay.
He said the C word.
I'm not signing on that.
No one wants your opinion now. Nice guy Natu over there. Anyway, let's take a look at TSM. You can see, obviously, the lineup they've got there and the win rates. Phenomenal win rate on Train. That they respectfully banned against Fnatic the other day. But again, this does include online results. Yes.
Playing Virtus Pro on Train would be, it's a risk.
Yeah,
that would be a great game, though.
Yeah, it would be godlike. Like, let's hope it's in there. But, you know, overall, this lineup, we said until Envious came along and kind of set a new standard with the picking up of, Apex and Kenny S, that this was man for man the most skilled individually lineup that had been assembled in CSGO. It's an assessment I personally agree with. We obviously talk a lot about, you know, Carrigan and what he brought in as a team leader. But, like, it's not like Fetish didn't have anything to work with back in the Dignitas days, was it? Like,
I mean, just look at Zipnix as well, one of the absolute best fragging support players in the whole game. And yeah, as you mentioned, Carrigan, among normal in-game leaders, like the guy who's not supposed to get as many frags, but can provide some, he's one of the better fraggers. Obviously, it's skewed because Happy's like, I'm an in-game leader as well. It's like, yeah, okay, mate, okay. It's the other way around there. Is that you're the star player who's sort of in-game leads. Like, that's an unfair outlier. If you look at the other guys, the Existence, Sean gets, Carrigan's a very good in-game lead in terms of fragging. Pronax.
Well, he made that 1v3 clutch to get them over the hump yesterday, and it was a hell of a clutch.
What separates him from a lot of them is that he's going to be that first guy on in, or one of the first guys going into a bomb site, so he really likes to lead up front instead of being the guy behind, relying on information that his teams are giving. You know, I can understand that because that gives you a more hands-on understanding of how the situation is unfolding.
Yeah, I mean, just any other highlights as well, because from yesterday, you know, we talked a lot about Cajun B, and, you know, he was the hot and cold kind of player. Well, he seemed to be blowing relatively hot yesterday. I mean, it wasn't the heights of what he can achieve, but certainly he was making a contribution. So, I mean, how do we feel, you know, he's going to have an impact here against Virtus Pro?
Yeah, he didn't play that great yesterday, because if you remember, in general, it was like, from what I remember, I think it was like Device and Zipnix on one map.
Yeah,
it was like Dupree and maybe Cajun had something to do with that map, but overall it was a fairly even effort in terms of like they tag teamed it in other words on the different maps.
I just feel in a matchup like this where there's so many like raw aimers, entry fraggers, like Cajun B's got a big responsibility today. I
think so, definitely. But the main thing for me in terms of the skill matchup is like the ones that are more uncertain for me are some of the VP players. Like No Snacks is going to be awesome. He's been really on a tear recently. Pasha, he's been pretty decent, but nothing crazy. Neo's had some down games that have been a little bit disappointing. And then Bialy, just for his whole career, is very up and down. He's like one of the most like, what would you say? The thing is, you say explosive, but that makes it sounds like any time you could just go off in that sense. But it's more like erratically explosive like that. When he does go off, he's going to be... In fact, for me, Bialy and Cajun B are the obvious analogues there because both of them do have crazy games where they lead the whole team and they wreck the other opponent. The difference is they both can have the games as the down game and then the other guys have to step forward and provide the frags. Obviously, they do it on different sides of the game. Cajun B is mainly the CT side player. Bialy, a great T side player.
If you want to add a surprise factor, I would say Taz from Virtus Pro. I think he's been pretty solid recently on both the fragging department, but clutching, especially we saw in the PGL regular season or the group. He was doing some crazy things.
Yeah, been in a good place lately. Anyway, get your lube ready, guys, because we're going to throw over to TSM for their pre-match interview and see what they've got to say.
Hey guys, I'm here with Dupree from TSM. They played yesterday against Fnatic, managed to win 2-0. Can you talk to me a little bit about that?
We played really confident in Counter-Strike yesterday, and that was really nice. Everyone played up to what they had to, and we played good as a team, and everyone was really good individually, so...
Look, he talked about confident, Counter-Strike that he's been playing. So we'll look at the past encounters and we'll see whether the statistics and the analysis sort of bear that out. So you can see that going back to the Face It League, TSM had that 1-0 over them. Then there was a 2-0. Then we had
those first two are online, by the way.
Yeah, exactly, and they're online. Then we get to the meat of it. So Dubai, Virtus Pro again. Like I said, it's a great final. If you haven't watched it for whatever reason, go get the VODs. It's crazy. Then obviously PGL Season 1 again. We've got the 3-2 there, and then just recently in the Pro League again online, 1-0. So it's a little bit back and forth, but overall, you know, when they've had those big, important, must-win series, it's Virtus Pro that have kind of shaded it a little bit. So I'm sure that's going to be on TSM's mind.
Yeah, the thing is, I actually do think, like I said, it's a phenomenal matchup. I think it's the best matchup where it can really go both ways, and it usually is incredible game. But I actually think, as bizarre as this sounds, that the reason why VP is going to win is not only have they won recently, but they can actually make the map pool even better for them than it was in Dubai. So in Dubai, where they won 3 maps, they made a really uncharacteristic move by deciding to ban out Cash as their map, which both teams are a little bit shaken, but both sort of pretty decent. And instead they chose to allow Dust 2 to come through, which everyone knows is a phenomenal TSM map. And that was the map that TSM crushed completely. Yeah. So I think if they ban more sensibly, I think there's some obvious pick bans here. Like if I'm on the side
Virtus Pro have got to ban out Dust 2. That's
the obvious one there. Then they have the choice what they want to ban at that point in time.
Yeah.
At that point, I'm not really sure what the second man will be. I think there's a lot of variants can go there. Maybe something like, maybe Inferno if they don't want to play it. Over on the TSM side, I think it's obvious what the 2 bans should be. I think the 2 bans 100% for TSM should be Train and Cobblestone. Those are the 2 they don't want to play.
Exactly.
Even though they're good on Train, they don't want to play this
So you're saying Train and Cobblestone, but Cobblestone over Overpass?
Thing is,
definitely. I think they're good on Overpass. They like that map.
Yeah, but they're good on Train. The numbers bear that out.
A lot of them are online, and also they got wrecked by Virtus Pro when they were in Dubai on that map.
In this matchup right now, TSM's issue is exactly the fact that they do not like playing Cobblestone.
Yep.
So
they can't, that has to be banned no matter what.
They sort of have to just use that first ban on Cobblestone. But they shouldn't be playing Train either, because
VP's the best Train team. I'm sorry, their CT side's insane.
I don't know if it's worth maybe having a gamble. I guess we'll see in a second. First thing we'll do, before we even get into that, because the veto is going to be presented to us shortly, we'll have a look at the head-to-head. The 2 players we've picked out for you. There's a theme going on here. What we've done is we've picked out the entry fraggers for both teams. So Dupree, who had an amazing performance yesterday on Inferno, and of course Bialy, the player that we've talked about, who is known for being sometimes a little bit erratic. But I'll be honest with you, Duncan, I'm a huge fan of Bialy in the terms of his skill set. I think he's one of the he's my kind of player in that sense. I like the fact that he is aggressive. He will go to places and he will take that shot every time. He will play off that spawn and go for that pick. And if he misses it, it never enters his head that he's been outplayed or outbrained or out-aimed. It's always something went wrong there. He must have got a quicker spawn. And he keeps going back and back and back and back. He never stops. And that's why I think he has these ridiculous kind of disparities in his performance. Like one time it either doesn't work and the scoreline's bad, but when it works, it's terrifying.
For me, he's the one who's like the engine on the T side. Like on CT side, that's where I think of Snacks. He's taken over the game, clutches, crazy holds. But on T side, that aggression comes from Bialy. He's the guy where you think of his style of play, it's always like rushing into 2 guys with like super sick AK bursts, like 2 bullets to the head. And it's like, he's one of those players where sometimes his aim looks like cheats. It's that good.
Yeah.
Just brutalizes 2 or 3 people super fast, and that's intimidating when you play against that. If a guy can take a certain aim duel over and over again, I think usually of like mid on Inferno, if that guy can take that aim duel and win it against you, even when you've got crossfires, that really messes with your head. Like, do we just give up the position entirely, and now they're taking more of the map? It forces the CTs to make difficult decisions they don't have to make against a lot of players.
Dupree, on the other hand, is a player has always been a solid rifler, has more often than not pretty good numbers, but recently he's really stepped it up. He's actually getting a lot of like 30-plus kills maps, and I think it just feels like his aiming has just stepped up the notch, and that's helping him a lot.
I think that's what it is. So the first phase in his evolution to where he is now is obviously Carrigan giving him that license and just not being like Fetish. Fetish used to say, he was very stuck into the way that we used to play in Counter-Strike Source, which was, never push through a smoke. It's a crazy idea to do it. You don't know know what's going to be on the other side. Try and utilize a one-way smoke, play the percentages. What Carrigan did when he came in, and all the players in TSM have said this, is do the unthinkable, do the unexpected. If it works for you, that's round one right there, just on one move.
They've started saying the unthinkable.
Yeah, exactly. So, and the unmentionable. So we've got that as the first step in his evolution. But you're right. I think now he's starting to get this really nice, crisp aim, and he is becoming a very well-rounded entry fragger, no doubt one of the best entry fraggers in Europe. So anyway, we'll look at the veto process. We'll get to see where those two players are going to be plying their trade, and you can see.
Shocking.
We've called it. Well, actually, no, because Overpass was in there. And actually, it was Virtus Pro that took it out.
Here's the part I hadn't thought of. Yeah, you have two bans, but obviously you banned one first. So by banning Cobblestone, which was the obvious, it had to be banned for TSM. It's their perma ban anyway.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
VP, Dust 2's their perma ban. Okay, they both followed suit there. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Now, in TSM picking Inferno, they are phenomenal on it, but that means that VP then have trained there. Now, listen, I definitely think TSM can play it, but I think VP, that's one of their maps I feel like they're unbeatable on. They're just so good. They almost never lose the big match there. And then going into, as a decider, Overpass, I think this is a great series because actually these are maps, Cash rather. These are maps where when I look at these now, I can't actually say, aside from Train and Virtus Pro, I think the other two are really wide open. Like, I don't think you can just say because you're TSM, we're definitely going to win Inferno against Virtus Pro. Not necessarily, mate. That's a map where we know Virtus Pro gets it cooking on that T side and they roll people over. So map 1 and 3 have the chance to be very sexy for the series.
Oh, yeah. Inferno, Virtus Pro, very aggressive CT side, plowing down that banana. And that's usually what's going to be causing trouble. The TS always has been that way, especially Elite's past this year. It's always been a problem where when the opponents is playing super aggressive, it seems like TSM just not finding the right rhythm. So that could be the thing. But at the same time, Virtus Pro seems to be a bit of a hit-and-miss team on Inferno. So
they are. I mean, look, I definitely feel TSM are the strongest on that particular map. I think you probably put that in the win column straight away. Train.
Here's the thing. If TSM managed to win Train here, not only will that really send a message to VP for the future of the series, but remember, this is double elimination tournament, and the finals are best of 5.
Yeah.
So if these two teams were to face again, which would also obviously be awesome in a best of 5, suddenly changes the whole dynamic. Now does VP allow training? That's something they can do to put something in VP's head, whereas at the moment, VP historically have done very well on these maps against them.
Yeah, so I mean, this is where I think, I think Train's going to be a hell of a lot closer than maybe people are thinking. I agree with you. I think Virtus Pro are the superior team on this map, but I think TSM they've definitely got something in the locker when it comes to Train. I think they'll relish playing it. They'll be close. That's going to be real. It's going to turn on a couple of rounds. Cash, I mean, we talked about this a lot. Like, after the 16-0 against Kingwin,
I have seen a lot of losses by VP on Cash.
Yeah, that was the catalyst. That was the catalyst for Virtus Pro making all of these changes. You heard it there from Kuban. This isn't something I'm theorizing and making up myself. That was their lowest ebb. They were like, okay, it's not been working for a while, but we've just been 16-0'd by a team that arguably isn't even tier 1. They haven't got any achievements.
No, of course not, no.
So at that, and you saw there was infighting. The players weren't even talking to each other. Kuban was having to mediate mid-game, after game. That was where they made these changes. Now, since then, they went to Dubai, and I think they had a storming performance against Envious on Cash. Now, and we know how good Envious are on there. So there's an argument to say maybe they've put the demons to bed. But I agree with you, Duncan. I think this is still a problematic map for Virtus Pro.
I think this is worrying, actually, because I was thinking it wouldn't be going to Cash. What I thought it would happen here is, with the pick bans here, okay, it makes sense you'd ban Mirage if you're TSM because we know how phenomenal VP are on it. But the one I didn't get was I never thought VP would actually ban Overpass. I thought of the two, I'd rather play Overpass. Because you get that. Listen, you get a series if you're VP. We're playing Overpass and Train guys. Awesome. We've got a great chance to win 2 of those maps. Whereas Cash, I actually feel like if I had to just do the maps in isolation, I'd say like Inferno, slight edge TSM. I think VP's very good on it. I think Train, I'm going to give like a decent edge to VP. But the problem is I would give the slight edge on Cash actually to TSM.
Same.
They're not amazing on it, but they have certain spots and certain ways of playing. Like we all know, that's like a Zipnix map. He sits in that B site. Is that A? Which one's the left site? Is that A or B?
A.
It's A.
A. Okay, so he sits in the A site around the quad box, the bomb site box. He's one of the best I've ever seen there. When the site's been overtaken, the other guys in the site are dead. He's facing 1 or 2 people. He's absolutely phenomenal at holding and getting the first 2 guys and delaying them. He's really, really good at playing around the smokes there. So I'm actually going to give the edge on Cash there. So basically, here's my problem. I remember I was going to go with the analysis switch. I wasn't going to go against my rule about betting on VP. So theoretically, I have to believe VP's going to win Inferno if they're going to win 2-0 because I don't think they're going to win Cash. So Do I really think that's going to
Well,
happen?
let's do it then. So, Duncan, your calculator-like brain, you sort of process the numbers. Now, you give me your prediction.
Right. Inferno, I do, like you did, a slight edge to TSM. I think they're going to take it. Train is going to go to VP. But Cash, I mean, Virtus Pro has been so like up and down on it. And TSM, from having talked with them previously, I remember around Cologne, they were actually not really comfortable playing the map. They said they were had a lot of troubles in practices, not really working out. But still, when I was in IP, they wrecked us like 16-6 or something on it.
So some would say not the toughest achievement, but Duncan would say that, not me.
Probably, yeah. Well, you did it, didn't you?
No, I'm just putting that. He was too busy thinking. I had to say it. I had to step up. That's what you do. You got to look after your body.
Cash is a total coin flip for me right now. I mean, it could go either way, but I'm going to go TSM instead of yeah.
See, this is my problem.
2-1 TSM.
Yeah.
Historically, VP was great. They always used to play Cash very close against TSM. They'd always just edge it. So history tells us that. The problem is, when I think of the last 3 or 4 months, because like we mentioned, a lot of that history was like 5 or 6 months ago, which can be an entirely different world in CSGO where you play 10 lands in that amount of time. I'm actually kind of feeling if I just go map by map, which is usually how I try to do the analysis, I'm thinking it's going to be like a slight TSM win Inferno, a confident win on Train for VP, but I've got to say I'm thinking it's going to be a slight win for TSM on Cash. So actually, even though I was coming into the series ready to break the rule, do the VP pick, I'm going to pick against them. I'm going to say TSM win 2-1. Close series, though.
And that's the way I'm thinking. I think it's going to be super close on Train. VP just to nick it. But overall, 2-1 to TSM, like Hansel, they're so hot right now. Thanks a lot for your thoughts, gentlemen. Anyway, we're going to get into it. Finally, this is it. It's TSM versus Virtus Pro. Last game of the day. It's going to be cast by Henry G and Sadakis. Take it away, boys.
Thanks so much, guys. Yeah, welcome to it. It is going to be the last game. Oh, I think Device left something here.
Oh, it's not the lube, is that?
I guess we found it. All right, well, we'll see if it plays out. If they go to Train, I actually think, and based on recent performances, that they could win that against VP, but that is VP's best chance into the series. I look for the 2-1 as well for TSM. I don't know about you.
Oh, it's difficult. I think Inferno, if Dupree can carry on that T form, they're going to be starting on the T side here. Dupree was doing like a huge performance there. He's doing like, 26 frags on that series yesterday. So I expect him to go big on this one. If he can and carry that through the T side, they'll take this one. Train, is not as clean cut as you think.
Absolutely
We talked to Device going into this one, and he said like they played them online recently on Train. They did start on the CT side, which they will be getting today, and they actually beat VP 16-2 going into this one. So
that's right, and that was post-patch as well, because I asked Device that. I said, was that CT post?
They definitely know what VP could bring to the table, and they're going to have that CT start again, so we know they can be handy on this map. So everyone's saying that VP will run away with it. Obviously, it's different conditions, online games and stuff.
So what's your prediction?
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm going to say 2-0 TSM,
All right, I say 2-1 TSM. We're both with TSM on this, but this series, as Thorin said, it really is one of the best right now in Counter-Strike. It can go either way. We've seen it go either way this year as well. Star Ladder, it went to TSM, knocked VP out of the tournament. That was back in March. Obviously, in Dubai, it was the other way around, and that one a little bit more important. So it's going to be an awesome series. I think this could actually almost be the series of the weekend, and potentially it could still be the finals as well, because let's not forget there's a double elimination aspect to this. What this does mean is that Fnatic are guaranteed they have to play at, well, they could play one tomorrow, but that would mean they're out. They have to play 2 games just to make it to the finals. Whoever wins this gets a break. They get the morning off. They get to relax before a best-of-5 finals. Plus, they get the map in hand, which does give them a much easier day tomorrow. So it has some huge perks.
Absolutely. But concentrate on the game at hand right now. So as I mentioned before, VP, CT start on Inferno. They play a very technical game in terms of the grenades on this side. They actually are very good at stifling terrorist teams here. But interesting to see how they actually approach this one. Obviously, we talk about it a lot with the Silence M4s going into this one. Banana control, not so, still is viable, not as viable as it once was with the Silence guns. A lot of players opting to use the M4A4 these days. But that's going to be interesting to see how they approach this one going into this game. Obviously, one of the biggest derbies we can actually imagine here. It really is a classic game of CS coming up. But as I said before, Dupree really impressed me yesterday with his T-side picks. He goes to that boiler room and seems to find AK headshots every single time. He's finding like 1 or 2 frags around, it felt like, yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Dupree, in the second game that we saw them in yesterday, in that best-of-3, which went 2 maps against Fnatic, he actually was low in terms of total kills, but again, it was the impact that he had inside the B side on Dust 2. So I think you're right. We have to look toward him. I also said I think Zipix is a guy that stepped up considerably lately, but Cajun B is the most consistent player, and I look to him to be very stable in this series as well. He's going to have to be. And again, we do start on Inferno, which they beat Fnatic on yesterday, obviously speaking about TSM. But they've made some changes on it. They're not as aggressive in that banana approach. And again, an economic battle in this map.
When VP get rolling, though, it's interesting the setup they go for. They actually run snacks on the AWP. We actually casted this online, remember, at PGL. And it was actually, he was really scary to watch on that banana with the AWP. He's actually one of the stronger AWP players on this map. It's kind of weird considering the restructure recently suggested that Neo would be the AWP going forward. And so this map, normally snacks will be running with it. And we can see we will be going into the first map. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you bring some hype to the room, make some noise as we go into this first map. VP starting on the CT side, TSM will be T's, and we go into this best-of-3 series.
And we'll start it off as well with Armor coming out for TSM on 3 players, at least Dupree, Device, Cajun B. They'll all equip themselves with the Kevlar, smoke on Kerrigan, as well as a flash. And they actually did buy out Zipic Spot Armor as well, so they've got everyone, barring Kerrigan, who will be the utility man.
VT so far going for a 2-on-2 setup. It's going to be Pasha at the top and middle. He's firing off his P2000, seeing if he can inflict any damage there. Unable to land any shots so far, but the T's at the bottom of Banana, so if I'm not going to be rushing or going in as a pack just yet, Cajun B slowly waking his way up through the arches, but Snacks waiting at the top there. The silence USP is holding an angle, getting information, being able to fall back, and as the T's get control of the T apartments now.
Snacks is waiting for anyone to push forward. Decoy grenade thrown. Snacks knows that it's a decoy, obviously, at this point, so he'll push forward on this. Interesting choice. Thinking potentially this is going to be a fake, and he actually catches Cajun B's head above the logs. So now he's taken over Banana. Device goes back to potentially look toward it, but they've got to go, and they're going to go onto the A site. In toward the pit, though. It's double stacked right now from Virtus Pro, and it picked up all the kills required, and all the kills so far until Dupree gets one back, but they're stuck in a crossfire, and it's just a blender of body parts. And TSM, they're going to fight forward with them, though. Look at Dupree, and they catch off Snacks on the return. Apparently, the blender doesn't blend TSM. Yeah, massive malfunction. But they do still have Bialy in the pit, and it comes to a one-on-one. 6 HP and 2 for Bialy. 8 total across 2 players, and with 25 seconds, lots of time for this bomb to make it. Dupree's running it to beat. Bialy might just get there in time. No, he's actually stopped rotating. Himself. He might have gotten to CT spawn just to catch him on the way into the site. Instead, now Dupree has the advantage because he'll be able to put the bomb down and play the time. But again, it's the shadow of a bullet that'll kill either of these players. And Dupree, is this a little bit predictable? Goes toward Emo in this situation. But no kit does mean, oh, I take that back. Bialy's got a kit. And he's going to push toward the site. And if Bialy checks this accordingly, he might find exactly what he's looking for. It's a matter of whether or not Dupree hears it, and he actually baits it out. Dupree. He never even spots it, Bialy, and TSM will take the first round.
So we talked about Dupree going massive yesterday, and what a time to go big then. They lose the first few frags. Snacks pushing down Banana. Actually a perfect play by him, getting the first kill down there and actually giving the call off. Okay, they're coming towards the A-bomb site now, guys. You can initiate the full stack. That's the headshot we're talking about. And that round should have been VP's. They actually locked it down coming out of there, but Dupree steps up and finds 4 huge frags. He's on 33 HP. I don't even know how he got these next few frags. They were retreating in this scenario. Goes down to 7. And still somehow gets these 2 frags. Absolutely phenomenal from him. And now we do have the force buy coming in from VP. They're going to have P250s, armor boards, and then we have 3 SMGs for the TSM players as well. Dupree and Device on the rifles. Going to a much slower player. They do get to the top of Banana now, and Cajun B opening it up, taking down Snacks towards the B side.
And they'll just sit and wait as well to see if Neo will push forward. The smoke is still in place at the top of the Banana. But no point rotating away. More picks the better against these pistols and armor that Virtus Pro do have. And TSM, they're still looking toward this A site. Zipix is here, but they've brought Pasha to a more passive position toward the A site. In fact, they're going to stack him with Taz, and Bialy's inside Boiler. So typical VP getting very aggressive on that right approach to the bomb site. But Device has found at least one. Pasha gets back into Dupree. The man who turned the last round on its head, but Kerrigan, is he going to go down? He does. He looks forward, and because he ran out of ammo, the knife was out. And it gave Pasha the kill. Luckily, they've managed to pull those back, but it's still an awkward situation because Device has 6 HP. Bomb's now just going down, but Neo's getting closer, and he's not coming from the standard approach. Zipix is in good position, though, within the pit with the SMG. And the nade will do damage to Neo, but where he's on 100 and with armor, it won't do enough. They'll still have to make sure they play this safe. And keep in mind, he's also got a rifle, so it's lucky that Device has an AK because this Galil could be absolutely pivotal against the SMGs. And he misses that first shot. That's dangerous. Again, he's so low on HP. So Device has to bail out of this, but it has bought them enough time. And without a kit, Neo's going to have to run as well. And he may just catch Dipix trying to chase him. That would be at least one kill away of Neo. And one less gun for TSM, but one more round.
Neo does get taken down by Device then. It does come down to a pretty awkward round there for TSM, but the headline is they get another round on the board, go into 2-0 and survive the force buy from VP. That's going to pit them onto pretty much the full eco now. You see Bialy actually saving a decent bank of cash. He's on 3,700, but this is where it got interesting. Pasha killing one, headshotting Carrigan as well, falls back, almost got knifed in this scenario, but somehow did take down the second one as well. So a little bit of a hairy round there, but they do bounce back. AK's being purchased this time, 4 of them, and just Carrigan on that recon play this time. He's got the MAC-10 in hand, allows him to go into certain choke points and not give too much away if he does run into the stack. So I'd imagine a much slower approach this time, but look at the stack coming in from VP. 4 players now towards our mid area. Carrigan, like I said, leading the charge here, working out with the stack as he's given that call off and managed to get 2 frags there, make it 3. Fantastic stuff there from Carrigan, opens up the round very nicely there.
Very well done as well. Nastia with love, apparently, and she's in the crowd, so she'll be loving that as he looks now for the ace. 4 down, and it's KGB that'll get it, but it doesn't matter because TSM now have secured their 3rd round. But guns will come up from Virtus Pro. Again, that second round force buy, what does it leave them with in terms of utilities? No kits. They've got a decent amount of grenades to work with, so they'll be able to play those out, and very important on this map. But no kits.
There's the replay from Carrigan. We talked about that recon play. His job really is to work out the stacks up, and he's dealt with it himself and gets those 4 MAC-10 kills again. So fantastic work from him. But yeah, like you said, difficult buy now for the CTs. They have 5 rifles, no kits, and they do have full smoke grenades, only 1 incendiary. So again, probably going to be looking for early frags here, and this is what I'm talking about. So 3 players sent towards the B-bomb side, trying to lock down that early push from the T. Snack's going to be leading the charge this time, right down to the bottom, and he should be able to hold that area off. Quite a considerable amount of time here, considering you have 3 smoke grenades after his one going there as well. So they're just trying to filter the terrorists up towards middle now. They can probably sacrifice a man going back towards the A site and pit 3 back on there now.
That deep smoke, though, does let Snacks push very deep, like you're saying, and that means TSM's got to basically limit themselves to just middle. A smoke now on the left side of mid means they could wrap toward Bialy in the pit, but Taz has gone inside the site. In fact, Kerrigan, he may want to go through this smoke, and Pasha's the one that's waiting for it with the M4. Bombs in the hands of KGB, though, and he's going to stick with Device. They still want to try and get some map control toward Banana, but Snacks is in a great position toward this tree. And not only that, still has Neo close enough by to support, but is Neo going to get caught toward the arches as he runs back down? He thinks better of his decision. Snacks will pop out on that timing, and it's only 1. It's responded by KGB. So 4 versus 4. 28 seconds left. They don't necessarily have to rotate off of A too soon, and Pasha chooses not to, takes down Dupree, and it brings it back to a situation where it's sustainable now for Virtus Pro. Rather than splitting into 2 on each site, they're going to get all the kills, in fact. Bomb goes down. It's out of the hands. 15 seconds. They have to recover that, let alone find all the kills, and that's not going to happen. It's Taz to close it out, and Virtus Pro take the first gun.
Yeah, really nice defensive start there from stance from VP there, holding really far back towards the middle, towards the bomb site, and now we can see full buy coming in. The Device could be picking up the AWP as well, but just to highlight that, they pushed down to Banana, kept the smokes down there for so long, and then the TSM tried to retake it, did get the frag exchanger, making it to 4 and 4, but decided to go back up middle. Taz responding, getting the bomb down here. Some great play from him. Bialy holding the pit. Takes down Carrigan. That's the first round now for VP. So fighting back in this series. I'm going to, like I said, Device picking up the AWP, so change of pace here. VP not losing too many players now, but the boost coming in, expecting that to work out for them. Snaps makes his way to the car. There it is. He approaches it very cleverly, though. Not be giving his frag away just yet.
He's actually looking in the right spot and gets it just barely as he took a hefty amount of damage. A headshot hits him down to 12 HP, but in the end, it's Snacks that's perished, and it will give the man advantage to TSM. Neo desperate to push forward and recover what remains on top of that corpse. They'll throw out the Molotov to hold off TSM to try and gain back that Banana control. That'll allow them to leave 3 players on A, but they're timidly doing so because Pasha, again, has to fade slightly off that arch side.
This is a real problem for VP now. The man disadvantage, they're playing very passively as well. They have lack of information. TSM just going to keep buying their time and making sure they use up all the utility for VP as they make their way up to the top and middle. Now looks like it's going to be a quad and apartment split going into this one. Device, it's quite low HP. He's given the AWP to Carrigan. He's burning away there, but manages to survive.
still in that pit, though, and takes down Kerrigan. It's so hard to find this shot against the pit player. Finally, a smoke gets deployed, and TSM will come in with numbers, but not with HP, and that's the problem, as Virtus Pro, they will not let them anywhere near the bomb site. Pick up their second round, and now the economy is limited for the terrorist side.
Yeah, fantastic crossfire there coming in from VP, reading the situation perfectly, allowing themselves to stay true to the bomb site and the pit, just working towards them. Bialy finding a nice little headshot through the smoke as well there to do some big damage to the terrorist side. That's going to mean they're going to be on pretty much a full eco here. They've got some Desert Eagles and some P250s, but Dupree will be going in with the armor as well. But this is the time where Snacks gets the AWP, something I was discussing before. He can normally take this almost anywhere, but it seems this time we'll be going towards the mid area. And he's sending two players as well. They're going on the very aggressive stance here. And this is normally a tactic you'll see from most teams at this sort of level. When they know the eco's incoming, they can just actually lock it down and get the other team on tilt. Just get the round over as quickly as possible. The ult does go down for Snacks, so obviously trying to recover that before they finish this round off. Occasion remaining, he will get dealt with as well. And we go to 3-3. So that's 3 clean rounds for VP in a row now. I assume this is the buy, but it's not going to have an AWP this time for TSM.
They will for Snacks, though.
Yeah, but this is the thing. He went towards Banana this time. This is when he can start being mobile, working out what he can do with the map.
Quite obviously, this round, as we see, he's the lowest player on the screen. He's got the spawn for mid. So watch him to try and pick the stairs immediately.
This could be really viable for him as well, considering there's no AWP on the T side either.
They're not. They are going to put two players there, and they're there a little bit late. Snacks is in position if he hits the shot, but no, he's not wide enough. And even though there's no smoke, they spotted the bomb. He's definitely spotted the bomb. He knows they have to go back for it, and when Cajun does, he's there. And that will give the first kill to Virtus Pro. And look how aggressive he gets, down to middle, staring across to the top of alt mid. But instead, it's going to be Bialy who finds Dupree walking up from Boiler, and TSM are just walking into traps everywhere at this point in time. No map control. And very early picks given up again in this round, as Virtus Pro look to take the lead immediately after losing the pistol.
That's such a big play from Snacks after getting that first pick. Still has the audacity to face in the second mid, but it's quite smart if you think about it, because obviously no T is going to face that with an AK. They're kind of waiting for him to fall back. Took his chance there and actually survived and goes into the 5-on-3. TSM now trying to get up to middle, and Snacks hits another one. I think he does damage to the device as well. Bialy takes him down. Zipex now in the 5-on-1 situation. He's been isolated in that boiler room.
1 versus 5 for Zipex, and he won't even get the first kill to start things off. And Virtus Pro take the lead right away.
Absolutely. This is one of the few maps that we see Synax with the AWP. I spoke about how powerful we can be on it, and that's testament to that, really. Pick up another few frags there.
Money's huge as well for Virtus Pro, because they kept 5 alive in the last round, 4 before that, 4 before that on round 5 as well, and 4 before that. So in the last 4 rounds, they've managed to kill 3 people. TSM, that's it.
So we can see the save buy coming in. It's more of a quasi-buy, I guess. Cajun B getting the body armor. Same with Dupree, the Tech 9s as well. They have got 1 smoke to play with. It looks like they'll be going towards that banana control once again. There's going to be 3 CTs waiting for them. Neo fancies his chances this one. They chuck the Molotovs down. T's forced to go back towards the steps there. And he will be smoking them out of position as well. This is a disastrous for the buy, well, the semi-buy from TSM. They're going to be isolated and have to go back towards second mid here.
They need to find a way to contend banana, because they're losing it so early. Snacks and Neo are getting so aggressive.
Well, they had the AWP that time, and they got the pick on
That's right, yep.
But the point of the matter is they actually went back to the A side and didn't get a single kill after that one. It put the device to solo HP, and weren't really able to do much of it. And now they're going for more aggressive play here. I'm not really sure they have to commit to this, but when you can pull off those kind of kills, why not? Neo getting 3 there. Device shuts him down, but that's actually fantastic from Device. Gets another one, and they have a real chance now to get the bomb down towards B.
Yeah, they could beat them there. Taz is going to try and rotate through CT, but Neo, that was pretty swift as he turned back to hit the third. Nonetheless, Device is in position. Does he have the safety of getting it in place? He does. Taz is not able to spot him, but watch for Pash as he walks up. Banana pre-fired and actually hit, but Zipex goes down in the end. It leaves it all on Device. The man who started this comeback in the round with 2 kills already, 3 to go, has the AWP picked up, but no armor. And that's going to be a huge issue against 3 rifles, one of which is an AK. And as he sits on the spools, they try and smoke him out of position. They're getting closer. Damage done, but he manages to get at least 1 kill, but burns alive as he tries to escape, and Pasha will secure it with not only the kill, as Taz will get the defuse. It makes it 5-3.
That shot though from Device, that's pretty crazy for the spools there, but we saw Neo go for that aggressive push down the T-step. He had smoked it off as well, so perfect flashbang, finds 3 frags, but the headline is really that Device gets those 2 kills and the bomb down as well. That's pretty much all they wanted going into that one. And you can see a very decent pool of cash going into this. Device picks up the AWP once again. We can just enjoy that play once more from Neo. Fantastic stuff for him getting the frags, but this is where it kind of fell apart as he went down 2 Device as he pushed through the smoke. So no AWP for VP this time. It's actually a more expensive round for them, that. And Device will be working the picks once more. We saw him be successful towards B, but unable to convert that one into a victory. As this time, only 2 players from VP going towards the B-bomb site. Pasha just spraying down. Not able to land any shots just yet, though.
Virtus Pro getting very aggressive as well. In terms of map control, again, they started the push onto the apartments that time. They've gone passive since. But Snacks is still at the top of Banana. This time he's been displaced slightly. Neo is, in fact, all the way back inside the bomb site, which we haven't seen that commonly from their setup. Oddly enough, though, TSM don't challenge it. A deep smoke comes out, and they're limited back to the A side in the end regardless. And it's with a minute left, so it's even more time bought for Virtus Pro as Kerrigan looks to try and find a pick toward mid. Needs to be careful, he's holding the bomb. Pasha's all the way back near Library, so won't catch him from the arch.
It's interesting these CT setups are allowing teams to have mid control completely these days. It seems like it's kind of developing this way that CTs prefer to go very passively and have these crossfires set up as TSM look like they're going towards the quad area. Going to have one player in apartments as well. And there comes the execution, 30 seconds remain.
Fast and swift, smokes everywhere. That does limit Bialy's positioning inside the pit this time. And Taz is still there, though, to be able to pick up one. He might catch another. No, turned back, and an excellent shot from Zipix. Still, though, problems ensue because they've got the position from Pasha inside the bomb site. It won't stop KJB from putting down the bomb, though. And that will leave it in a 4-on-3 post plant, but Pasha's quickly on the scene. And with low HP on the player inside pit, Dupree is going to go down as well, and Pasha's got the hat trick. It's left to just KJB. And he eventually will get at least one into Snacks, but the fire in place, he's got to stand within it. And Pasha closes it out with 4 massive kills.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. They were huge. It looked like TSM had that round tied up. They got the first entry kill onto the pit, and then Pasha comes to life somehow, picks up those 4 kills. A great individual display of skill there. That was fantastic from him. 4 kills, and then they secure the last kill on the apartments with the Molotov going down. And then it's a pretty simple defuse from there. But that's 6 in a row, I believe, for VP so far. And you can see that replay here. That's so fantastic. Look at the position. This second shot really impressed me there. Bang. Device goes down, and the spray through the truck here. And the last player really didn't stand a chance. Occasion B getting Molotoved off, and then the spray down comes in from Pasha.
He leads the way now with 13 kills as well. Bialy not far behind on 10. And both those players inside the A site, I think, paints a pretty good picture. Although the other aspect of that is that they've had to walk into that trap because they can't get Banana in their possession. And again, this time with guns, they're getting annihilated. The same 2 players we just mentioned. Finally, Taz will join the party, but takes down Zipix. Leaves Device in another 1-on-5 situation. And stuck in mid, they're going to call a pause. This is the right call from TSM. They have to. This is the most lost I've seen them look in a long time on a map. Device, though.
Okay.
Device, though? What is that? Snack should have had that kill easily, and now it's down to a 1-on-2. So maybe it's perpetual that when the moment is the pause is called rather than the pause itself is when the turnaround happens. Nonetheless, Taz waits for it. And although it's pretty, it's not effective. It will be now 7 rounds for Virtus Pro, and TSM definitely need this timeout.
What's interesting what VP are doing so far, they're almost luring the T side into a false sense of security, that mid area. I was talking about it before, playing those very passive setups, leaving mid completely open there. And they wanted the Ts to think that was a comfortable position for them. They could just run up and keep getting that positional control. But that time they actually showed the aggression towards both crossfires there, and it's cleaned up. The Ts tried to run straight up mid through the smoke, in fact, just to try and get the early positional control and have time to play with their execution. But look at this Bialy and Pasha crossfire there. Device made it interesting with 3 frags there, but not going to amount to much really, considering they lost the round as well. And the pause comes in. It's probably a good time because right now TSM have only won the pistol in the next 2 rounds after that. Haven't really done much.
The interesting thing with Inferno is, although TSM have had decent results on it, it's never really been that convincing to me. It's always close games, and in this case, it's slipping away early. So it goes to Train after this as well. And that's the map that on the analyst desk they thought VP could take. So much like Thorn said, if it was going to go 2-0 to Virtus Pro, it would start right here, right now. They would steal Inferno, and then that would be it.
Let's have a look at the frag board while it's up there. Pasha, 14 frags for him. He's had some really big rounds there. That one with on the A-bomb side as well was absolutely huge. So good work from him so far. Bialy not far behind on 12. Device definitely leading the charge with 11 frags on his team as well. So round number 11. Still 5 to go over TSM, so they're not out of it just yet. We know these pauses do work out for these top teams. They have got a buy available here as well. AWP hasn't had too much impact. We saw that 1 kill towards Banana for Device, but I think they're going to be better off the 5 rifle setup, working out whether they can get that mid control again, and just trying to execute. It has come down to some anomalies there. That Pasha round on the A site, that doesn't happen every single time, right? He's not going to find 4 frags after you get the first 2 entries, so they definitely can keep going how they are. It's just need to make sure they're working together and getting the frags back quicker and stop allowing those big plays to come in. But this time, Snacks has got that AWP once again. He has been changing his position up, and it's exactly what you want an AWP player to be doing. You don't want him to be predictable, utilizing his spawn, getting to areas as quickly as he possibly can. Let's see where he goes this time. Looks like that 3-man setup going towards B will come in once again. Pasha this time actually joining them. So he's going to be going first. Whether they'll push right down is yet to be seen. As the T's will be waiting on T steps.
Neo trying to get aggressive again, firing down beneath the pillars.
You know what's cool about this as well? Once they got that control, the smoke down, they know the AWP player is safe at the car there, so he can just leave him to almost anchor that area. And you can see now 3 players making their way back towards A. He's actually going to be going down quite aggressive with this one as well.
So it's the same formation, same issues already, despite the TSM called the timeout. They still haven't been able to get much more map control away from Virtus Pro. All 3 rounds they get came after winning the pistol. So far, yet to win a gun round.
Once again, VP going for this more passive setup. So it seems when they go for the 3B at the start, they actually prefer to allow the T's to come onto the bomb site in this scenario. So looks like the T's will be going back towards B, but this could be a problem for them. Snax has got that AWP on towards the car, and actually does some damage, but falls back. Dupree goes under 21 HP, and he actually gets himself in a very difficult position now. I'm not sure he should have done this one, but he gets the no-scope, and then Karakan drops. Now the rest of the guys should take him down, but he manages to get Dupree as well.
Snax, that was pretty, but now it's Cajun B, as you say, to get him back. Leaves Neo in the sight. The fortunate part about Snax buying that much time is means Pasha's also here, and he's going to flash himself in, almost lines them both. But Cajun B, again, has to play the trade. He'll pick up the bomb as well. And in the site, he's alone. He's got Zipic slowly getting closer inside Banana, but he finds Neo in the back of the site, which means Taz is smoked off. Although the smoke is dissolving, it means the bomb can also go down. And TSM, in a 2 versus 2, have given themselves a chance. And there's no need for Zipic to pass through the choke point at the top of Banana. He can play the post-pant position, which means that Cajun B just has to evaluate and assess which way the damage is going to come first, whether it's going to be through construction from Taz or from CT in the form of B Alley. And there's no need to overextend because Zipex has one angle covered. It leaves Taz, who fires a shot preemptively into Emo, tries to get that pre-fire in, and that gives away his position. So TSM now will get their first gun round.
All came down to Neo then, you know. He's in the back towards Emo there. He had 10 seconds remaining on the board, and instead of just waiting for the bomb to go down, he knew they weren't even going to check at that stage. He went for the glory shot before it even forced the issue, and that was a problem. But Snax, I don't even know how he got away with this. He does the damage first. Most players would have got out in that scenario. Gets a first no-scope, think, okay, that's probably going to be the end of it now. Gets another shot off, and somehow gets that headshot onto Dupree. That was absolutely nuts. They managed to survive that long as well. But TSM, scrappy round, but they managed to do it.
Money bonus reset, do keep in mind. With 2 players up, they had to buy in heavily to this one, so it's not like they've stored themselves any money for the next round. It's a must-win situation for TSM. We'll limit them for the rest of the half almost at this point. Not quite, but just about. Flash into bedroom. Dupree speaks through the crack in the wall, but Kerrigan's going to go down to Snax. Pasha follows up as well, as Cajun B this time can only manage 1 trade. And it does mean another man advantage situation for Virtus Pro. AWP still up on device, though.
It's a really nice pincer from VP there. They smoked off the T-steps, flashes towards middle, and somehow Neo has made it into the underpass here. And he's going to get into second mid as well. This could be absolutely fantastic. He needs to hurry up, though. You can see the T's actually might run into his crosshair perfectly, yeah.
They need to go now. If they don't, he's going to be on top of them, and Device is coming up middle. He's not going to know it either, but now he's fired. If Device can get around the corner fast enough, they might be able to shut him down. Instead, it's Dupree, and they have to go fast because Pasha's hot on their heels now as well from Banana. Shots from Pasha. No, rather, excuse me, Taz. As B Alley goes down on the pick, gives TSM a chance, but Taz is still in an open position right now. No smoke in front of him yet on Library. And as he does so and holds them in place, Pasha does show up. 1 kill already and a low HP on Dupree. It's a reset and 8-4.
Really nice play there from Neo. I thought he was going to get more from that. I guess such great positional control. Getting into the underpass, getting him behind 3 players. Only managed to get 1 from it, but Pasha stepping up once again, getting 3 frags and taking his current total to 18 after 12 rounds. That's pretty impressive going forward, but that's going to reset the money for TSM, you know. Well, no, they're going to get $1,400 after winning that last one. That's the replay on your screen. 3-man coming in from Pasha, finishes off in style there, but there should be another Rico coming in from TSM. They can't really justify much into this. CZs, some Tech 9s, and you're going to be well aware of this as Pasha opens up once again. He's having a great game so far.
Very well done indeed, and now the M4s will rain bullets toward the TSM members. Cajun B goes down, and it's left to Zipix. Stuck at the top of Ultimate, and all 5 stay alive from Virtus Pro. So not only have they reset the economy, the guns will come back this time for TSM, but they've started to build their bank back up. So even if they lost this, they wouldn't break right away and have guns for the rest of the half.
It's not a great buy, though, for TSM. You know, they've only got 3 rifles here. They've got a Tech 9 and a Galil. Utility's not going to be amazing. No Molotovs, 4 smoke grenades, which is good, but it's going to be difficult to actually get onto these bomb sites. They've been quite slow paced so far. Depends what setup VP are going to present them this round. We've seen a mixture of them. This time it's going to be the 3 players towards the B bomb site again. They've been showing a lot of aggression there. We were kind of questioning what was going to happen there, but it's for full-on rush, it seems like, from TSM going in here. They're going to nade the top and crash it with confrontation there.
Shots rain back down again, but he only manages the one this time. And again, the man who makes the trade, Cajun B. Again, when TSM always seem to be on the back foot, he's the one that's able to find space, although he's been found out by Neo. Neo looks to spray through the smoke, and he will find Device as well. Bad to worse for TSM as they sit in a 4-on-2 with Dupree and Zipix. They have the bomb, but they're limited. Luckily, Zipix was smart enough to sit back toward middle, so they can't be trapped inside this banana position. He'll now go join his teammate, though. But Taz and Bialy don't look to push down mid and trap them. So they'll have a bit of an option to go back. Need this next pick on Snacks, though. If they can find that, Taz will be a long way away from the B-bomb site. It gives them a huge chance, and now they've got it. Dupree, they need to find Snacks as well, and behind the fountain, Taz is just now rotating, so they've gotten at least to the site. And the smoke off on CT will limit Taz's options, but Zipic's going to be the one to go, and he's down by Neo in the end. Dupree, he can't find the shot, and he's bailing out. 30 seconds to go back to A, and it's all gone. The chance they had is diminished heavily. And he's also hesitating on his thought process as well, but when he goes back to B, Taz is still sticking around, and even though there's a smoke on spools, Neo will be able to jump above that. Finds Dupree, not able to find him right away, though, with the bullets eventually does. 10-4, Virtus Pro with a heavy lead right now on Inferno.
Yeah, they're just showing so much aggression towards that B area. They get full control of that. This time, TSM try to bite back with some grenades towards the top there. But the thing is about this game is that Dupree had that 4K on the pistol, right? And since then, he's been quiet. Like, on the T side yesterday, he was really, like, getting into boiler room, finding opening frags almost every single round. And that's what TSM were relying on to open up these bomb sites. When his passive setup comes in from VP, they don't really get that option. And it seems like they're having to work a lot harder to find any frags in this scenario. But now, once again, round number 15, Snacks is going to have the AWP out, and TSM going to be on yet another force buy here. Tech 9s and some utility with the armor as well. But seems like VP are well aware of this. They're going to be facing aggressively down. Snacks towards mid this time and leaving just Neo towards the B bomb side. They really are playing the mind games of telling the teams where they're going, essentially, by just showing so much presence towards there.
These pistols for the last round of the first half have to prevail to make this 10-5 and give them a chance with a pistol to start off round, or rather, excuse me, halftime number 2.
Yeah.
Is 10-5 going to be enough? I certainly dare say that 11-4 is not, more so because Virtus Pro look on their game today.
Absolutely.
And we couldn't really get a read on them yesterday because they played Liquid. We saw Liquid obviously tick down Fnatic today. Maybe that was an indication that it wasn't a joke, but Virtus Pro now have definitely shown us they're ready. What a time to be on form for them. Always just the 4 big events, this one and then the major, if they can hold it together. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Cajun B does at least get one, but they lose him in the end as well. Rather, excuse me, Device. So lose Cajun B and Zipix. Speaking of Cajun, he does eventually die to Taz, who takes down Zipix as well coming out of the apartments, and it will be 11-4.
Really impressed by Pasha, you know, that half, like that big round he had on the A bomb site, and then it's consistent fragging throughout the series as well. 11-4 after losing the pistol as well. That's pretty crazy for VP. They only lost 1 gun round, and that was that scrappy exchange towards the B side, that TSM won. But Dupree, 7 frags, as I mentioned before, 4 kills on the pistol, didn't really turn up after that. He's one of the key players yesterday.
We're going to wait just a second because apparently Kerrigan fell out of TS. I'll have to put him back into the correct channel, and then we'll get back underway. But Bialy leading the head-to-head.
There's Pasha on 23 frags. I didn't realize it was that high.
That's
I knew
nutty.
it was good, but 23 kills in the first half, that's pretty nuts. You're absolutely right there. So let's look at the other guys. Device with 11 kills. Cajun B with 12 as well. Device had that close to glory round when he got 3 frags towards the underpass there, and there's the scoreboard.
I think Device's lube only really lubed up Pasha's biceps, apparently.
Can you lube up biceps?
I don't know. Pasha probably can.
Yeah?
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him. Make them nice and shiny.
Well, here we go then. We will be going into the second half right now. And VP, like you said, really are turning up today. They've been very impressive across the board. Snacks only getting 10 frags, but he has some very important kills himself. And they're controlling that banana area perfectly. They actually seem to be dictating where the game is going and scaring TSM from going into that area. So that's fantastic from them. But going to the pistol now. VP on the T side, they have 3 sets of armor, 2 utility players, Snacks and Neo with the smoke grenades and flashbangs. They have got a Molotov as well on Snacks. So normally suggest they're going to go towards the B site here, smoking off spawns, smoking off coils, and then molotoving the barrels, and then they can get it. And that looks like what's going to happen here. They get the first frag. Pasha takes down Device. It's going to leave one CT player there. The rotations are going to come in. Just going to be Dupree isolated behind the new box there.
Dupree does get the shot onto Pasha. Dupree looking for more as well, and he does find it. So now the bomb's down a third as well. Huge play with the USP, and add it to Kerrigan to close out the round, and that's exactly what they need to start off halftime number 2.
That is fantastic. After they get that first entry kill, you thought the Glock train wouldn't be stopping at that point. Dupree steps up. 3 massive frags for him, and that adds to his 7 total, bringing him to double digits now. So he's gone huge in both pistols in this game, and that's actually a massive play considering they're a man down. Him finding those frags with the silence USP from the new box. They didn't even get the bomb plant in that scenario, so that's great for them, and this is a good start to their CT campaign. You can see them buying up now. P90s, MP7, and Max 7 as well. Kerrigan, the only player with a rifle, which could be a problem considering VP have bought up into this one. Forced by the P250s and the CZ though.
Dupree's going to wait with that P90 as well to make sure that if they try and push into B, they'll just walk into an onslaught of bullets being fired at them. And there it is, Kerrigan again coming in with the FAMAS Device. Shotgun in the corner. Almost misses out on that first shot, but they'll still get it. And adding damage to Dupree's ability to take down the last remaining player. They're going to stack themselves into oranges due to the fact that the flashes come in. And it won't matter. Actually, Neo does manage to at least get Dupree. Yeah, the Device is desperate to find that rifle and can't.
That's actually perfect having the SMGs in that scenario. VP only went for body armor that time, so they're trying to make sure they don't get themselves in a similar position TSM did. Going in with like a little pie on the T half, didn't have full utility and stuff like that. But let's see what they can do going into this one. It should be a full eco coming in. TSM, pretty clean round from them. Let's see Pasha with 24 frags. Going to round number 18 now. It's going to be the full Glock by 1 P250 on Neo there. They haven't got any utilities play, which is almost a throwaway round here unless something goes horribly wrong for TSM here. Kerrigan's throwing a grenade into second mid. The T's spreading out. They're going to be sending the bomb towards the apartments.
Dupree this time will be the one to push down Banana. So they're going to go back to Device Dupree on B. AP grouping in mid. Dupree's passive, though, on this B position. Does find Pasha from behind the car, staring down all the way to the entry point of Banana. Now he's got the courage to push forward again, but Bialy and Snacks are still inside middle waiting for him to do so. Some damage does come in Device. There it is, the shotgun. Snacks is very low. That was the headshot that we heard from a distance. And as Zipix takes down Taz, it's just he. And was Bialy left, but now it's 11-7. TSM slowly crawling back in. This round is when it matters because the guns come up for VP.
Yeah, that's the 3-0 for TSM. Is exactly what they needed. 11-4 in the first half, but 5 AKs coming into this now. And it seems like TSM will be just trying to build the economy as much as they can, keeping the FAMAS, the P90, and the MP and the Mag 7. Sorry. And you would assume they're going to do something a little bit more aggressive. They want to try and find that first frag and see what they can do. Maybe stacking heavily towards the B site. So far, you can just see one player making that. Occasion Bees will be working out what he's doing. Finally going towards the A side. Kerrigan, very strong arch player, going to be wielding the FAMAS there.
And this is a strong gamble to keep these guns out, this P90 and shotgun, given that they know the AKs are going to be up. So TSM putting a lot of faith in trying to build their economy as big as possible to get back into the game.
So Device has gone very close up to the sandbags here, holding that tight angle with the smoke, hoping a T will try and flash through and he can get a chance to get the shot off.
As meanwhile, they're working up the top of middle. Snacks has found the first kill as well, and that does mean that they've got to limit themselves at the B site. Device will stick tight, but Dupree's already rotating around, and they're going to push arches. They're going to be a split. They're going to go back. The bomb's still on T stairs. Dupree's going to spot them. He needs to get this first kill. Successful in doing so, but it still means Virtus Pro, and they can catch him rotating back with a flash, his own flash, but he does take down Snacks in the end, and now the split play is limited. Device knows that it's potentially coming as well based on the calls. So he gets back into a safer position in the site, and the smoke will discourage Virtus Pro. And with Neo still lurking on A, they may have an option elsewhere, and he'll take down Kerrigan, and now it's definitely confirmed that they do, and Zipix is already spotted as well. And if this battle doesn't happen quickly, he's going to have 2 other players rotating quickly behind him, but he prevails, and the bomb sits on B. Device with the shotgun, and this is going to do wonders for TSM's economy.
There it is. That's the force buy coming in. Well, not the force, but the force save, really. Getting the P90 and the shotgun working for them, and that's a huge round. You see the money going to be staying strong there. Device with 11k buying the AWP for Kerrigan as well. He's going to be wielding that towards the arch side there. And now we can see VP, their money has been affected here as that goes 11-8. 4-0 on this half in favor of TSM. You can see there should be an eco coming in for VP. Here's the play from Dupree, holding that CT spawn, watching for the split here. Actually flashed himself on that one, I think. Actually, no, he's okay. So he came back in and took down Snacks, and then this big kill from Device, making that Max 7 work for him. There we go, the AWP on Carrigan, facing down. Didn't get too much intel from that. Only spotted one player towards the underpass. Bialy taking quite a lot of damage there. They're going to more of a passive stance now, as they worked out the eco is present.
Carrigan with the AWP does have this set up from top middle. Dupree again is going to find the opening pick through the smoke as well. Bialy goes down. And it's interesting to note as well, again, we talked about it yesterday, they still use the A1s, and this is a position where there's so much smoke play on Banana that it actually still has an advantage where there's no tracers.
Yeah, it's interesting why VP were using the A4s, and they're going for the very aggressive play down there. And like you said, tracers can be spotted, and TSM actually opting to go full A1s on this one. Now Snacks is at the top of Banana, and 3 players will be joining him. So in they go.
Throw that smoke a little bit deeper as well so they can get further into the site before they're spotted, but it won't deter Dupree. What it does do is allow Taz to rotate around. Device has hurt him, but not yet spotted him, and as he does, he takes a lot of damage. In fact, Neo follows it up, but he's caught in the end. Taz by Dupree. Neo gets him as well. Has bomb. If he can get this down, it would help the economy. Kerrigan knows that he's going to try it and just waits for him to try, and as he walks around the corner, easy shot. Another win for TSM.
Yeah, looking pretty strong right now, but this is where the full buy comes in for VP. Presumably potentially get the AWP here, and they're not going for it. Going for the 5 AK setup, but Carrigan with the AWP still. So far it seems like VP haven't had a real chance into the bomb side. They got locked down with that P90 and Max 7 combo in the first gun round here. You can see Dupree doing some decent work here. Getting the double kill. Second one from the smoke there. So interesting now to see what VP have available to get into the bomb site here. We saw TSM yesterday, a very passive approach as well, allowing Fnatic to walk up middle, but they're going to be employing the same strategy today. It seems like VP want to be showing heavy presence towards Banana. Smoke will cancel that for a little bit. Will they be pushing through that?
Clever nades from Nubox as well over top of the wooden door. That does a little bit of damage onto Taz, down to 50 HP. Again, though, TSM, as is their trend of late, a lot more passive than they used to play on this Banana. And look how much more room on the map VP have than what TSM had in the first half, because they've got Banana, they've also got Snacks back over toward alt middle. TSM don't even have anyone in Boiler right now. It's a 3-man stack on truck side of A, which means also longer rotation points. And with 4 players in Banana, those rotations are going to have to come in, more so because they're executing onto the site. Dupree at Orange one again, and this time doesn't hit any shots. And as a result of that smoke on CT, Device is also pushed out of position. They'll have to play the retake game, but due to the fact that there's fire, it also means that it's a slightly slowed entry and bomb plant from Virtus Pro, and that favors TSM in this situation as Device now tries to work again from construction. And Taz is going to re-smoke towards CT spawn. That'll deter TSM longer, and another shot from Snacks means Device goes down. And how do they assess the situation now? Do they save? I know they've got a lot of money, but they want us to play the long game right now. And Virtus Pro's only going to have 12. There's still a chance to break them moving forward. They might get caught still. Zipix, good kill on Pasha, and it'll allow them to get away.
Yeah, but it's making sure they get out of that scenario. Unfortunately for TSM there, they are holding the B site, and the moment VP went in, there seemed like the flashes hit them perfectly. They were unable to synergize there. Device and Dupree separated. Dupree puts the incendiary down. Didn't really do much. He didn't find a frag there. Device trying to retake by himself. As soon as those guys go down with 0 frags exchange, it's almost certain you have to save in that scenario, especially when you have a decent amount of cash in your bank. You want to make sure, okay, let's just take these guns the next round and keep the economy high for ourselves. But Pasha still 25 kills for him. Dupree seems to be stepping up as well, finally arriving. He had a quiet first half, but having big impact on the second one. 19 kills for him on the board now. That's a decent round for VP. They're allowed to have full Banana control, and you're right. TSM were denied that almost, but that really aggressive play that VP were showing to them. And this time it may be a change of mentality. 3 players for TSM will be heading towards the Banana area this time. The nades will be going over once more, but VP is kind of waiting there. They're actually expecting this reaction, not investing so many men this time.
Device though with the off, and this does mean that they all often stack up Banana when he has it. Doesn't pay off for him to get the kill, but it does mean Kerrigan can secure against Pasha. And we've seen what a threat he was in the first half. So far this half, though, he only has 2 kills. 25 still leads the way, and Snacks getting back to Zipix pulls this situation very close and problematic for Cajun B because he's the only one now in the A site, and he's going to get caught before he can retreat. And Smoke's still in front of Library and Arch, mean TSM have a hard time getting back in. Bialy's in great position, but Device comes around the corner just as he looks away and puts the situation back in favor of TSM. Bomb's now down, though, for Virtus Pro. And with Neo hitting the grave, it does mean that it's left all just to Taz, who pops out and catches Device off guard, but Kerrigan's there very quickly. And TSM, a save in the last round, and now resetting the round loss bonus has worked wonders. This will actually does mean that Virtus.pro have one more buy in hand. But again, playing the long game right now.
They will have a buy there. It's a pretty decent one as well. It's only going to be Pasha that's heavily affected by that one. He's got 2,300. Should be able to get dropped perhaps. So, well, actually, Neo's going for the AWP, so maybe that's not going to happen for him. But let's see what gun he will have this round. But that's a nice adaptation from TSM. They saw that VP got full control of Banana that last round. So they just decided to send 3 men over there, found that first pick, and get another one on the board. So that's 12-10. And this time they will have Carrigan on the AWP once more. Pasha does get a drop there. So we'll be going into this one fully equipped. And once again, they're going for that banana setup. This time, though, TSM won't be having the 3-man setup. Device smokes them off. And playing towards...
That crosshairs placed perfectly, but little does he know it. Dupree will drop out yet another smoke in this boost. This is actually decent. It's so close that Dupree is going to be stuck in that corner. They know that he's close because they heard that smoke bounce just in front of them. Yeah, there it is. Okay, I thought that Molotov would bounce towards Sandbags. Instead, Dupree jumps across it. And Pasha doesn't have the gun drawn to do anything about it, so he will get away from that setup. And another smoke now deployed as well. But there's still 50 seconds, and that's 3 smokes now deployed on the B site. Device and Dupree, they've got fire left, but that's it. And that fire's going to have to come out quickly because they're already walking in. Dupree manages 1, but he's traded. That leaves it on Device, who plays from spools, and he only gets 1 as well. So now Virtus.pro a great chance to place the bomb, and they're going to do so. At least Zipic's able to catch off Snacks, means they can approach the bomb from 2 angles. It's going to be standard formation, Emo and Nubox right now from Virtus.pro. There's decent utility to it. Loose move Bialy out from that Nubox position, and KGB catches him in the transition, and it leaves it to Taz, who gets 1 brilliant shot, and it's low HP on the last 2. He's got a chance, but Zipix holds his composure, and it's going to be 11 now for TSM.
Huge round there. That could have been dangerous for either team. They're actually going to pit VP onto an eco now, I think. They did get the bomb down to get the $800 bonus, but huge retake there from Zipex. He always does deliver in these clutches, it feels like, and that's a massive round for him to win. 12 plays 11 now, and it looks like the eco will be coming in from VP, but they managed to get those exchange frags as they went in, and Taz actually had a great opportunity to do this. Gets that first frag, takes a headshot though, gets the kill onto Carrigan, and he just needed to land 1 bullet onto Zipex to close that one out, but Zipex holds his own and manages to stay alive here, but looks like the quasi-buy coming in from VP. Going to have the PT50s and CZ Tech 9s. As long as you keep about 2K in your bank account here, it's absolutely fine investing like this. So they have smoke grenades, but this time not going to be going towards the B-bomb, so I got to be making sure they go towards second mid. And assume they're going to smoke off towards Arch and try and burst up quad together. There it is.
Smoke on either side. And they will run through it. Flashbang did catch them slightly on the way through. Watch for Snacks, though. He could actually be in a decent position here because they aren't playing deep inside the pit. Zipix is forward of it. And KGB, that changes it a little bit. Getting back toward the statue. That means Snacks will have a harder time entering through. Kerrigan has the AWP toward Library. And they are going to get directly in front of him, smoke him off. Hits 1 shot at least on Pasha, but there's so much damage being done, and Zipix is able to take down Taz. It's left to just Bialy in the site, not even a bomb plant. And they've got this back. TSM, after a very shaky first half and an 11-4 scoreline, have it on 12-12.
Yep, now they really are in the advantage here. 12-12 on the CT side. It's going to be a pretty decent buy coming in from VP. They have 5 rifles here. Not too many Molotovs. They have got smoke grenades, though. So this is another big round going into this. Round number 25. 12 plays 12. Device actually going to be on the AWP this time. So he's going to be taking that towards the B-bomb side. It's actually quite nice. It's the first time they've done this. It's been Carrigan holding that weapon towards the arch side. Hasn't had too much impact with it. So they're going to see what they can do now with Device changing things up. They know there's been a heavy play towards the banana area. Carrigan's going to be joining him as well. It's actually a complete change of stance here. Carrigan's made all his way down to the bottom. So the idea is here, Device takes the first shot off. The T's try and rush him with flashbangs, and Carrigan should have a clean sweep here with players running past him. That's the idea anyway.
Let's see if it comes to fruition, and Kerrigan is known to be good in this position because it used to be he and Zipnix that played the site together, and whenever he was deep, he at least got 1, and that's exactly the case here as Pasha at least gets back into it. It does give Virtus.pro a chance to force rotation. Bomb's still at the bottom of middle as well. And Dupree's the man that's in the hot spot because he has to consider his options right now. Back to Speedway and just wait for the call as KGB and Zipix realize that there is pressure being applied to the top of middle. But Pasha hasn't left Banana, so they still have all of the map available to them. And Dupree thinks that this is going to go back toward A, so he comes back over to help pinch off Snacks at Archway. But in the meantime, as Dupree does get that kill, they're working in toward B, but they're doing it slow enough that after he gets that kill, he still is able to rotate around. Smoke means he's got to go through construction, which also is covered off, but Device with the AWP is able to at least pick up Pasha as Taz tries to spam blindly through the smoke, and it actually allows Neo to walk in and now go for the quick and safe plant. 20 seconds, but he doesn't have it down yet, and Xyp9x is already going to push on top of him, and TSM will take the lead.
Yeah, nice work there. They got the information at the bottom. Carrigan getting down there. Got the one frag. The exchange didn't really work out for them in terms of the who took the advantage there, because it's 4-on-4. I guess technically does favour the T's in that scenario. I'm not really sure on Inferno how that one goes, but they sent the fake up towards Arch. Didn't really make much of it. Dupree took him down, and he knew instantly it was going to be a B play from that scenario. So Device doing great work for the new boxes, picking out the first frag, delaying them as long as possible, and then Dupree able to come in with some big frags. He's actually on 24 now, stepping up. You can see Xyp9x coming in with a backstab to clear things up. The bomb did get planted for VP. That means they get an extra $800 going in there, but it's going to be another quasi-buy here with the P250s, CZ, and the Tech 9. And it's going to put TSM within touching distance of map pointer.
It's interesting that they did go for this actual really light buy, because they were in a position to force for rifles. With the 4-round loss bonus, they were at 42 on 2 players, but either way, perhaps they know as well that it's too soon to throw things away, as it's only 1 round the difference, and Device picking up that first pick with the AWP.
So 4 players making their way up towards the B arch. They've got 2 smoke grenades. You assume that's going to go towards spawn and to the spools there. And they're going to try and burst in with the flashbangs. They have a Molotov for the barrels as well, so that could work out for them. They can get this first frag. This may be viable. We've seen Xyp9x backstabbing instantly almost every single time. They're going to hold them off as long as possible here. Now it's been telegraphed that T's may be arriving.
Smoke covers off that CT connection, lets them walk in more freely. Kerrigan, does he push through it? He's considering it. No, he changes his attention toward construction, and Device and Dupree are going to work right now. Dupree, he's got up to 26 kills total now as Taz last alive, and a very, very efficient anti-eco. Not done just yet as Kerrigan walks through and doesn't anticipate the position of Taz. Device will get him, and now you're right. It is very close for TSM. 14 rounds to their name. Only 1 round for Virtus Pro on this T side.
So they wanted to ensure this round they could do the live buy last time. They still have a couple of rounds to play with, so they wanted to make sure they have the full AKs, full Molotovs. It allows them to potentially get that banana control once again. They can go for a full execute in that scenario. They have exchanged frags quite well there, but TSM winning the clutch rounds. But here we go, round number 27. This could be the one that pits TSM onto map pointer. Device still going to be winning that AWP. He's got a decent spawn as well, so you'd assume he's going to go for that face down to the bottom. Bialy going to be waiting for him, just trying to gain some intel as to whether there'll be smoke at the top there, but Device is waiting out to hear any sound or a flashbang going off before he faces. Here comes a flashbang. He'll probably face as soon as that goes off. There it comes. He faces out. Actually, a double flash coming in and actually shoots blind and takes down Pasha. That's fantastic work from him.
Device again able to open up space on the B site. That was Ian Dupree last time that shut it down. They're both in the same positions back inside of Oranges and Spools. Bomb meanwhile is in the hands of Taz. Over toward A, and Neo and Bialy look to fade off of Banana. Bialy's actually going to sit back, just make sure they still have that open to them, because there's 50 seconds, still a lot of options and time to work with. As Taz smokes over on the arch side as well. Kerrigan's in a very interesting position. But will not matter, because they eventually do head back to the B site. And Kerrigan, although he gets to cubby it, hoping that they'll walk around that corner, and Xyp9x and Cajun B will do the same. It's not going to. It's going to go on to B, and now they'll go very quickly. Device not able to hit the first shot, and the deep smoke again allows one to get by. He still hasn't spotted anyone, now does, and takes down Bialy, and it's up to Dupree to do the rest, but he drops inside. Oranges, a nice shot again from Device. 3 kills in the round, and now Kerrigan's arrived. Doesn't quite hit that one through the edge of the spools, and Taz brings this back to a 2-on-1. Very low on HP, mind you, 10 to work with, but the AK, in fact, taps and hits the leg of Cajun B, although he was aiming for Xyp9x, and takes down Xyp9x now. Suddenly a 3 kill from Taz has made the round close, but time's not going to work in his favor, and it will be match point, or rather map point, as we're commonly used to saying in online casts when it's not a best of 3, but map point for TSM.
So then, we saw VP losing that first frag, Device getting that great flash shot there, and as we saw from the bye, we kind of assumed they'd be going for that full B execution. That did come in. They got the smokes down, the Molotovs, but somehow Device finding positional control on top of those spools and picking up some 2 frags. And then this is on your screen right now. You can actually see it play out. And that headshot there really was pretty sick from him. And that's going to push them onto map point. And the force buy coming in from the teaser. CT's actually going really aggressive here. Canada makes it to the bench and maybe able to do some big damage here.
Yeah, they just line them up now. Virtus Pro are falling very fast. 2 AKs left, but 5 HP on Pasha, and they've got absolutely 0 map control. So back toward the spawn they go.
Yeah, Pasha on 5 HP as well. They haven't really got much to work with. They're stuck on the T-steps in a 4-on-2 situation. Make it a 4-on-1. Device finds another headshot here. He's been fantastic on his CT half. Bialy has got the bomb, but I think this one may be over, Matt.
I think you're right, Henry, as there's only been 1 round on their terrorist side go the way of Virtus Pro. 11-4 at halftime, and now looking at 16-12. Bialy walks out, takes damage down to 1 HP. At least hits Cajun on the second effort.
There
But that's it. Dupree, all it takes is 1 bullet. Assassination, 16-12, and TSM have a 1-map lead.
That's a really impressive result for them. After you said 11-4 in the first half, VP looked absolutely electric on that. They was really aggressive, great reading of the game. And then TSM come back over and do exactly the same thing. Really nice adaptive play for them. They started off the AWP on Carrigan towards their arch side. As soon as Device picked it up, that's when they came to life. It seemed like it was unstoppable from them. It was absolutely incredible. So great first map, and I think that's what we predicted. I said 2-0.
You said 2-0. I said 2-1. Train still coming up. That's where it's
become really interesting, right?
Yeah. Well, we'll send it back over to Dick in the desk.
Did he just say Dick in the desk? All right. Anyway,
usually he's not sending away to Dick. He's requesting.
He's talking about you, or he's talking about me? That's the real question. Anyway, so look, it kind of went the way that we thought it would. We knew it was going to be, competitive. But after the start Virtus Pro made, you start thinking, well, only 4 rounds in a half. Put a lot of pressure on the pistol. TSM won it, and then they didn't look back.
I think TSM can really thank Dupree for a lot.
Just going to say, yeah.
Starting off with 3 kills in that T-pistol round, securing that pistol round for them. They ended up going with 4 rounds only. That was because of Virtus Pro applying a lot of pressure in Banana, and then being really smart up in middle. First they were playing pretty passively, letting TSM actually run into their hands and then just destroying them, and then afterwards playing more aggressively. So always keeping TSM guessing and then what kind of defense they have.
On the CT pistol, he comes up big again with another 3 kills. So 6 kills in the pistol rounds. Dupree probably doesn't get a lot of credit for being a good pistol player, but that as
also
you rightly said.
Under pressure in that situation. CT being there back in the triple boxes, not an easy task when you have people come from left and right.
Yeah, the first half, because of how dominant VP was and Pasha was absolutely going off, I actually was thinking to myself, yep, they've done me again. The one time I don't bet on them, well, it's not even the one time. It's always the times I don't bet on them when they win the big series out of nowhere, like this and miraculously. But there's a reason why I picked TSM to be a slight edge on this map. Now remember, in theory, you look at VP's strength on this map, and when it's on the T side, it's when they're going to get 6 or 7 rounds and really force you to play a hard game. Wasn't even necessary. TSM was just rolling the whole way through. And yeah, there were some close rounds. There was a few that was close.
There was a bunch, actually.
But TSM had really good lockdown defense. If they ever got an advantage of CT, they could really just shut a whole side down.
And it's to their credit because we talked about how good Virtus Pro are on the T sides right now.
It needed to happen in the earlier rounds when they actually got into after plans. And then that was when TSM just shut the doors. Device started getting a lot of first pick to the op. They were putting a lot more effort into actually pushing Banana a little bit. But there was 2 different schools of how to defend, actually. The TSM very, very passive on Banana compared to Virtus Pro super aggressive. And both obviously working out really well.
Well, just while we keep talking, let's bring up the scoreboard. We have got the stats ready.
And that was actually something that yesterday on Inferno we'd noticed when we looked at the heat maps, was that the TSM style was Device and Dupree just played very at the corner, basically. They played like almost the happy MBK style. They weren't ever doing the Fnatic push-down style. So we saw it again in this game, whereas obviously VP, they also love the Fnatic push style because they like map control. That's what they always want to do and get the information.
It's all about the double Ds.
Exactly.
Mate. That's where it's at.
So yeah, for all I gave the credit to Pasha there, I mean, Dupree matched him, had less deaths, and had more assists. So actually, in the end, even though you didn't think of it initially, Dupree ended up being the man of the hour, So, and obviously, this is how good Device is, right? So Dupree was going off. You've seen him going off. Pasha's going off all the time, and then at the end, he just sneaks in with 26 kills. Yeah, no problem.
That's the vibe.
Just do that on the regular. Don't worry,
That's
mate.
what he does. But, I mean, obviously, Dupree as well, after, what he said in the interview about how comfortable they were going to beat them and stuff. Obviously, he's under pressure to perform at that point. Even if it's just a little thing and it is fun and it is jokes, obviously, he's got to set the standards, and he really did. The thing that must be frustrating for Virtus Pro is they've probably coaxed one of the best performances out of Pasha I've seen in a long, long while, and still lost the map after having an 11-4
The one
lead.
guy who never fails at the moment, Snacks, gets 14 kills and gives up 24. Dying almost all the time. The big problem for VP, and this is one of the reasons why, when I looked at the maps, I did predict TSM to win, is because, okay, it's possible VP could have won this map here. But look at their faces when they showed us the camera shots there. Yeah. They weren't like, oh, we were close, guys. You were playing well. Like, let's just get a few things together, win the next map, win the series. They were on tilt. I mean, Neo's usually a really chilled guy. It's the other ones. It's Bialy who's raging, or like Pasha's upset.
Yeah.
You look there, Neo just had that sort of sigh, like...
I think the worst part about it was that they actually started out pretty good on T side. They made themselves opportunities, but it was down, like just down spiral for them going further in that half.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the heat maps as well and just glean some of the patterns that were going on in that game. And, of course, we did see...
There's going to be a lot of B-side action here, guys.
What's up, Navi?
It's Navi and Cash. So, yeah, I don't think we will look at that.
Oh, here we go.
No,
can we have some heat, please? Can we have heat?
Can we turn the heating on? Here we go.
This is like my house, mate. You know,
Yeah,
everything's there,
coat,
but
like.
they should just put the coat round now, shouldn't they?
We've just been
No
told
heater,
that the heat's been cut off.
Listen, I'm used to this, Richard.
It's what happens.
I'm going to tell you already.
Start paying your bills.
On the TSM side, so in TSM CT, it was all around here. Everything taking place there.
Do you want to draw on the TV? Shall I get you a crayon?
For VP, you saw lots of kills going on up here. Like, they would take over that, and actually that's when... What's funny is normally, if you're the terrorists coming in, even if they smoke that off, you're like, okay, maybe we'll probe through. If you did that, that's when you got screwed, because there'll be a guy actually around here waiting for you to come in, and they were really good at locking that off. So it's amazing how much of the game was based around the B attacks there, because normally you use the B attacks when you can to try and make sure the guy doesn't rotate 4 to A, and then you go back to A again. A's normally the main site you want to hit, and both these teams were like, no, it's B all day long, and they were getting in, but it's hard to hold that B site.
It's hard to hold your banana. So...
It's very easy for me, mate.
Got to do it. Let's talk about the MVP, and let's see who it is.
Okay.
Drum roll, please. And we need to start putting a drum
Surely
roll
must
in,
be
by the way,
Dupree.
BGL. And
Okay.
it's your boy Dupree again. Not a surprise. He's had a couple of MVP performances since we've been here. But it's not just about the fragging that he was bringing up.
If you look at the top and right-hand corner, this is the interesting thing, though. So he's using the M4A1. He was a player who was very much associated with that weapon beforehand, and isn't someone who wanted to change to the A4.
No.
I don't know if he's going to do that on every map, but if you play B on Inferno, that's one of the maps you almost should still stick with the A1, I think, because actually we've seen no one has really figured out how to play that site with the two M4s, I think, fully. Like, I think that's a site where if you play in the site through the smokes, I think it's better the A1.
Because the smokes are down there, you've still got to favour the silenced rifle. You can't just be spraying away, even with the extra bullets. It's never going to be worthwhile because the traces are just going to mean that you're going to get banged out through the smoke and the sight's open.
I think the most important fact, actually, outside of the numbers, is just those pistol rounds we mentioned. First one T pistol round, they were outnumbered. They were 2-3. Dupree was very low on HP, managing 3 kills with being like down to, 15, 20 HP. CT side getting pushed by 4 or 5 people running into the site, being able to get 3 people. It doesn't happen every day. And considering how that T half went, I think we could be watching a VP winning this.
They could surely have won that
pistol. So Dupree.
Yeah, definitely. The pistol round's vitally important in that. It did turn on that. But we knew it was going to be competitive between these two teams. I think now as we move on to train, there is a new element to the analysis, which is, of course, that psychological element, which is always, it's omnipresent when we're talking about Virtus Pro. Like, how are the team feeling? How's the mood in the camp? How are the relationships between the players? So...
This is the ideal pick-me-up, though. Of all the maps that could be coming now, this is the one you want. Because, yes, listen, I think TSM is very good on this map. They just haven't had to show it very often. But VP are just superlative on this map. And because, listen, if they start CT on this map, they'll very quickly be forgetting about all the problems of this map because they'll get a massive lead. This team can really put up like 12 CT rounds on this map, so it's very hard to beat them on train. You've seen even other experienced train teams like Na'Vi most famously, even they're like, we don't want to play them on that map anymore. They're too good. So I feel like if VP has any sort of psychological weight or burden from the last game, this is the time to get over it. And also, this is another map where in his recent like reign of terror, Snacks, he's a monster on this map.
Yeah.
Yeah, on CT side, I think he's up on that CT tower, and he's a huge factor up there. It seems like such a claustrophobic spot to be in. You're going to be screwed if people are coming from left and right, but he just makes it work round after round. On the other side, Carrigan, you want to look at that guy playing on the CT side between those 6-lane trains pretty up front on yard. He does a great job there, keeping off opposition, really preserving his grenades, using them really wisely, flashing, making sure that any attack that the T's are coming with is going to be delayed.
Now, obviously, I know this is a hugely, side balanced map. You want to be getting that CT side first if you want to post big numbers up. But do we feel that matters when we're talking about Virtus Pro? I mean, they do have these ridiculously good T sides as well.
I don't think so, to be honest with you. Yeah, they do have really good sides. They keep the gameplay super simple. They just work for that first pick, and when they actually get that, they'll just run out from pop, T main, alley, and just start to swarm the site, basically.
So, with all of that said, predictions. Shall we start
E-gaming bets. We accept bets on computer games online since 2011. Referral system for regular users and deposit for newcomers. Gaming devices store and the best choice of payment systems. Dota 2 and Hearthstone. Counter-Strike and StarCraft. World of Tanks and League of Legends. EGB.com. You know for sure who is going to win.
Well, slow start for TSM, kind of similar to what Liquid have had been suffering from in their games, but they came back in the end. They took away Inferno. Now we shift gears and focus towards Train, and this was the map that the analyst thought was VP's best chance to begin with.
That's true. This is definitely VP's home ground, I would say, especially on their CT side. I always describe it as the VP fortress going into this one. Seems like a lot of teams struggle to actually take any rounds off them on their CT side, but the saving grace for TSM going into this one, as it's not their pick, they will be starting on that CT side. And as we alluded to before, on the online, well, we spoke to device for this matchup. They said they're actually pretty confident on this one. On the online matchup, I know it's online, but still, going 16-2 against VP online is still pretty impressive, considering that's pretty, in least being aware as to what they're going to be presenting to them this game. So they're definitely going to have knowledge on this. And after that first map comeback, they're definitely going to be feeling pretty confident, I think, going into this one. I think this is definitely a sign of things to come. We saw Dupree have a slow burner into that one, but he actually ended up MVP. I think he had 7 frags in the first half, and then somehow comes back for 20 on the TP.
Mm-hmm. I think, yeah, absolutely. Those are all valid points, and it does bode well for them moving on to Train, which isn't clear-cut by any stretch of imagination. Again, if we saw the percentages from the pregame show where they showed the lineups, it's like 79% win rate for Train for TSM. Now, the thing with this map is that it's early on. You're playing, it's quite skewed. Some teams are really good, some teams are really bad and don't play it at all. So you're not getting a ton of information to get those percentages, but quite clearly it does indicate that TSM are very good on it as well. The one thing I always like from VP on this map is that they kind of develop the meta of being able to isolate either left or right, whether they want to wrap directly through Hell or all the way around the back alley. Coming out of Ivy, they'll smoke one side or the other and push extremely fast through that position. So it'd be interesting to see if they're still using that as commonly against a team like TSM that definitely sets up to shut it down.
And they've got that great fast execute on the outside bomb side as well. They've got some really nice running smokes and Molotovs that come out when they get our main entrance. And then we are getting straight into this one, Matt. There's going to be no messing around here.
Well, one more point I want to make, too, before we do get into it, is that in the qualifying stages, the online portion, they played Na'Vi. VP played Na'Vi on this map. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. In the grand final of the group to make it to this event, Na'Vi ultimately didn't even make it out of the last chance. So they went from being a map up in their group to not here at all. And it was because Taz had 6 clutches and an absolutely massive game on
huge
Train.
side from him as well. So we're going to map number 2. I know you guys are excited. Can you make some noise if you're still here, please?
You ask so politely. It's like, make noise. Like,
it's getting quiet today. They're not as hyped as I'd like, but here we go. It's going to be T-side for VP. They're going to be slowing things down here. Not going to be showing that fast rush we normally see. Zipex pushing into the lower ramp, though. So he's going to see these be joined by Dupree. So they're just trying to gain information. Actually, going to be sending 3 players towards this. Nier's going to be waiting for them, spots them, and is falling back now. It's good intel from him and not actually sacrificing himself there.
A little bit of damage done to Neo, as we saw there, but Not a massive amount. If they can group up and get the Glock train going, it ultimately won't matter. What it does do is indicate that TSM's gone very aggressive toward these upper halls. Zippix and Kerrigan both there. He's spotted at least one. I don't think he spotted the head of Zippix, but...
Oh, that helps. So Cajun B's got a headshot. That's going to do a lot of damage. Zippix now trying to push into it. I think he may have spotted the bomb there and have an idea as to what's going on, but 2 smokes still remain for VP. That does suggest they could probably go towards the outside area, but they're actually going to swarm the CTs now towards inside.
Very quickly, Zippix and Kerrigan go back inside the site as a result of this smoke as well on that ramp, and it's just to push them back. This might be to just discourage any flank play down ladder because they still have to go back and grab this bomb, and they've yet to commit. Neo now will go to ladder. Taz follows up. Pasha's on the main entry, and Bialy's outside the site looking to lob some nades toward them. Speaking of nades, it does land pretty close to the edge of that doorway, and Taz is able to avoid the damage as it just barely didn't make it through. Dupree gets the first kill, though. It's Neo down, but watch for Pasha pushing forward. He's spotted up. Dupree gets him as well. Taz actually did find at least one kill, but Device has killed himself, and I assume that's from falling out of control room. But either way, Snacks is doing more damage, and Taz finds yet another. So interesting that we talked to him about being solid on this map, and he has a massive contribution in allowing Virtus Pro to start with the first pistol.
So TSM sacrificing, well, investing 3 men towards the inside bomb side there. Didn't really get much from it as well, because Neo was just at the top of the stairs, managed to hold them off and keep them there for quite a long time. They rotated 2 players back towards the outside area, and then we saw Dupree getting that first entry shot there. He thought that round maybe going towards their direction, but Device gets one as well, but then dropped down and created himself from heaven area. And then this is where it all started to go wrong, as VP made their way onto the bomb site now. And you're going to see no investment from TSM. I actually like this. I think this is a good idea. Actually not going to be forcing the issue, making sure they have a decent buy going into that first gun round.
Similar default spot for the bomb. In fact, exact same this time, so they have the same options available to them. With rifles, this time the difference is that Pasha and Bialy are putting more pressure on that alley. Meanwhile, Neo takes down Dupree. Started again. He'll add more to it. 3 kills total as he lines them up, and now Neo will come away with 4 as he gets Kerrigan, and unfortunately we have not yet seen an ace today. Pasha will close out on Cajun B, but either way, very efficient stuff from Virtus Pro, who bought heavily into 4 rifles, so that's very important.
Absolutely. We saw 2 players towards lower ramp, 2 towards upper, just waiting for first man to get confrontation, and they all face at the same time. Unfortunately for them, Neo snaps onto all of them, gets 4 frags there, finishes off the Glock, and that's going to pit TSM onto another eco here. And you can just get a little replay of this on your screen. There's the first one onto Dupree, and then the guy's face, and unable to actually kill Neo there as he dances around the pole and survives as well. So impressive stuff there. And you just want to assume that TSM are banking on getting the AWP out in that first round, so that's why they're taking this light investment, not forcing anything too much here. Snacks makes his way down main, takes down Kerrigan, bringing it to the 5 and 4 now.
Pasha, though, it's going to make it worse for TSM. Taz doing the same, left at Device and Zippix, and we might have back-to-back 5-man remaining rounds for Virtus Pro. And we know what that means T-side specifically as well, as they can build up this bank and have 2 chances to reset the economy of TSM after the first gun round, and that's going to be exactly the case. In fact, this time they lose even less HP. Pasha goes down to 86, that's it. And they didn't even expend all of their utilities to be safe about it, so they hardly have to buy anything.
So after that save, not investing into it, they actually can justify 2 AWPs going into this round. So it's going to be Device and Cajun B here. Normally the guys we do expect to come onto the AWP play. So that's going to be interesting to see where they're going to position this one. Device has got a decent spawn. He could choose to go towards Ivy. I'd imagine that's where he's going to go, leaving Cajun B to be going outside as well. So potentially going for more of an aggressive pick here to see what they can do with this one.
Puts Zippix solo on the inside side. He'll play near the ramp passively, and Taz is approaching very quickly. Turns to ladder, though. And Pasha getting Kerrigan means that the 2 ops are now in a bit of a problem, as they only have 1 rifle player near enough to help, and that's Dupree. They get closer and closer, dominating this quad position. They're able to walk onto the site. Pasha's got control of Hell as well, and the smoke in front of the stop means that they can walk even further beyond Z Connector and plant the bomb in the process. Taz looks toward ladder, and they've got very good positions to hold TSM out of this bomb site. And Dupree, yeah, I think he's not going to repeat that. Gone.
Yep.
And they'll save guns again. All 5 players staying alive right now from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, that's that very fast execute we talked about before going into this game. It's a really good tactic to run on the first gun round there. The CT's obviously getting the double AWP set up as soon as that bomb went down, unable to do much with it in terms of retaking. Device loses his AWP. He didn't have armor in that round, so he was with the glass cannon. Dupree answers back, taking down Neo though, but it's all trivial this stage. VP can afford to drop guns here.
The rest just need to sit tight, don't peek. Taz is close, and Dupree gets him, so it actually helps them a little bit.
Yep.
Again, small victories, bigger that they stayed alive. Dupree's the only one with kills. Actually, I take that back. Zipix got one on that save as well, but Device, it's harsh to say. We're still early, but sits on -1 and 4.
Yeah, difficult time.
Can we even show that on this graph?
I don't think you can.
We're going to have to reinvent the graph to do that. But we're only 4 rounds in. I'm sure he'll come alive yet.
Yeah, absolutely. So, here we go then. They do get the double AWP set up rolling once again. It's going to be Neo this time on the AWP. So, seeing if they can slow the pace down and work more pick plays. Actually, be going straight towards inside though. KGB opens it up, but Zipix spots 3 players towards inside.
Zipix gets another one as well onto Pasha, so finally TSM with a round that they can sustain, and Zipix a third potentially, and it is Taz to go down. Bomb secured. Neo with a quick shot on Dupree up close, looks for more and does actually hit Device. But it's Zipix with 4, holding on to that B site. 4-1 now for Virtus Pro, but TSM still got work to do if they want the money gone.
Yeah, perfect play there from Zipix. He really is strong towards that inside bomb site. 4 big frags for him, and one of the biggest rounds after losing that last one. They get the money, start working in their favor, but this was a big round still. So Snacks and Neo, they're going to be running a double AWP setup themselves. So they have some quite fast rounds here. I expected them to slow it down with Neo on the AWP that one, but presumably they will have to slow it down this time considering they have 2 AWPs here. But 2-1-2 setup coming in so far. 2 players making their way towards Ivy. That's a place they're going to try and get the first pick, but Device gets it onto Snacks, takes him down towards main entrance. He's with the bombers as well, so now VP whether a pick's going to be available.
I like this nade. Doesn't land. He actually bounced it off the edge. It would have landed right on top of Taz. Cajun again putting focus on this Ivy position. And no surprise from Virtus Pro. 2 players already here. Nade does do a little bit of damage, but not really that much, actually. KGB only loses 7 from that. And that high smoke in the alleyway as well does mean that Pasha has an available escape. But he's going to sit there, and Bialy's actually going to rejoin him. So they're still looking to put pressure onto this outside site with Neo toward ladder. He'll just secure the upper tunnels right now, make sure there's no chance for a fast flank, and then help his teammates raid onto the A site. And Taz is going to pick up the bomb and go through main right now, so it's a 3-pronged attack. Cajun B almost has to hit one of these shots at Ivy, or they're going to be in a lot of trouble. And in fact, he's given up on it. He's rotated around. The smoke's gone to the left, so he's going to go to the right. He'll meet them in the back alley. This is a good read from Cajun B, but he still goes down, so Kerrigan has to win now at quad, and he's gone as well. 2 very important kills for map control as Virtus Pro look to swarm on this outer bomb site yet again, but Dupree could foil all the plans. 1 kill, looks back, tops the bomb as well. Perfect timing from Dupree, and Virtus Pro left with only 2 players in 11 seconds. Might just have to concede the fact that this round slipped away on Dupree's massive play alone. And Bialy stuck in hell is going to fall to Device. Well done by TSM to pull that back.
Yep, more MVP form coming in from Dupree. Really did pull out all the stops there. Perfect read, listening to the footsteps, comes out, takes down the AWPer, and then the bomb as well. There was no time for VP to get it back into that round. That's pretty fantastic considering the money now for VP. Puts him down to the eco, and this is a real chance for TSM to dig their heels in and see if they can string together some momentum here. So we'll be going with the single AWP setup, it seems now. Dupree going with the rifle and an AK-47 on Cajun B. So just a singular AWP here, and I think that's probably a wise investment. It seems like Cajun B struggled to actually hold off the terrorists as they came out of the Ivy area, but now looks like terrorists will be going for Desert Eagles, P250s, and they have got 4 smoke grenades. So looking to execute somewhere and just get the bomb down perhaps in this round.
I think the interesting aspect of that last round as well is because they killed Kerrigan at quad, and they knew KGB was already at the alley. They killed him in the back alley. They assumed there wasn't going to be a 3rd player, so no one even checked hell. And it would have been simple to put 1 player in that position and at least spot Dupree so they could not get backstabbed like they did.
Expect to see some big plays from Kerrigan in that position. He can be really one of the best movers on that map. Like, he can move around that train so well and surprise the T's. That round didn't really work out for him, but there we go. Cajun opens up with a headshot onto Pasha there. And this is what I'm talking about. Kerrigan, this is the area he's so deadly in normally. He's now just waiting up. They are throwing some smokes over. This is the bomb play we've been waiting for, and will Kerrigan be able to hold them off as he drops the incendiary towards Pop Dog.
And they have to walk in. They'll ignore Kerrigan at quad for the meantime. He pops back out and does spot the alley near main, but he's actually gone away from the bomb site, doesn't stick around to take the fight. And as his teammates walk in, he's not there to help out, and everyone's going to go down. This time it's 5 players alive for TSM. And with 3 rounds in a row, it's only 1 the difference with an economy that's growing.
Yeah, absolutely. So now VP will be able to buy into this one. AWP coming out once again.
It looks like
Snacks. We saw him AWPing on Inferno to some great effect as well. Definitely as the backup AWP, he has some very formidable attributes going into these sort of scenarios. So let's see what he can do to this one. He is going to be pretty decent spawn as well. We normally see him go towards main entrance with this. That's where he'll be going this time as well.
Yeah, it wasn't like his spawn was any better than anyone else's, so this is actually just a straight up call to let Snacks go for the AWP. Watch for the cross. Kerrigan gets by. He jumped past as well. Just enough to throw Snacks off. It looked like initially before that Device would show his shoulder. Either way, they're safely into the bomb site now, TSM, and establish the defensive positions. 2 players again pushing out toward long from VP. It's Pasha and Snacks this time, not Bialy. He's gone toward ladder. Taz and Neo have actually put themselves in a position where they're boosting on the ledge at the inner bomb site to see through that upper window. Try and get information for anyone that rotates through the Z connector, but Xipix is already inside of it, and Device is there as well, watching upper with the AWP. However, he's going back. They've stopped boosting, thankfully, or Device would have been caught in that position.
So we've got Pasha now walking his way towards Ivy. He's just trying to do the distraction play here. If he can find a frag or even just isolate one player here, this would be perfect, because the rest of his team are making their way towards inside. So he has 2 choices here. He either tries and shows his presence now, or he tries to do the lurk as his team go into the bomb site. Interesting to see what decision he makes here. He has got all the way to the end of Ivy. No execution from the T's as of yet.
But no utilities for Pasha, so he's got to walk in and look the correct direction. And Cajun B's very tight to this corner. Meanwhile, Virtus Pro, they want the inner sight, and Pasha's still not moving. I'm a bit confused here. Pasha, he's just going to sit still, and finally he'll move, but it's so late. His team are finding kills on that B site, so hopefully he's looking to go ahead and try and flank them as Taz will put the bomb down. As Cajun B now has to fight with Neo. Device is low on HP, but Kerrigan's doing the same from the alternative approach, coming in from the hallway. And there it is. Pasha does arrive. 2 kills now for him, 1 into Device, and Kerrigan needs to stop the bomb plant, but it goes down just in time, so it's a 1-on-1. He versus Pasha. And which of the 2 was the better flank? Well, I would say it was Pasha.
So the whole idea of that is, right, so Pasha didn't want to show his presence whatsoever. He wanted to wait until he had the CTs rotating off, and that means he can get such an advantageous position, going along the backtracks, getting to CT spawn. Most flanks come in from connector, right, so the players will be above Pop Dog, and then they'll come down, go for the connector. It's so readable, and a lot of teams will check that, but you very rarely check towards CT spawn. So although Pasha looked like he may have been baiting his team a little bit there, it actually works out perfectly because he comes behind and gets 3 frags, and the bomb's been planted for him as well. So that's actually a really, really nice play from them. CTs will be buying up in this one, but that's 5 rounds on the board for VP. Let's get a scout going into this round. Neo's going to be picking that one up. Looks like that fast execute towards the main site now, coming in.
Very quick toward quad as well. Kerrigan's gone aggressive. 3 smokes to cover him off. Near electrical. But Pasha finding that kill as well. And it looked like TSM had a hook in the game to pull it back their direction. Virtus Pro has squirmed loose of the jaws. TSM sank upon them, and now it's going to be pulled back the other direction. So it became a tug-of-war right now because TSM are finding all the kills on the site. It looked like with Kerrigan down in that hell control, they might be able to sustain something, but losing the member down toward that back alley, and suddenly TSM pull it back. Dupree with the last kill. And they'll avoid having to eco in this next round.
Yeah, and that's going to reset the money for VP as well. Only getting $1,400 going into this round. So they really can't afford to do too much. We saw Neo picking up the scout last round after winning the last one. I guess they didn't really have much to work with. Wanted to see if he could keep it long range with that weapon. Scoreboard up on his screen right now. Dupree and Xipix leading the charge. Xipix having a great game towards the inside area. And his flanks as well have been pretty superb. So now we have the singular orb once again. It's going to be Cajun B taking it this time. So they've dropped the roll from Device. And Cajun making his way towards Ivy. Just watching main at the moment. And this is the full eco.
This was the last time we saw him was in the same position with the AWP. And it was the round that Dupree clutched it out. Remember, this time he actually does get an early pick against the pistols because it's no utilities, which is how they moved him last time with smokes on that alleyway. But the pistols can't do anything. It's a fairly linear and easy shot for a guy like Cajun B to hit.
Oh, absolutely. There's like no real pressure there. Hasn't been smoked off, hasn't been flashed, just point blank click in that scenario. Now the bomb's making its way towards main. It seems actually maybe going towards inside, just judging by the overlay. And they're going to just try and walk down lower ramp. But Xipix has been pretty hot tonight. Will he be able to pull these guys off?
And it is going to be Device. Sprays down 2. And Xipix will get the last. All we heard was A4 bullets, but the A1 actually got 2 of those kills on the spray, and now it is 5-5. And still money's grim for Virtus Pro. Taz actually goes straight to a Tech 9. The rest will bring out rifles, but Snacks as well is pretty limited. Only pulls up 1 smoke.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult round for them. Galil and a Tech 9, they only get $1,900 going into this one. So definitely a round they want to win if they want to start getting momentum back in their favor. Let's see what happens now. Carrigan picking up the orb. They're just swapping it around every single round, seeing who's going to be winning this time. This is actually really clever because he's going to go towards the inside bomb side. He's got 2 players there working with him. And actually T's going fast towards inside as well. It's going to work out perfectly for TSM. As I say that though, Taz somehow found 2 massive frags with a Tech 9. Neo gets one of himself. And I don't really know how that happened. Taz with the Tech 9 doing some huge work there.
And also able to pick up a rifle because of it. He's pushed past Neo deep inside the site. Device will get at least Bialy down. That's at outer though, so Snacks has bomb planted. Neo's in CT spawn. TSM have a long way to go if they even want to get near enough to attempt a defuse. And Cajun B is the only one with a kit, by the way. Is he going to? That's the question. Pass it. Yep, there it is.
Way. Everyone's
Crowd loves that.
They've erupted.
$1,500. Everyone loves a good knife. Cajun B, everyone loves a good headshot. That's 3 kills with the Tech 9 from Taz.
I love how they've been pretty quiet for even some of these massive rounds going in. As soon as their knife comes in, that's all it takes. They're loving it. But there we go.
See why we still don't have Zeus's just for that reason. Like, I'm glad the Zeus has been nerfed. By the way, we haven't seen it at all this weekend.
I called it was dead after this.
Very small. Yeah, you did say that. I expected we might still see it on eco rounds, but we haven't even seen that. But it was at least like exciting. There was that troll aspect to it, same kind of thing.
But I don't know how Taz managed to make that work for himself. That's sick. I said that was perfect for GSM. It seems like they read it perfectly. Open up a ramp, and 2 players watching the lower as well, but somehow that falls away from their grasp. But now they still can buy here, but the fast inside push coming in once again for VP. This time the HE grenades from Zipex take them down. There's considerable damage to the rest of the team as well. They are going to continue up to upper ramp though.
After winning that eco, there is still a buy for TSM. That goes without saying as we're now into the round, and they've gotten kills with those guns, but they are still fragile. And it gives Virtus Pro 6 rounds T-side. Which is a lot more than they were able to get on Inferno. But Bialy now is going to search desperately to find at least 1 kill. Try and force something out of this round with a minute left. It's down to just he and Taz. Device, Zipex both on the inner site. Outside occupied by Cajun B, Kerrigan, and Dupree. No need to shuffle anything. A 3-2 split is more than enough in this situation, and more so with Taz very far away from Bialy. It's going to buy them a lot of time before he even gets close enough to attack this inner bomb site.
Yeah, so they've got 2 smokes remaining still, so they can smoke down the lower ramp, potentially smoke off the upper as well, try and just get a bomb down, flash off. We'll see what happens here with Device waiting as well.
Well, the other thing about Taz we haven't talked about, the CT side, he plays this exact position Device is playing, and he's so good at it. The difference is that right now, Bialy has a chance to come above against Device, and Device hears him and it shuts it down. Actually, Zipex that gets the kill, but it means that Device was still in a good position to stop them being able to quickly rush through that smoke that they deployed and try and get a fast bomb plant.
So once again, the money does get reset for VP. This time, though, they actually have a little bit more of a bank in there ready to present. They've got 5K on 2 players there. The rest of them on about 2.5. So let's see the replay now. It's Zipex on the bomb side. Picks up the last 2 frags there. That's a big round, that HE grenade from him to start things off. They read it pretty well. It's going to be the force fight coming from VP here. They're going to go for 3 upgraded pistols, 2 Tech 9s and 2 rifles. And why not? After Taz had that stellar performance on the inside bomb site, obviously know what they're doing with them. So once again, they're going to be making their way towards the inside bomb site. They have favoured that the last few rounds. Maybe just checking out a little bit more of a fake here as they chuck some smoke through the windows. Zipex going close up on that lower ramp. Don't want to be pushing up. He doesn't show too much aggression like some players like Taz will give him right out there.
Oh, and Zipex goes down again. It looked like he was in great position to take the shot. In fact, it was only a body shot against Snacks, so 34 HP remains as the Tech 9 wins again. Snacks is going to push as far forward in this B site as possible so as to prohibit the movement of TSM. Cajun B, very quick reaction with the AWP, but Pasha gets back into him, and as they picked up rifles, it looks better and better. Twice now they've overwhelmed Zipex with pistols to take this B site on an eco, and already TSM are bailing.
Yeah, overwhelmed definitely is the operative word there. The thing is as well, what VP do so well when they go to the inside bomb site, a lot of teams will make the mistake, if they get the bomb down, they try and play very passively. They'll hold back and on the upper ramp and stuff like that. VP know when they got their disadvantage in terms of the weapons, they push right down up to connector, getting into the CT halls there towards CT spawn, and it means the retake's almost impossible there. Cajun B came in with a fantastic shot, but Pasha cleaning up with the AK, it was a fantastic position for them, and left CTs were almost impossible task there. So they do save 2 guns, but that force buy from VP paying dividends there. 3 pistols and 2 rifles actually working towards the inside side. I think they're going to be better off, TSM, just playing the AWP towards the inside side. Now it seems like Ipex maybe struggling a little bit. It seems like that's the weak point going forward. It's kind of interesting how that's developed. He had a great start to this game.
Let's give the lead back to Virtus Pro as we hit round 14. They didn't quite have a fast enough spawn for it, but I almost would have liked to see them put Device again toward a very fast position in B at upper to help Xyp9x. By the way, Xyp9x not to put too much pressure on him or harp on him too heavily. He's actually leading the way for his team with 13 kills. In fact, 1 more than Pasha for the overall lead. Watch again for this pressure toward Ivy and Cajun B. This time with the rifle and only 13 HP remaining is playing rather aggressively toward that smoke. And 1 nade would do it for them if they lob that in. Instead it's going to be fire. So he'll have to go even further back. Flash, Pasha knows that came from the left, so smoke on the right, and now they'll rush toward this back alley. Cajun B almost got with the nade out. Does put fire in front of Pasha, but he's too far forward and it's too late. Follow that up, however, and they do have a crossfire. And that does allow TSM to find multiple kills as Kerrigan again wreaks havoc from quad. Taz gets him in the end, and now it's back to the 2 versus 2 as Bialy follows in the footsteps of his now deceased teammate Pasha. And things suddenly get a little bit awkward. Both players on either side not sure where the others are, and it's ring around the rosy. Dupree might just come out, but too late, slightly too late. Does end up taking down Taz, but Bialy's got his teammate instead, and it's Dupree one-on-one with Bialy. Bomb dropped on the train in the designated bomb radius, but Bialy picks that back up, and Dupree catches him, and it's 7-7.
Really is a back and forth affair this game. Once again, Pasha getting that opening frag towards Ivy. He seems to be doing really well this season, series, picking up 13 frags himself. He seems to be the one getting that entry frag almost every single time, getting out that main entrance towards Ivy, and then lurking towards that inside bomb side as well. He really has got a great skill set on this map. But now then we go into round number 15. It's going to be Device with the Mag 7 this time. And you see this play. This is the kind of player I was talking about from Kerrigan. His movement is so impeccable in that sort of position. He's really, really strong there. And now it's another force buy from VP. Obviously, going into the last round, you buy everything you can. So 2 Tech 9s. And Device now going to be taking over Xyp9x's role. With this Swag 7 in hand. He's going to be showing some presence towards there as well.
And Xyp9x is still in that inner bomb site despite not playing his default position, all due to the fact that Device wants the shotgun
close range
to obliterate them.
See both teams clutching the straws of the buys. TSM haven't really got that much utility to play with. They have got a couple of 1 smoke remaining and incendiary, only 2 kits. The T's now setting themselves out. Looks like the full outside wall of smoke's coming in. Just trying to force a post-plant situation for them, give them the chance to clutch here. And if they win this one, they win the half. So obviously, huge opposition going into this round number 15.
Dupree will make the call. The smokes all come in. He's stuck in behind them. And although they get 1 trade from Kerrigan, he's given up quad now, which means Cajun B has to give up alley. Unfortunately, Pro this time don't have anyone in position to capitalize, so it's the right call from Cajun, but Cajun goes down to Bialy. As the smokes are still in place, they'll be able to plant this bomb, but it's in the hands of a very weakened Bialy, and with Taz going down, there's a chance, but Neo fights through, and Bialy does take down Xyp9x before eventually Device does show up with that Mag 7, but it's all that's left, and he's at a very long angle. So Pasha will secure the half for Virtus Pro, 8-7, as they move over and watch out for Taz on the CT side.
They get in again. The Tech 9s prevail. There have been so many of those rounds where they force buy with those weapons. Rifles and Tech 9s, it seems to work so well for them. They get themselves into that position where the smokes go down, get the Tech 9s in real close range positions, and it seems to work out very well for them. I think there's 3 times actually made that happen. So that's going to be disappointing for TSM losing rounds like that in so many different ways. But there we go. There's your matchup on the screen. Dupree with 13 frags. Bialy with 6. But disappointing half, I have to say, for TSM going into the second one. It's a little bit of a highlights on your screen right now. This is the play from Neo on the inside side, taking down the eco of TSM. This is a must-win pistol for the Danish side, I would say. I think it goes without saying.
Absolutely. I mean, it is still a close game, and on the scoreboard you'd think, oh, it's not that bad. They're only going to get ahead by a few rounds. But, again, it's CT side, and Taz is an absolute animal.
This was the kills that impressed me the most. Like
those were huge.
There was a full buy. AWP and M4 towards the lower ramp, and he manages to get that one as well.
You said, by the way, that it was 3 rounds that they won by forcing up with Tech 9s. Well, they won 8 rounds total. 3 of them were after the pistol, and 3 of them were with those Tech 9s.
Pretty crazy, right?
That's massive. Only 2 full gun rounds that they actually won. So TSM definitely have to address that.
Well, there we go. Like I said, they did lose the pistol and the first gun round as well, so they had a difficult start going into this one. But TSM, we saw them on Inferno, how strong they can be as well going into this one, so let's see whether they can do it. They're going to be starting out on the T side. They're going to get 4 sets of armor. Carrigan going to have the Tech 9 and Smoke Grenade there. He's not going to be throwing it to a teammate to become that elusive raid boss we normally talk about. That seems to have gone out of fashion a little bit recently.
Yeah, it has, hasn't it? Old school too. The Deagle in 1.6.
The interesting thing about this is TSM does a really cool thing where they use their decoys to look like smoke grenades going into the outside bomb site.
Yeah, Natu brought this up.
Yeah, this is when it actually can make it look real convincing outside play. It looks like TSM going straight to Ivy. They're going to be no messing around here to make the run to the outside side.
Snax is in good position with this USP, but he needs to find the headshot. Kerrigan has already taken down Pasha, which means they can get ever closer to Snax. He gets a little bit confused and actually puts some damage into his teammate. Either way, it's TSM with all of the kills, the bomb plant as well. And Neo desperate to play smoke out so he can limit his options. Narrow these gaps down with the pistol. So far hasn't found a kill, and they've yet to push forward. Out of ammo, Bialy drops to Dupree, and it's just one remaining. All 5 stay alive, and TSM, the all-important pistol in 8th round.
Now then, so we go into round number 2. This one gets interesting. I would say with the better rounds VP have available, I'd say just probably not worth force buying into this. You don't need to. It's not necessary. Just keep the money at least strong for that first gun run and don't let that economy run away from you. We've seen it happen a lot today, actually. Huge comebacks coming in. You can see they are going to be force buying pretty much fully into this. Bialy's going to keep $1,000 on himself, but the other guy's getting deagles and armor is going to be costing quite a lot of money getting into this round. So here we go. TSM, they're going to be getting 3, making 4 rifles, 1 player. MP7 is going to be Carrigan. They get the first frag on their Ivy there. CT showing some huge aggression, and Carrigan replies. Bialy gets 1 onto Carrigan, makes it 4 on 3, and it's a back and forth affair here.
It is Neo hitting that shot on Zipix, brings it back to 3 versus 3, and Bialy's picked up the SMG. So watch for Device to hit that shot. Had to as well, because bomb's still not planted. He goes down, so it still stays even situation. However, HP on Taz is only 15, Neo without armor on 76. Both with deagles, though. They can pull off shots. There's a chance for it. However, that's going to go the way of the AK instead. And with low HP on Taz, that'll do it. TSM will get away with it, but with only 2 players still alive.
So then, kind of got a bit scary there. We saw the aggressive push coming in from VP. Managed to bring it down to a 2-on-2 situation, but now then.
Device lost an AK, so he's limited to just an MP7 this round.
This round is okay because
sure.
VP are just going to be on PT50s, and hopefully the rifles they have, and just keep it nice and long range, actually allows Device to go in first in a certain situation, get on lower ramp, for example, get in there first, and even if he dies and causes a stack, it means they can fall back and keep it long range from outside.
And if he goes in first against the pistols and gets a bunch of kills, then the money is right back in his favor.
So they're going to go straight outside. Dupree gets 1, Snax answers back, then Device shuts down Snax, and they should be able to clear up here. It's Device doing work with MP7. Looks like he's getting low HP though.
Yeah, low HP, but there you go. 2 kills with it. $1,200 gained back. As Kerrigan will fall to Pasha, but not before getting a kill. KGB closes it out. They'll get their 3 standard rounds, much the same that Virtus Pro did. However, Virtus Pro also won the first gun round, and that's what we're faced with right now. Virtus Pro going all rifles as well.
Yeah, they haven't got the best buy going into this one. They got 1 kit and 4 smokes, 1 incendiary. Don't have the AWP either. It's normally one of the maps we talk about Neo being fantastic on his defensive AWPing on here. He can be not the flashiest player, but he definitely hits the shots between connector and outside, and going towards the inside area as well. It seems to hit 1 or 2. They absolutely has to. Carrigan's going to be AWPing on the T side this time. So what's the plan here for TSM? They're going to try and do a fast tactic like VP did on their first gun round. Looks like they will be playing towards the inside bomb site. Could be dangerous, so we know how Taz can be in this sort of position. He is absolutely fantastic, one of the world's best inside trained players.
Watch Snax, though. We know he's super good at being able to flank, show up exactly in the right moment, and he's below that ladder. They are working on inner. He's yet to go up, and now he will. And if Taz can buy space and time, he might show up at exactly the moment he needs to. Bomb's going to try and be planted from Zipix, and he's just coming down the ramp. Can Taz, or rather, excuse me, Snax shut this down. Bomb's planted, but still gets the kill. And now his teammate Kerrigan's gone as well from upper. So Device has to win that frag, does, and it's left to a 2 versus 2. Not only that, they're able to shuffle Device back over to that upper position, that common post-plant position. He's already used the Molotov off the door. That'll buy a little more space, but the smoke, nope, not used. Pasha thinks about it. Now he will, and it extinguishes the other Molotov. Perfectly timed, and he's going to hold this. They've got to walk out. Device goes, and Bialy's there to support it. They get the defuse. KGB might get 1 more kill, but a very swift play from Pasha.
We've seen that happen so many times at an inside bomb site. As soon as the smoke goes down on the bomb, it's utter panic for the terrorists. It's such a hard position to come out and spam the smoke, especially when you've got another CT defending him as well. As soon as that was dropped, it seemed like that round was tied up. Perfect play from Pasha there, extinguishing. He's waiting for that second Molotov to come in, you know. You saw it come down, dropped it on top, and then the fuse comes in. It's almost impossible for the teams to actually retake a position. They have to come in for the full spray. He had his teammate backing him up, and then VP get back into this, 3-1.
Nade quickly in toward main, does damage on Dupree. Sure the flashes, though, blinded Snacks enough to allow them forward, but Bialy's going to take a different approach than what we saw from Kerrigan, playing a more passive approach to quad. On top of the yellow train, spots up Device coming up as well, but Kerrigan hits him in the meantime, and down he goes. They've also lost Bialy. Pasha, which means that TSM are walking toward the site with numbers in their favor, and it's left to just Taz with a P90.
No
Can Taz do what he does, what we've seen him do 6 times against Na'Vi and clutch out a 1-on-3? Damage already into Device, low on Kerrigan as well, so there is a chance, even though he's got this P90, but like you said, no kit, so if they can hold him out long enough to get to the bomb, it'll favor him, and now he's got Kerrigan even lower. He looks towards Zipix, it's down and done!
Wow.
Oh, but Kerrigan just hits it with the AK.
That could have got really dangerous there. He got himself in the perfect position, 2 players on 1 bullet kills, P90 with the best weapon for that scenario. That could have been crazy, but I didn't think he had a chance there. He did fantastic work to get out of that connector anyway, but the thing is there, VP, after winning that one round, they lose their money here, going $1,400 into this one, and this is a really good opportunity for TSM now to grind some rounds out and potentially get 2 out of this. Could be a double eco coming in for VP. And Device still has the AWP. He's doing some pretty good work. They're getting those entry picks onto the outside bomb side there. Device going to be smoking up. It seems like their team will be going towards that inside play once again. Apex just holding for the push though. They've got to be aware that the CP will be full eco here. Only get $1,400 for this. Kerrigan going outside, potentially for the distraction play with that MAC-10. Working out if there's any stacks out there.
Taz is going to wait in the close angle at upper as well to try and use that pistol. Kerrigan has already cleaned out the connector, and he'll rotate back in. Here's Bialy coming from behind, a 3rd one for him. HMB finds Taz waiting from above. It's left to just Pasha, and Device is playing the waiting game with him.
We see Kerrigan do that so much. He did it on Inferno as well. When he knows the team's going to be eco, he's just more than happy to run his positions by himself, confident in his MAC-10 ability, and has another 4K for him. He did literally that on Inferno again, and just completely shuts down the CT side there. And you can see their money getting to a very decent position. After that round, Kerrigan actually sat on 11K here. It looks like he may be deciding to keep that MAC-10 in hand, which actually makes sense considering, like I said, VP will be going on to a double eco here, and this could potentially put TSM onto their 13th round and potentially take this series. This is looking very promising for them. VP are going to be doing the quasi-buy into this. Neo justifying buying a scout. The rest of the guys with Deagles and P250s. They have got some HE grenades. They're expecting to get those pre-nades potentially towards inside. Let's see what they do towards main.
Well, that nade's perfectly deployed so as to allow the cross. Scout does damage onto the AWP player of Device.
Grenade coming in as well.
This will take him if it hits far enough, deep enough. Do they throw it? It's not there yet. But Bialy's pushing forward with this P250. It goes to the right, so it actually avoids Device. Dupree, therefore, will take down Bialy. That could have been a lot worse or a lot better, depending on which side you're on here. And now Neo on top of the train tries to go for that jump set shot. Meanwhile, Taz does find Kerrigan. They pinch him off, and it gives them at least 1 kill to work with. 3 men still alive on their side, and a MAC-10 picked up for Taz. Zipix is already going to go ahead and deploy fire on the end of the Z connector. They'll follow that up with a smoke on top of it, bomb down as well, and Zipix will push as far forward as possible again, so as to cut off the CT players before they get anywhere near the bomb. And a good shot on Neo. It's all down to Taz and Snacks, who's got only 16 HP. Looks like the 13th round is in the favor of TSM. Very close, but not close enough. Snacks is able to take down KGB with a swift shot from the Deagle. Device knows that he's now in that Z connector, and if he's going to escape, he's got to surely cross by him. And he's got the first player already. Shuffles to the left far enough that Snacks is not spotted. And if Snacks sits this close to the bomb, though, he may be in trouble with only that 16. I think he's just far enough away now. Nope, not. Wow.
Down he goes.
Wow, I thought that was actually just on the edge of it.
Well, they managed to get 2 frags here, but buying that scout means Neo can't justify an AWP going into this one. So Taz is working out what he's going to buy. It's going to be 5 rifles once again. No kits purchased once now, and then we've got the double AWP coming in. Kerrigan and Device. This is probably a really smart play from them. They know the CTs are up against the ropes in terms of the economy. They'll be expecting something aggressive coming in, maybe that Ivy push. Coming forward, we see VP do that quite a lot, actually. Let's see what they will be going for as they make their way towards the inside site. Not actually be committing anyone but Taz towards there now, but You'd expect them to try and go for an early frag, considering they can't allow the bomb to go down here.
Device is in a very passive angle with that AWP in case Virtus Pro look to put pressure on Ali. And we've seen them do it. We've seen them actually flash through early on, and Ali got a trade kill with pistols in the second round.
Taz did pick up a kit. I missed that, so I thought they were going naked on this one, but they do manage to pick one up, so that's going to be something.
TSM's already worked in the upper halls as well with Dupree and Kerrigan. Getting very close to that entry point where Taz is staring, and this is where Taz comes to life in this B site.
It's perfect.
But it's the opposite side this time. Still able to get one, looks for the second. And they fall back. Kerrigan doesn't want to walk into that same mistake. Now he takes Cajun B. VP finally look to be in around here. 3 members still alive, though, for TSM. A Device still lurking with that AWP on the fringes of the Ivy Alley. Sasha, though, will get one more in Kerrigan. This is getting quite dangerous now for TSM. A 2 versus 5, and Xyp9x is going to try and work his way out from that ladder room, but watch out because Neo is going to get above him. There will be no way back up. And even though Device is just now arriving. In fact, he's going to go even lower. No flash. He's just going to walk into it. Bomb down. Very well done. Device manages to take Snacks, but more importantly, the support flash came over. And they know exactly where he is as the last man remaining. And they'll hit double digits now as well.
Really nice, clever inside positioning there from Taz. He had his teammate backing him up. They smoked off the lower ramp. He's able to hold that unorthodox angle that Tees didn't even think about checking coming into that. AWP walks in, gets taken down, and that's enough there. He got one frag, pushed them back, forced them towards the outside area, and the round fell apart for TSM from that point. Unfortunately for the CTs, though, this is a must-win round for them. Although the money's not too bad, a couple of players, if they lose this one with $1,400 going into the next run, they really will be in a horrible position and giving serious point towards TSM. So this is a round VP can't afford to lose. 5 rifles this time for TSM. So they're going to have full buys going into this. Molotov smokes. TSM going to be making their way towards the inside side. Dupree actually getting towards that upper ramp as well. I'm not sure if Taz saw him.
Is going to be the one to slow down this time against those 2 AKs that are on the outside of that alley. It's Cajun B and Device this time. The alley's also going to hold from hell. There's no one directly in quad. They've got a good crossfire set with Passion and the alley to at least cover off Ivy, and then if Snacks can hold them far enough away from the front of the bomb site, then they can actually still pull this off, and TSM's yet to decide. In fact, they might go with 3 players down Ivy as the bomb in Kerrigan's hands is coming back with Device. And Pasha's going to get aggressive on this smoke. This is going to get interesting and awkward all the same time as Pasha flashes through and then doesn't push. Cajun B doesn't spam into it, so he won't get the indication that there is someone up close. Speaking of that crossfire, Bialy is now being sold because they've actually forced TSM a player back towards the connector, and as they come in from ladder, they're going to find the first kill, but Snacks and Bialy manage one more. Dupree, Device, they walk in. The patience pays off, and that crossfire, or the absence of it rather, from Bialy definitely comes back to haunt them. However, Taz does hit the bomb planter, and it leaves us in a 2-on-2. Nade hits him immediately after. They're still in good positions right now as Neo's wrapped around, caught Dupree, and he's going to also catch off Device. So 2 kills for him and a second straight round for Virtus Pro.
They're making their way outside of there, just baiting as many nades as they possibly could, pushing Pasha back. We saw him utilize the last few grenades there and have to go back to the back tracks. They come out, find the kill onto him, but it's that great luck from Neo from those back tracks that secures the round, kills the player towards Pop Dog, and then kills the planter as well. So VP, the round I said they had to win, they managed to pull it off. And it should be knocking TSM onto an eco round here, but actually interesting enough, they're going to be going for, they can justify keeping Kerrigan and Xyp9x with rifles here. They have a decent amount of money for the next round perhaps, so let's see what they're going to do here. Actually, oh, they've gone straight in, so AWP has been salvaged for Device. They're going to be going for the full buy now. I thought they were just going to try and do the Tech 9 sort of setup, but...
Yeah, take one from VP's pages. However, the setup is very different from Virtus Pro this time. Snacks is already in the ladder room. He's looking to climb it quickly and actually gets in behind Xyp9x with the shotgun. So he'll completely clear out the B hallway right now. And TSM, that means they're limited just to A. As a result of Snacks doing that, Taz can rotate back over because they have lost Neo. Which does mean there's only 2 right now on the A side. Look at Bialy's position. This is pretty good. With the smoke out, he can actually get very close to the T's on the entry.
Cajun B, though, his way behind enemy lines, hasn't been spotted yet, and Bialy's ready for this kill onto Device. This could be huge, considering he's got the AWP as well, manages to survive.
Oh, that bails Device out. He may still get Kerrigan down, but now it means that Dupree inside the site's going to wrap back around to try and help with Bialy, but as he does, Cajun B goes down to Taz, and things still look favorable for Virtus Pro. Snacks with the shotgun, already with one very fast flank, is about to show up on Device, but I think he heard him. just as he touched that top rung of the ladder, and as he goes to throw out the pop flash, the no-scope comes in, and Device pulls it back even. Watch for Taz on the site, though. Fire engulfed in the background. He's got one on either side, but he's playing this so smart, and as they go for the plant, 26 seconds, Taz is going to deny at least the first chance, and if Device wants any chance of making this round possible, he's got to go down, and he's not. He's already going to keep the AWP.
Taz is so smart on this map. He seems to just pull out the big plays every single time, playing on that bomb train there, taking the bomb planter down, and putting Device in a pretty much unwinnable situation there, and it's another huge round for them to win. TSM force-balled into it, find the first frag, but it keeps getting exchanged, and Taz picking up 2-man there, and Bialy and Snacks with the rest of them. So Device will save his AWP. VP definitely on out of the woods yet, but definitely going to help. 13 plays 12 as we're going to round 26 now. This is where TSM need to decide how they're going to approach this one. Will they be getting the guns to assist Device? I assume they will be. They probably have to go Galil's on a couple of players here, but Dupree will be that one on Galil. They're all going to be buying back into this.
Dupree's actually going to go Tech 9.
Oh, interesting.
Well, we saw what Taz can do with it.
This is Taz's map. He's an absolute monster on here. And now TSM making their way towards inside. Not going to be forcing the issue just yet. Just trying to play a little bit slower.
Again. Watch Snacks again. Zipix needs to be ready for it this time. I'm not sure he's climbed the ladder yet. He may just be below it. He is. Neo's going to find Kerrigan, but Snacks is just waiting for the right opportunity. He's so smart in these type of situations. Nice shot from Cajun, though, through the edge of the smoke, and Neo goes down. Now the shotgun comes into play. Zipix knows he's down there, so he's trying to bait him out, but he's going to go up, and he gets caught. Zipix wins it as he looks for that one pop shot from the ladder, and unlike in Cologne, where we had the amazing faces of the casters, those hitboxes are no longer as much of an issue. Nice pop flash. This is actually very clever from Taz. Unfortunately, Cajun B's just far enough away that he can scurry back over to his left and get out of the line of fire.
So we saw Neo there taking that first frag into the upper rank. He refaced and got destroyed by Cajun B there. And it's going to pick the advantage towards TSM. Looks like they will be faking towards the inside side. It's actually worked out pretty well for them. Bialy's waiting for the rotation though. In the pop, gets the bomb down, and Dupree actually onto his back and gets a kill. I'm not sure how he managed that one, but here comes the rotation from Pasha now.
I thought surely Bialy would follow that up with at least one more, and it's 5 HP left for Pasha, which means Dupree's easily able to take him down.
There it is.
And TSM pull the round back in their favor. 14 now total. Still okay money. Well, I shouldn't say okay money. There's reasonable money on 2 players, but not really on the others.
This is the worst position to be in this stage
what do you make
of the game.
Call?
Yeah, well, they're going to be forced buying into it. There's no point even trying to analyze what they could do. They're going to be buying into this one. They want to go for the win. They're not going to be going for a draw just here. But like you said, when Bialy was beneath Pop Dog there, I thought he was going to clear up. When you know players are coming, you've got the bomb in front of your screen. They have to come for it. It wasn't much time. Dupree, fantastic work from him to actually, and that's the shot from Cajun B I spoke about. Fantastic work from him to actually get that kill back, and it was huge to actually get that round for them. Double up set up now for TSM. And no VP up against the ropes here in terms of the money. Snacks to be making his way towards main. It's a great flash. Could get the double kill here. Manages to get 1 and the 2. That's amazing stuff from him. Carrigan answers back though. And Bialy's right next to the main entrance. Potentially could take down Carrigan as well.
Snacks is so good in these positions, but Carrigan finds Bialy. You thought it might have been unexpected that 2 5-7s would be so close, but Carrigan took no chances. That decoy continues to reign. Gets closer at the E-box as we see the off-camera action. Either way, it brings us back to 3 versus 3 and rifles on everyone, including the AWP on Carrigan. No kits, keep in mind, as well for Virtus Pro. Pasha looks to go for this flank, though. This is actually well-timed. Kerrigan's just going to head in toward the site now, but he's still going to be in vision. As he comes around, he spots him going down now. This is where he'll execute Trigger Discipline, look for potentially more, and as he pops out, they turn back on him, so Cajun is able to get the shot, but he's taken down in the end by Neo, and it's left to just 1 player remaining in Zipix. The 4 spy prevails, and Virtus Pro hit 13.
That initial play from the 5-7, getting flashed into main entrance there, you can see it was a big, impactful play from them. And now TSM going to be on to Anika themselves. It's a chance for VP to get back into this and take it to 14-14. TSM not going to be forcing the issue. You're going to stick with some PT-50s and Glocks here. So the economy in terms of both teams is back and forth. And that was the round for TSM to take the pressure off themselves. And the huge player of the 5-7 there is coming in. Does go down to a 3-on-3, but Pasha with a huge flank there as well. Manages to secure that round. It looks like TSM will be going for a full on the inside rush there.
This is really fast. He's pushed out of position already, manages to stay alive, and now he's got to be efficient with the M4. 1 and 2 already, but he's running out of ammunition. The 3rd is big, and now to the pistol. Is it going to be 4, but not more? Zipix will shut down the ace, but Neo's right there.
Wow. The inside rush coming in. We know Taz is good in that inside bomb site. Had he died there, could have been a different state of affairs. We know what happens once the bomb goes down, the T's pushed down, and it can be very deadly indeed. And he just manages to hold his own, and that first frag giving him enough time there to react and take the next 3 as well. So good stuff from Taz there.
Talk about a round that matters. Both teams still fairly light on economy. 14-14, and it'll be match point for either of the victors, with a fairly scattered bye against them. So this is essentially for it all right now on Train. Is it the series for TSM, or is it going to be map 3 for Virtus Pro? We knew it was going to be close. We knew this was going to be an excellent game, and Taz has actually gone past Dupree. That flash.
Okay, this could be big.
But who's going to realize first is the problem, because Zippix is still waiting at the top of the ladder. I think Taz has.
Oh, God, he doesn't know.
Oh, Dupree's got his back turned. Who's going to see the other first? It's Dupree, who catches him in the peripheral vision. And now Dupree has control of the upper tunnels. It forces Neo and Bialy into different positions, as Neo has to go all the way to B, and Bialy much closer to that Z connector. And TSM's waiting this out. They still have the bomb near the dumpster inside spawn, looking to set up a smoke execution on the A site.
5-4 now, TSM with the advantage. You spoke about money not being great. I'm pretty much going to say whoever wins this round is going to take this game. And now VP are fantastic in this position as the smokes come out towards the outside bomb site. Snacks managing to land a leg shot as well.
That's big, because it'll help them so much more just spraying with the rifles on the weak HP player, but they've gotten the kills. Device takes down Snacks, and Cajun B on Bialy at Ivy does mean that Pasha's stuck in the site, and it's all down to Neo. 1 versus 5. Very near the site, but Kerrigan spots him, and that's going to do it. Match and series point, but only 1 to work with for TSM. As Virtus Pro, we did say it was going to be tight. They were in the better situation of the 2 teams, so they'll be able to bring out quite a bit if they want, but not still ideal.
Well, they've got 2 players. Oh, an AWP on Snacks. I didn't realize they'd be able to get that one. That's actually pretty good. But Scout on Neo, Taz with the Desert Eagle. If he's playing the inside bomb side by himself, I'm assuming they're going to put the AWP up to that upper ramp and try and just anchor him towards that position. That's going to make the most sense. Taz holding inside with Deagle to be almost impossible for him. It looks like they actually will be rolling with that. Going to be by himself, isolated towards the inside side. They're taking a huge gamble here. And now TSM just spreading themselves out. 2 players towards Ivy. Going to get smoked off now. Bomb making its way towards that area as well. So they have got the AWP on Snacks, and now Neo's going to be backing up Taz towards that upper ramp.
Dupree went very quickly toward that ramp at B, because he knew Taz plays it aggressively, and very early on at least. So just by popping on a flash, Taz is forced back in the site. Neo has to help him out, as he's only got the Deagle, so Dupree just basically creates a lot of map control just on that simple rush play alone. And again, TSM setting up much the same. Device and Kerrigan outside toward the dumpster. Cajun B on Ivy. It's the exact same set play again with Zippix on ladder. This time they haven't lost anyone so far, though. That's a bit of a difference right now for Virtus Pro. And if they can create enough confusion and chaos, they might be able to find some quick kills. TSM already gone toward that Ivy position, or rather, excuse me, the quad position. Bialy manages 1, but Cajun B gets back toward that Ivy. And Device with a shot on Bialy now means they can get the bomb down, but Neo hitting at least 1, nearly lines up 2, gives them the man advantage, Virtus Pro, and he's looking for the extra shot toward that main, and he's going to spot it. It's not going to kill him, though, through the wall. It leaves Device on 6 HP. Dupree is burning alive, down to 33, 19 in fact, and he has to move away, but a great shot from Device, and it's all now down to Taz. He's so good, but he can't clutch it this time, and TSM goes straight through to the upper bracket. Virtus Pro will play Fnatic. And much like last year, or rather last season, TSM reached the finals without dropping a single map.
Fantastic work from them. We called that VP were going to take that map hands down, and TSM showing that mental fortitude on the T side, managing. It was a scrappy affair, every round being so close there. So many eco rounds, so many force spies working out for them. But there we go. They finished that last round off 16-14. They wanted to avoid the overtime, and they managed to do it. Great stuff there from TSM.
And what a back-and-forth battle as well. Again, 14-14. That round defined the end of the game, but there were so many other rounds that economically really shaped how this stayed so close. Because even in the first half, it was back and forth toward the end of it. And 3 force buy wins for VP on the T side.
Crazy. That was the rounds they got 2 AKs, 3 Tech 9s, and it seemed to keep working for them. They actually won the first half, so that's pretty impressive stuff from TSM. Another amazing comeback for them after losing the CT half on their side, going in and actually showing that they can still roll with it and manage to get the 16-14 on the board. That's pretty incredible, and I tip my hat to them, like you said, taking this tournament in clean sets so far.
And I do believe for anyone that's still in the theater right now, TSM's going to go sign some autographs, but
so is Sadikist as well. So
that's okay. I will.
Yes.
Right.
So
unlike you, I'm not rude. I'll do it. Just kidding. Thanks for that, Richard Lewis. You've gotten Hendry in a lot of trouble, but that said, we'll let you speak your words about the game.
I like how you just couldn't not mention that there was a little prank that I played on you, Henry. But it just goes to show, doesn't it, though, the exercise that I was doing there, Henry. It's kind of like, it's almost like people just believe anything about anyone that they hear on the internet. Yeah? Welcome to my world. Anyway, welcome in the world of CS, where I did say it was going to be a 16-14. I gave it the other way. I thought Virtus Pro were going to do it, but TSM have done what and none of us believed that they could do, and that was beat Virtus Pro on train.
Also, it's not as though Virtus Pro just didn't show up and TSM got this easy walk. Both sides, Virtus Pro was doing the crazy stuff that makes them so dangerous on this map. I mean, I thought after the first half, surely they've won after this first half. You get that many teams. You win the first half. It's supposed to be a CT-sided map, isn't it? So you're normally thinking TSM is a team that get by on the CT halves. But that was some crazy back and forth stuff on the T side.
Yeah, I mean, VP got a massive start. They were up, winning the pistol, winning the first weapon round or so. That was Dupree getting 2 kills in around 5 or 6. When the round was like going down to the last 15 seconds or so. And yeah, he got the bomb planter and the guy covering him. And wow, I'm getting distracted here. Anyway, yeah, that round had massive consequences going further down because that's actually enabled TSM to make this into a situation where they actually were fighting for the victory because it could have really run away. Virtus Pro could have really run away with that.
Please stop talking Romanian RAs. Thank you. I had a little thought in my mind there. So, no, what was really interesting about the series, though, was Dupree carried this thing. I mean, map 1, he was brilliant. This map here, though, if it wasn't for him, it would have just been, it would have been what actually I kind of said, like it would have been like a 16-12, 16-13 VP win where we're like, wow, TSM's very good, but Virtus Pro a bit too much. Dupree was just the man in this series.
Well, he's been, I'd say, the man of the tournament for TSM just overall. Hasn't had a bad performance, really. Yeah. And has had 3 now MVP.
I will say, though, that whole thing about like the lube, obviously it was a joke because let's face it, that was in no way like a manhandling.
No.
What I did there. But no, that was a very close series. That was a great series. And that was another example of a 2-0 that was a phenomenal series, actually. Like I said, when these two play, it's champagne Counter-Strike. Because it was never that someone was playing badly and the other guy exploited that.
Yeah.
One team played really awesome in the first half, both times Virtus Pro. Then the other team came right back and was like, you have to match your level and beat it. And you had all these close rounds again, 2v2s, 3v2. And the positioning on some of the players was crazy. I mean, there was rounds where it'd be a 2v2 and someone would just sneak up behind both players and kill both of them before they even had a normal fight. It was such a weird match.
Yeah, there was a lot of back and forth. Let's take a look at the scoreboard and we can just sort of start picking the stats out, maybe identify some of the strengths and weaknesses. But yeah, absolutely huge there. You saw Dupree just sat in his chair. Obviously, he doesn't want to leave. He's like, you know what, I think I'll just have a little look on Twitter, you know, and see what's
Here's something interesting, though, Richard. Remember when they did the interview with Vogo from Fnatic and they were like, well, who do you think you'll be playing in tomorrow's match? And he was like, I think we'll be having a rematch with TSM. So it's like, let's see. Even the pros don't always get it right.
Yeah.
I got this one right, guys. I'm just saying, you know. I mean, let's face it. What do they know?
Yeah, what do they know?
Taz is just really...
no, but here's the thing. Like, Taz always has good performances on train.
Exactly.
Like, always.
Unfortunately, after that map ended, I was watching all the Virtus Pro players. That's like a little sort of like pastime I have when they lose games really close. I just like to see what the reaction's like, you know. So I was watching Taz, and he didn't scream Corva, he didn't do anything, he didn't push anyone, he didn't say anything. All he did was just sit there, and you know that meme where it just says, like in translation on the bottom of the screen, like screaming internally. That's what it looked like. He was just like.
Well, I mean, you know, he had several clutch rounds.
Amazing.
Big performance from him. You know, top fragging as well for Virtus Pro, which is, you know, super rare that happens. And for some reason, it just wasn't enough.
Oh,
you know?
By the way, again, Richard, so Dupree, definitely the man of the series, by the way. MVP all there.
But yeah,
a little cheeky little 25 kills. I'll just pop that in there. Too easy, okay.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He just makes it
unreal, isn't it?
It's not even the numbers he was pulling. The importance of the kills he was getting were just enormous. Train, TSM would have not won this map unless it was for Dupree getting those 2 kills in that one round.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, you think about
it would be a lot harder.
Again, you think about how maybe we're talking about TSM needing to win Train because Dupree dropped 6 kills in 2 pistol rounds, which of course is just hugely important as well. So he's been just a talismanic player for his team. But again, it's got to be said, if you look at the numbers there, just the way that the frags are spread out, it's
I like to do it by the numbers, Richard.
I do know that.
That's the way I always do it.
You know that you can see that everyone on TSM is pulling their weight. Like Carrigan with 23. You know, I mean, this was a great performance. And it's like you say, you know, sure, maybe Virtus Pro, they were still having good rounds and they were putting up some decent numbers. But actually, you can see with Bialy and Snacks.
By the way, on that topic, we're talking about the man of the series, etc. I'd said that at the moment, the one consistent for VP, even if they lost, was Snacks was always, he was near that 20 figure every time.
Yeah.
He's had a bad series. Both games, he's really struggled. I mean, what's weird is, right at the end of the game there, he had that ridiculous 5-7 round where someone flashed him in. He killed 2. That was about all he did in the whole series, it felt like. I never saw him elsewhere. He wasn't getting even, that's another thing, it's kind of what you said about Dupree. It wouldn't have mattered that he didn't get the frags if he at least was like winning those clutch runs or getting those like crazy disruptive plays where it makes the enemy think twice. He wasn't a factor in this series. He had like that crazy no scope on Inferno. He had the 5-7 kills. I think that was about all I saw.
Great example also of Carrigan's versatility as an in-game leader.
Yeah.
Having 5 first kills, picking up the op, getting a lot of picks on that one as well. So, yeah, this is an all-around great performance from TSM.
Yeah, really, really good. We'll have a look at the heat maps now. I mean, again, we know pretty much where all the action was happening, but we'll see. And we've got the map for you, so you can see as well. You know, just the A bomb site lit up like a Christmas tree there, and you know, it just shows again that much like the Inferno game, much like a lot of the games we've actually seen when you talk about elite level teams, this is about retakes. This is about, you know, retakes, clutches, stopping plants, playing close to the clock. There was a lot of cut and thrust in this. I mean, I knew it was going to be close, like I said, but I just didn't think TSM could have that edge to win.
Even in spite of a bad Snacks performance, but TSM was on a slight. In terms of the whole team, it felt like they were on a higher level this time.
But Taz, just to point him out on this bomb side, inner bomb side, because why is he so good is because he takes the best angles out of anyone who plays that inner bomb side. He doesn't take too edgy. He lets the terrorists actually fall, like run into him, not take too sharp angles.
So it's a mistake to be too edgy. I'm learning a lot on this desk here. You're not supposed to just be doing petty vendettas.
Yeah, petty vendettas
too
are
edgy.
out. Yeah, too edgy. I mean, honestly,
Henry G, like that time he told that fan to get out of the country or something. I don't know. A lot of things going on there.
That was unreal.
It's hard to keep track of everything.
I know.
That definitely happened, though.
Yeah, it's all a blur.
It's live and learn.
Yeah. So, look, let's bring up the MVP. I
think we know who it is. I mean, he only had, 60 kills or something?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
There it is. It's your boy Dupree. But again, it's not just the numbers, it's the type of kills he was getting. It was the importance of the kills. All of them absolutely vital to his team.
I mean, yeah, Inferno, I think they would have been in huge troubles had he not got those 3 kills on that T pistol round. Ended up with 4 rounds total on that T side. Then, like I mentioned, on train, getting those 2 kills on the round 6 or so with 15 seconds remaining. Bomb was dropped, another guy goes down, time runs out, and that actually gives TSM a bit of a run with some rounds to work with.
Yeah, just an absolute beast, and we'll stop talking about him. Like, you can hear it from the horse's mouth. We've got an interview with Dupree now.
Who is a horse?
Yeah, guys, we are here with Dupree, the MVP of the series. Dupree, how do you feel? You managed to upset the coach of Fnatic, and you made an impressive performance on train. Talk to me a little bit about that.
It's great to get to another grand final. We're super happy about that. That's always the goal. Obviously, the goal is to win, but the first step is to go into the grand final, so you at least secure top 2. Well, everyone played really well today. The team communication was pretty good. We had some mistakes here and there, but that's pretty common. And it was like I predicted. It's always close against Virtus Pro because they're a super good team, and I have a lot of respect for them. So, yeah, they're a really good team.
So now in the grand final, you start with 1-0. Who do you think you will face?
I just want to beat Fnatic again.
Okay, thank you. Congrats. Take it away, guys.
That was quick. I know. All right, Dupree. He wants to get back to Twitter.
In some ways, we could call TSM Fnatic kind of the champions and the Nordic derby. You see what I did there? It's a horse.
Yeah, I get it, mate. I get it. It just doesn't work. You've already used up the horse jokes on Kiyoshima, mate. So let's sort of break it down just a little bit more before we wrap up. I mean, TSM there, I think it works out. They've done 12 maps in a row now across the last 8 matches. So they're in a great run of form. Just saying. Maybe we're supposed to bring these kind of things up on an analysis desk. I don't know. Maybe I don't know anything.
I mean, yeah.
What do you mean across the last 8 matches, though?
8 series.
Against who?
I don't know. Look, I can't. You don't want to be the historian. I'm just bringing up. Here's some crumbs of information. Here's some crumbs of information. You guys go ham with it. I'm the host. Like,
just asking. It'd be interesting now.
Oh my God.
Do you want to do this? Should we just wrap up?
I thought it was a good game. It delivered on the promise of what it was going to be. It shows how good the matchup is, that even when it was a 2-0, it was a great 2-0. I mean, I've seen 2-1s that were much worse than that, much less competitive. And I definitely don't think because VP lost that they can't win the tournament or they're out of the tournament or whatever. Now, if you're Fnatic, you've got to challenge again because remember, this is the VP that last time you played them, they stomped you. So I don't know that. That's why I actually think Fnatic wanted TSM to come down. I think maybe they had a better chance there. I'm not sure.
I actually think Fnatic are going to be getting some sleepless nights tonight, knowing that they've got to play a Virtus Pro who have got overnight to again go through their problems, have one of their famous family meetings. You know
the thing is, though, Virtus Pro thought the comeback to the trash talk from TSM was that line about like they're going to bring some dildos with them. In the end, they kind of screwed themselves.
Nice. No,
I think Angel does on Twitter summed this up. He was actually referring to Device, but I'm just going to refer to TSM as a whole. TSM's become from being a joke to being able to joke at LAN.
Yeah, it's good. It's not as snappy as
hopefully Sadikis can make a similar transition.
Oh, it's a good one. Look, so just before we do wrap up the show, obviously Fnatic versus Virtus Pro tomorrow. I mean, that's going to be a great series. You've even said, if I remember rightly, I might not, but you've said that's one of the most exciting series to watch right now in terms of how they match up against each other.
Fnatic Virtus Pro?
Yeah. I'm sure you did say that.
I was actually the TSM Virtus Pro when I said.
No, that was today, but I'm talking about when we did Gfinity. I'm pretty sure you were like, oh, Fnatic Virtus Pro, that's...
I mean, it's very exciting in as much as Fnatic's in theory the number one team, but we've seen when VP hits the absolute peak mode, they're the only... Here's the thing, VP can definitely beat them when they do that, but also Fnatic's one of the only teams I've ever seen who did stop the Virtus Plow. That's what we said after the major. They actually literally were in full-on God mode and they still beat them. So I don't know if they can do that again. That's a tall ask. And from this tournament so far, you'd figure VP's going into it favoured.
Yeah.
But who knows after a match like that?
Yeah, exactly. Crazy stuff. Natu, any final thoughts from you?
I think Virtus is going to win Fnatic tomorrow. Fnatic seems like a broken record right now. They have... too many ups and downs with individual performance, and their playing style is what it is. You sort of, when you have that, it just doesn't work.
Yeah, well, I guess we will find out. So speaking of tomorrow, we're going to wrap up now, I think. The best thing to do, get us out of the building. Sorry, for a minute there, I thought I was talking, it was you. I've turned into Natu. What's happening? I'm married with kids now. It's over. Just kidding. But anyway, so...
Someone please, on Reddit, make a Photoshop of Married with Children, that TV show from the 80s, with Natu's face on Al Bundy.
Yeah, do it. And no one knows what you're talking about. They're all too young. But anyway,
if
one of the older guys can do that, that'll work. Anyway, we are going to be back tomorrow. There's still some epic Counter-Strike left to be played in the PGL Season 1 finals. It is going to start with Fnatic versus Virtus Pro, and then the winner of that will be playing TSM in the grand final. It's going to be a best-of-5 grand final, but there is going to be a map advantage there, so just letting you know. Anyway, that's going to be back at the regular time, which is going to be, if I remember rightly, 1 o'clock Central European. I'm going to get it right this time. He's just said 12 now. 12 CST. It was starting at 1 local time. They did this to me yesterday. Just give it me in 1 time zone. It's too confusing. Anyway, you get the point. You know how to find the times. Go to a website or something. Don't listen to me. Just be here tomorrow. It's going to be great. Thanks a lot for watching tonight. We'll see you tomorrow.
Takes down Dupree. Started again. He'll add more to it. 3 kills total as he lines them up, and now Neo will come away with Typix. It's another one as well on Pasha. So finally TSM with a round that they can sustain him. Typix a third bomb site yet again, but Dupree could foil all the plans. 1 kill, looks back, tops the bomb as well. Perfect timing for Approach coming in from the hallway, and there it is. Pasha does arrive. 2 kills now for him, 1 into Device, and Kerrigan needs to stop the bomb plant, but it goes down just in time, so it's a 1-on-1. He versus Pasha. Yeah, you did say that. I expected we might still see it on eco rounds, but we haven't even seen that. But it was at least like exciting. There was that troll aspect to it, same kind of thing.
I don't know how.
Angle it up as well to try and use that pistol. Kerrigan has already cleaned out the connector, and he'll rotate back in. Here's Bialy coming from behind, a 3rd one for him. KGB finds Taz waiting from above. It's left to just...
Yeah.
They can finish it off. Once again, Brightwing jumping in there, allowing Arthas to more effectively tank the core. And this is a short and merciless game here by Na'Vi. They're closing it out. They're going to win the first game here against G2. And they have said, we are good at drafting, we are good at lots of different heroes, and you should be very worried for us in the semifinals.
Brightwing 100% win rate in this tournament. The absolute best support in the game. Beautiful play by Na'Vi. I mean, everything about the way they approached the draft, approached the early game was honestly just flawless.
Yeah, very nicely played by them. A very indomitable performance by Na'Vi, taking the 1-0 lead in this best-of-5 to decide who gets to challenge Dignitas for the crown of European champion and join them
at BlizzCon, which is of course the ultimate goal for every single team worldwide. We know the teams from NA today, the team from Korea was decided, China was decided quite a while ago, but one more spot remains for Europe.
All right, let's see who can join that most glorious of stages with the world's best. For now, Na'Vi has a small lead, but there's still lots of things possible. And Haunted Mines often works out in that way. Whoever wins that fight at level 3.5, the first one into the mines can often keep hold of that advantage and exploit it for additional advantage.
Well, I wonder what the guys over the analyst desk thought of game number 1 here in the semifinals. Trevor, what do you guys think?
Well, we thought that Na'Vi looked dominant. And, you know, there were some questions after yesterday where it's like, all right, well, you were dominant in the group stage, but you got to play against Dignitas, and some people were saying maybe Team Liquid could have beaten Na'Vi. There were a lot of questions roaming around about both those teams, but so far Na'Vi looking like, hey, we deserved that first seed in Group A.
Absolutely dominate this battleground here on Haunted Mines, and there were a lot of strong points about Navi's composition, particularly against that G2 offered. I mean, just take a look at that 13 power spike in terms of defensive, talents. Shield Dust coming from Brightwing, combined with 6 Sense from Illidan, and you have 2 mages, 2 ranged assassins that rely on their spells. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, and that's what you mentioned, Jamie, so before going into the game was like, maybe that's the plan. I mean, maybe that's what we're going to see, because that would make sense given Illidan and Brightwing's strengths.
It's one of the brutal things that you have to go up against. We saw small niche picks of Brightwing against the Kael'thas Jaina, which was, again, that's an uncommon draft recently in the European scene. It comes out, they're able to counter it perfectly, and there's no real anything else to say about it. They are able to just shut it down.
It seemed like a great way to play against Jaina Kael'thas, actually, because usually you see the two mages, you're like, all right, well, we're going to get hurt. You're going to have to get a bunch of spell shields. But in this case, going for this was great. And what was really good is that they got a good start as well. Like I mentioned, they really got some momentum going very early. They were level 11 against just the level 9 of G2 in the mines. Hunting them down and killing them was the dream here, really. And at the end, even winning that big fight and not even going for the skulls. They were like, get out of our game. In the next minute, we're just going to take the core.
The thing is about when you look at these drafts from draft to draft, is Na'Vi, there's a lot of teams that coming into this tournament that was like, we're going to copy what Korea does. Na'Vi is the perfect team to be able to copy everything that they're doing at the moment in their bans and picks.
Yeah, so we'll see how that changes here for both Na'Vi and G2 as we go towards the Tomb of the Spider Queen, because in some ways, like you mentioned, Todd, that first one, the Battleground itself, and then with the Illidan pick, it is pretty snowbally. So is it really fair to say, all right, Na'Vi definitely going to just try to steamroll this whole best of 5? I think maybe we do have to wait to see how things play out in another Battleground, see what else G2 might have prepared against Na'Vi.
Time and time again how strong Leoric can be on this map, especially due to his undying passive. If you combine that with
not just strong, he's also pretty annoying.
It's pretty annoying. I mean, I Leo, I die, I Leo again. Yeah. It's pretty much the same. It's almost like a Murky in bigger and meaner.
A bigger, scarier, stronger Murky. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
But I like the way you put it, because that is what it is, right? Your death timer, I mean, other than the fact that, sure, your death counts as a full death, but the fact of the matter is you're going to be back, and you're going to be back. If you save something like March of the Black King, you come back and you just wreck the whole team.
And Todd said something very smart earlier. Sometimes you can actually take a death of Leoric into account, because the enemies use their cooldowns, they use maybe even heroic abilities to burst him down, and even if you're dead as a Leoric, you can use your skills, your abilities to slow the enemy's advance and allow your team to retreat, wait until Leoric is back to life, and then swing the battle around.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, when Leoric is in the game, the fight never ends, because of the fact that he's always going to come back right about when it's supposed to end. So we're not going to see that anymore this map. Finally, Na'Vi says, yeah, it's annoying for everyone. We're going to take that out just in case you take it. We're going to go with Johanna, a little bit more just straight up sturdy warrior. And that does leave, of course, the favorite assassin of the day and the weekend, Kael'thas, being picked up by G2.
Aside from the Warriors wave clear, Kael'thas, especially on this map, has brilliant wave clear later on. With Verdant Sphere into bombs, is able to clean things up very, very quickly. So it's a lot of power behind it. Arthas will be picked up as their first warrior.
Okay, I mean, what do you think about Arthas being, somewhat prioritized here as a warrior by G2? I mean, granted, Leoric and Jan are out, but we've seen plenty of the other warriors show up throughout the day too.
Yeah, I think Skartas is really skyrocketed himself in popularity, kind of like just behind the Johanna and Leoric, which are the two most popular, with a few other warriors in there. So it's just solid altogether. Whether you go for Steam Trakosa or Army of the Dead, like you're always going to have that choice as well, which is really nice. So it's just really nice to, I guess, see him back here in the meta.
Yeah, and the alternative path would be summon Syndragosa, which is a little bit more aggressive. You want to initiate team fights, but you can also disable enemy structures. And on small, tiny maps that have siege kind of map objectives like the web virus, this can be very crucial to, make your advance even deadlier.
The Howling Blast actually comes into play as well when you do these rotations. If you can lock somebody down, then they're gonna go out the way very quickly.
Yeah, I wanted to bring that up because that's something we talked about always as the combo between Muradin and Kel'Thuz. But you're still gonna have kind of that crowd control chaining here with Arthas, and that left Muradin open. So Na'Vi said, all right, well, we'll take that, and then they're gonna take Jaina. So this time we're gonna see the mages split and having to fight against each other in the second battleground between Na'Vi and G2.
Do you guys think that we might see something special here, maybe?
I don't know. I think even though they have Johanna, Na'Vi that is, we might actually see a Raynor coming out if he's not getting banned, because Muradin, Johanna, very solid, very durable frontline, and as we've said times and times again, Raynor momentarily one of the best tank shredders thanks to his great basic attacks. He just needs to make sure to stay far enough away from the Johanna.
The ban on Rhaegar here is very interesting because G2, it means that they've already decided which healer they're going to go into, and they wanted to, with already having banned Uther, they're basically gonna leave very little choice here to Na'Vi.
Here's the thing though, right? If you leave a little choice to Na'Vi, they've already exhibited in the previous game, they don't care about the top tier healers. They really don't care too much. Of course it made sense for the situation, but it shows that they have a very diverse hero pool to the point where they'll probably be totally fine with other healers.
Yeah, but so in some ways, I mean, it's interesting to see how G2's looking at this, because like you brought up, sure, Na'Vi, in their attitude, they might not be bothered, but a fact is a fact that you have those two sturdy warriors. Yes, they're sturdy on their own, but they have nothing to fall back on should things go sour with those banned down. And now, of course, Kerosene being picked up, like you said, Todd, now the choices are very limited on the side of Na'Vi.
Yeah, it's going to be Malfurion or maybe Brightwing again if they want to try it.
Maybe it's time for our favorite Pandaren girl, Lily.
I mean, maybe. I mean, we've been talking about Lily a little bit towards the later after
the only way we're going to see Lily somewhere in this tournament is if Kyla is cosplays her. So.
I've got my face paint ready.
Maybe tomorrow, We'll wait for it tomorrow, Claire. So I'll have high hopes.
Thanks.
So we'll have to wait for that. There is the Brightwing coming out. We've seen that in the first game, makes a return. And Kerrigan this time slipping through. Finally, we're going to see her. And we talked, in the very beginning of the day, we talked about the ban on this specific battleground for Kerrigan, why that's important, and now she was left open.
And Splendor really did a good first match on the Brightwing. He had an excellent build, that had good synergy with phase shift, allowing him to teleport more frequently to provide a shield on that melee assassin as soon as Illidan, or in that case, Kerrigan, initiated.
And also Peekaboo is actually something at level 4 that is even more so important on this map compared to Mines, I would say. Basically because you want to be able to keep good eyes on when your opponents are going to be turning in. That's going to be their vision control for this game.
Okay, so now with the Tyrande and Trio being picked up by G2 then, what's the game plan here for G2? What's their ideal scenario?
I think that was reactionary here to what they were going to face, because they don't want to get run over the whole time. They don't want Na'Vi to rotate between lanes, keep on sniping people with Kerrigan. Now if Kerrigan jumps forward and lands a combo on somebody, she's getting stunned, she's getting hunters marked, and she's going to go down very quickly. So G2, they want to make sure that they have some good fighting potential themselves, so they don't get completely run over themselves.
Yeah, that's true. No Uther there to help out Kerrigan and make her feel safe when she jumps in.
Yeah, and Brightwing, we've praised Splendor in the first game, but that doesn't change the fact that Brightwing doesn't have a lot of instant burst healing. I mean, she's got the shields from the phase shift, but with the bonus damage coming from the Hunter's Mark, it might be, even for a good Brightwing, hard to compensate that.
The thing is I'm actually kind of scared as to how they're going to kill Kerrigan even without that burst healing. The reason I say it is because the assimilated shields that Kerrigan gets, coupled up with the shields that Brightwing's going to give her, is going to make her nigh on unkillable with something like a crazy 2,000 some shield later on if she really kind of stacks it up. So it could be very scary.
Yeah, that's true.
On
Maybe
paper,
Yeah, on paper. So the ideal scenario there is that maybe you don't need the instant heals. Maybe you don't need the divine shields because maybe you'll just have a ton of shields to begin with and you just won't die. You'll have to burst through that. On top of that, I'm also interested then where does the polymorph come in, right? After the chain and crowd control coming in from Kerrigan, how do you chain that polymorph? You've also got the Murder on your side. It will be interesting to see how Na'Vi navigates this, but of course the pressure's on G2 now for them to go forward and try to tie this series up. You liked that, didn't you, Tom?
Yeah.
How Na'Vi navigates. It totally went over James's head. But it will be interesting to watch Wout and James, how Na'Vi will navigate this game, too.
Yes,
in the second semifinal. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Tomb of the Spider Queen coming up. Na'Vi so far looking absolutely dominant. But I think, like you said, Kendrick, this is a big test. Can Brightwing succeed again? Because then we're seeing the confidence from Na'Vi. We're seeing that their innovation is not just trial and error, that they've really done their homework and they're coming in with tried and tested picks, whereas if it doesn't work out, it's like, all right, so Brightwing once again goes kind of back to a niche healer, not really top tier.
Towards the end of game one, we've also seen that Brightwing is a pretty good baiter. I mean, everybody was waiting in the bush, and Brightwing was the only one visible, and Gamers 2 didn't even try to scout, so maybe she can do it again.
Maybe. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to see how Na'Vi plays this out. Ladies and gentlemen, all eyes on Brightwing, but of course the pressure on the side of G2 here in game number 2 between Na'Vi and G2 to find out who will make it to BlizzCon as the second team from Europe. Take it away, Solid Jake and Grubby.
All right, guys, we're going to Tomb of the Spider Queen. I think these teams are afraid of the sunlight. First Haunted Mines, now we're going to Tomb of the Spider Queen. It's all darkness, my friend.
I thought you were talking about the sunglasses. Yeah, maybe some medical reason. But yeah, this is going to be quite a dank and dark map here, Tomb of the Spider Queen. Very excited to see Brightwing come out again. Some excellent polymorph use there by Splendor. And yeah, I'm curious to see how this is going to go. They're in the middle of the best of 5. Will Na'Vi navigate to the finals, or will Gamers 2 G2 force out 2 Gs from Na'Vi?
Well, we'll find out very soon. Na'Vi currently up 1-0 here in this best of 5 semifinals. And Tomb of the Spider Queen, a very aggressive map. Now, Kerrigan, very common here. She's got the aggression, she's got the rotations. Brightwing, they talked about this in the draft. She provides the extra shieldings on top of Kerrigan, allowing her to be a little bit more, I wouldn't say reckless, but kind of. And also gives the vision with Peekaboo at level 4.
Yeah, and with these Siphon... Well, anyway, let's introduce them first. Kerrigan being played by Eternal here. Schwimpy on Merdin, JPO on the Jaina, Splendor on Brightwing, and Alex the Proji on Joanna here, representing Na'Vi, a Ukrainian team, but with players coming from here and there. And on the right side,
that's Gamers 2. And of course, we're going to have Leo from Korea playing as Karazim. Nicker will be on Kale Foss. Sides are going to be on Arthas, Jawei playing Tyrael, and Baksek playing as Tyrande. I love this composition. When they don't have that big burst heal, you take away Rhaegar, you take away Uther, you pick up the Divine Palm for yourself. Suddenly, this makes Hunter's Mark quite a scary ability because you can put that burst, that focus onto a single target.
Yeah, very much so. Kerrigan gonna have to shield herself up with that siphoning impact, possibly assimilation mastery, lingering shields, and aggressive defense. All the shield talents at 7, 13, and 16, and just have to jump in with a very healthy health pool. And she definitely needs to be not too much at risk until Brightwing reaches level 7. Well, let's see how that goes. Of course, they can also use aggressive defense as a game style. If you can pull in several people, they will not be able to use their stuns to try and lock down Kerrigan.
Yeah. Interesting pickup. We're actually seeing Jaina go for Conjurer's Pursuit here. Now, generally you see the additional slow thrown onto her abilities from the trait, but since you're roaming around so frequently between the lanes, it's a lot of globes you're going to pick up. And on top of this, when you have Kerrigan, sometimes you want to have a little bit of additional early game burst. So Envenom does become a little bit more popular in these situations for Jaina.
Yeah, man, I feel like I haven't seen Envenom for a while already on Jaina. Lots of the bigger Blizzard area being used, and also quite nice on this map to clear waves.
A good point. We'll find out how they want to approach that. And it's just about the gem game right now. Looking at the count, it's pretty even. Both teams sitting around 15 gems. at this point in time.
They have a lot of pick-off potential in the early game. Kerrigan now going to go in, getting that stun on Tyrael. They are certain that they would have not gotten this kill. I know that they don't believe that they really would have, but it's still nice to put some damage on Tyrael.
Oh, yeah.
Force him to use the Healing Phantom, have him be a little bit lower in terms of mana and life, and maybe get a kill a little minute down the road.
Okay, well, the rotation's happening left and right for both of the teams at this point. And it's really just about being patient and finding that moment. Now, Kerrigan, once again, picking up the upgrade here for Ravage. Going to be clean kill.
That allows her to rapidly kill lots of minions in a wave. Every time she gets a last hit on a minion with Ravage, she can reset it. It will never cost any mana because of clean kill, and it empowers her next Ravage by 20% extra damage. All of those Ravages give her 10% max health in return and buff her shield trait as well. So this is a very hype and new trending build for Kerrigan that gets used here. Different from Glaroon, for instance, on Team Cognitive in the US region, who often goes for the Siphoning Impact but gets Envenom at level 4.
Love the stylistic differences with all the various players that, you know, like to approach the game in their own way. And right now, I'm loving Navi's patience. They realize they have an early game composition, but they're not getting over eager to take advantage of that lockdown. And that's something that we see some teams fall into a trap at in these kind of situations.
Such a funny ability here by Tyrael, going for Vampiric Strike and Horadric Reforging, allowing him to use more Qs if it hits an enemy. Now that seems pretty bad at first, and I would say it's not fantastic for sure in the beginning, but once he gets level 16, that means more Holy Grounds. Pretty cool.
Oh yeah, that's a huge point. Yeah, Holy Ground in the late game, quite powerful. And Toronto also going for the auto tech style that we saw earlier today. We'll see if it pays off, but the first summon of the Web Weavers is here, and we see a lot of damage being done to the structures of G2 by this 4-man push here that Navi has, and Kerrigan, again, looking for that combo if somebody steps too far forward.
Yeah, using that fishing rod, trying to get some fish there behind the gate, and Leo from Korea gets out just in time, using that protective shield kind of as a knee-jerk reaction, even as he already jumped to safety. Lots of pressure on this bottom fort. It's Johanna solo at the top while these four are pushing in and getting this fort for the level 7.
I mean, you say Johanna solo at the top. She's actually been rotating between middle and top to make sure they have full soak in these two lanes and collection of those gems. That is so crucial in these situations when you're applying all this pressure, and that's why you see the full level lead that Navi has.
Yeah, great wave clear there on Johanna. Is Kerrigan gonna do another fishing rod, jumping perhaps on the gate here, using that, just seeing can we get Siku here, maybe get that Arthas or even Bacek. There we go with the fishing attempt. But once again, the fishing rod comes up empty.
Just like me when I go to the lake, but
feels bad, man.
It feels bad, man. All right, well, we do see a lot of gems available for both teams for that turn-in. I believe there's more than enough. Yes, plenty in the pockets of Gamers 2 if they do want to go for a full turn-in, and that is exactly what they are attempting.
Schwimpy setting up the trap here, getting a double Stormbolt on the Monk and on Kel'Thas, and will pay for his audacity there. How dare you stop us from paying? We will deny these gems from pickup as well, and he will be taken down. Nice move by G2, very decisive.
They turned Muradin into a firework. He jumped in the air, he exploded, and all kinds of confetti flew all over the place.
Muradin cocktail. Wow, that was a quick blow up there, and now they're going to be able to pay and get some of that experience back, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, yes, they did lose a fort from the push from Navi a bit earlier, but this is really going to help them catch up in experience. Still down to full level, the Web Weavers are going to give them the push potential that they need in this spot.
All right, we see a concentration of red players here in the middle. They're jumping in on Kerrigan with the Lunar Flare and the follow-up as well. She will get shielded by Brightwing.
Wow, Eternal barely escaping the clutches there of G2. Excellent play by Brightwing with that snap call to go in for the phase shift.
Yeah, and even as Kerrigan was trying to run away, he used that Siphoning Impact on an enemy to gain 10% max life. And that and the combination of the quick reaction of Splendor was just about enough to save her. Very nicely done by Navi. You can see that they've practiced a lot for this event coming into this.
Definitely paying off using this unorthodox hero Brightwing in this matchup. Because of being so secluded in terms of support picks, Navi is approaching that level 10. It's a big window they have ahead of G2 due to the fact that they've been soaking the lanes far more effectively, especially when G2 is just trying to get that push on.
Yeah. Now, as the dust settles here, G2 has to kind of hide away, and they're doing that by taking an objective on the map here, the Bruiser Camp, providing a bit of pushing power, a bit of a distraction. But here we go with the executive decision to go for the boss immediately, knowing that G2 has to play it safe. Zihu, I feel like he might be overextending here a little bit. They're still down a talent. The boss is dropping very low, but they're going to contest this here. Boss is still alive, 20% life. They're starting to jump in.
The big Ring of Frost does go down, and we see the damage going up. It is going to be Arthas falling first in this fight. No, Kerrigan gets blown up, so that is currently a 1-for-1 in this team fight. Knickers gets hit by the Arcane Flare, and Lunar Flare not quite going to connect, but during this time, the boss has leashed. No, they kept it focused all... Wow, what a huge play.
Leo from Korea are jumping in there, but they don't have level 10 yet. They're so close, and yet so far. Joey running away here, but he will not be able to. One more casualty here in this battle, in this war. Finally, G2 reaches level 10 right after the fact where they needed it. Man, those Splendid Bananas taking down that Kel'Thas who was trying to port to safety in the mouth of the enemy's fort.
I still can't believe they were able to keep the boss, from leashing that entire time while fighting the entire enemy team when they were caught in a really, really bad spot.
Yeah.
Right? You get thrown.
That's greed.
It is greed.
Paid off.
But it did, and that's going to give them so many opportunities. Brightwing currently working on the siege camp here down in the bottom. They can go for their bruisers as well on the left side of the battleground, and they can start to turn those gems only 4 away from the nether summon of the Web Weavers.
And we see that Tyrael is really keeping up in damage right next to Tyrande and Kel'Thas, who would normally be expected to put out a lot more damage. What a special build by Joey here. Is it going to go down in fame or shame? He's got that Vampiric Strike with the Searing attacks at level 7. One only can wonder, is he going to take more auto attack talents at level 13 and 16? We have not seen this yet in this tournament.
Well, we will find out very soon. They do now have level 10 heroics for this fight, for the duration of the fight. And in that last situation, they were kind of rushed into the battle before they could really get to that comfortable position on the side of G2. But they're now poised with the threat of these Web Weavers, which are already on their way to this top lane fort, and of course, the bottom and middle.
Yeah, all the heroics are back. Maelstrom is back already thanks to that battle momentum that Kerrigan has picked. A big hole in here on Murden with the 7-sided strike as well. They're going to go in, but they're going to get pulled in by Kerrigan.
Absolute destruction. 3 heroes have been erased in an instant, and Tyrande will fall as well. The Primal Grass just pulling her on in. Only Kel'Thas walks away.
Mayhem and disaster for G2 as they're absolutely devastated. They saw, or they thought they saw a possibility to take out Bird in there, the tankiest character on Navi's side, but it completely turned around on them as Kerrigan's willing arms embraced them into death. And now Navi riding a level 3 advantage. And they have a solid lead in this game, very solid.
This series has looked incredibly convincing so far. I mean, Navi, they have to be feeling fantastic about game 1 and 2, but it is far from over. Gamers 2 has shown a lot of promise, and if they can find that Kerrigan, blow her up like they did earlier in that last fight, I think that's the key to winning these team fights.
Yeah, the Kerrigan is the one that provides all the control and initiation for Nasus Vincere. Like, Johanna and Murden are pretty good at that too, but it's Kerrigan who has the most explosive power. And she cannot be healed up too safely. If Brightwing wants to blink heal on her, he finds himself in close proximity to her, so there's some chance to get hit by Arthas' stun, maybe Kel'Thas' stun, maybe Tyrande's Lunar Flare, so there is some risk for Brightwing, but he can pre-shield her. And look at Eternal going for that lingering essence there on that trade. A 20-second shield of all the damage that she does, getting returned to her via her trade.
It's going to be very difficult to eliminate Kerrigan at this point. I mean, Brightwing's got all the additional shields as well. The Pixie Dust, the Blink Heal. It is full support status for Brightwing.
So nice to see Brightwing being used a little bit more. We see her a lot in the other regions, in North America and Korea as well, but has yet to witness her being used much, as she seems largely ignored by most of the European teams. But Navi is making use of that.
Schwimpy able to escape the clutches of potential death as the entire team was rotating down towards the bottom lane, and is just going to go back from the backside after healing up to rejoin his team, as they're just 16 gems away with 10 in their pockets. More than that, actually they have exactly enough with those 4 heroes for a turn-in.
And Joey jumping in there now. Level 13 has been reached. Imposing Will is the choice. as well as Chain Bomb, Relentless, Overflowing Light, and another Relentless on Arthas.
Okay, structurally, we're starting to see things fall even further in Navi's favor. The third fort has gone down on the side of G2. All the fortifications of Navi still standing strong, but they're looking to make a play happen before level 16 is reached. Diving in, Schwimpy does manage to use the Dwarf Toss over the wall.
And look at the confidence of Brightwing and Navi. She did not jump in, even though it was a 5 versus 4 close-in potentially there. Meridian and Johanna not the most scared of characters, and they knew they still had their escape. They've got the 2-level lead, so they felt they were confident to escape there, and Brightwing continues to farm the top lane.
And that's like, back in the day, we would actually even see ETC do something similar to this with Stage Dive, to dive into battle. Brightwing playing like this, just constantly having this very safe soak for the team, has been invaluable in both of these 2 matches.
Yes, very, very much so. Now, an engagement here in the middle as the teams are starting to meet tanks against each other. We see a judgment on Kerrigan, Ring of Frost, a huge one. Maelstrom goes down, but it is G2 who starts to fall. Tyrael going down here.
Wow, and that ice block from Jaina was absolutely flawless. No one, just Brightwing has fallen in this fight. And the Tyrael on the opposing side, it is full on retreat without that healer on the side of Na'Vi.
Yeah, Brightwing is very difficult to keep alive. She's definitely a challenging hero to play, especially between level 16 and 20. I know my Brightwing is always fragile like paper. For that to be a 1 versus 1, like a 1-4-1, is quite fortuitous for G2. There is the point in Heroes of the Storm where it is possible to make comebacks with gaining more experience as you kill high-level characters.
Yeah, it's what it's all about. I mean, there no comeback mechanics, right, Grubby? There are plenty comeback mechanics in G2. Well, I mean, with a fight like that, even footing when you're down 2 levels, that's a big statement saying, you know what, we can go toe-to-toe with you, even if we're way down in XP.
Yeah, very much so. And G2 is starting to approach level 15, Na'Vi level 17, and the blue web weavers shall once again descend. Jaina, however, completely caught out of position.
Well, JPL will be dismounted, trying to juke the lockdown, which have not been thrown out yet. Ice Block was used, but Howling Blast actually used a little bit early, will not matter.
What?
JPL,
She's still alive!
My goodness,
what?
does get away just barely.
What? The ice block buying enough time. Kerrigan getting all in there, going from 100 to 20, back to 30, and back to 0.
Wow, so much damage. They're going to find Saizu in the top, trying to blow him up. We see the poly going down, trying to trade Alex the Pro G is the one that ends up falling. So it's going to be a 2-for-1. Jaina living through this entire fight. JPL still standing in the top lane. Jowie trying to find her, but Brightwing with the big blink heal.
It's Schwimpy who shall fall as well, a 3-for-1 in G2, and suddenly talents have been equalized, even as pressure is piled on upon the keeps. This was a fabulous engagement from G2.
No, but all of the keeps are now vulnerable. Those web weavers already starting to wail away at them, taking care of the health pool. This is, as much as that fight was needed for G2, this is a very tough spot to be in.
Yeah, it's damage mitigation really, isn't it, Jake? It's not a reason to write home yet. It's not a reason to be jubilant or relieved, but they needed this exactly, and they need it again once or twice more.
Yes, exactly. If they can take another fight like that even, and then pick up something like a boss, they're very much going to be back in a pretty even footing against Na'Vi, but Na'Vi starting to get some map control. Both teams working on a bruiser camp, and from here it's about turning the gems. Only 11 more are needed for Gamers 2 to get that summon on the web weavers, and that is the timing that they need.
Very surprised here by the Tyrael choice, not going for Heraldric Reforging, the Holy Ground, but I guess in some way it makes sense. If they can kill Kerrigan quickly enough, they remove control and lethalness, lethality, I suppose, from Nazis Vincere Science. So they go for the blood for blood to try and burst her down.
It's very smart. I mean, 10% of their health just gone in an instant is, well, it could be the ticket they need for these team fights.
That's how much Kerrigan survived with several times before.
That's true.
Engagement now centered around the bottom objective.
Peekaboo revealing the location on every single hero, and it's just a passive safe poke from the 2 warriors in the front line for Na'Vi.
Look at Kerrigan starting to farm her shield again. You see that white bar? That's something like 2,000 bonus HP on her right now. She's going to join this fight very healthily. Look for her to jump in. There we go with the stun on Arthas. He's got Army of the Dead up. He has a lot of self-sustain. I feel like that's a mistake by Eternal. Now going to get all in by Tyrael.
A beautiful judgment was right there. The Lunar follow-up hitting 2 targets, and Eternal not going to be able to survive. drive through this. Brightwing face up a bit too late. Now Alex Proji come all in the front line by himself, but Brightwing this time will get the save. Howling Blast locking up the 2 targets in the bottom. JPL, Splendor have tapped the well, and they're relatively healthy, but this is not a favorable fight for them anymore.
A nice 5 versus 4 situation. G2 starting to take a breath here and saying, all right, that's cool. We got Kerrigan. We're going to now start working on that fort. Got the Web Weavers already. They're starting to equalize the level, and they're clawing their way back into this game.
Yeah, from a 2.5 level deficit to being less than a level down, that is quite the impressive feat for G2 coming back in this. And they have Web Weavers in all 3 lanes. Experience about to be in their favor, Grubby.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy. A turnaround. Very nicely done there, Meriden there with kind of a lame star bolt. He's not too happy about what's happening. It was more of a spiteful bolt than anything. Now, it should be remembered that Kerrigan and Brightwing both are characters that are more difficult to keep alive in the late game. So that lead that Na'Vi had, it's kind of a lead that they needed. They earned it with good early game heroes and will fall off a little bit in the late game. So G2 now, not only are they actually ahead in XP now, but they're ahead in late game scaling.
Now going in on Kerrigan. The beautiful blow up here, but Brightwing just a moment too late with the phase shift, and those are the kind of plays G2 has to make.
And now that they have that, they can, off the back of this, go for the boss. And what can Na'Vi do here really to stop them? It's a very risky move to let that boss be captured, but can you really stop it?
Not really. 45 seconds before you have that really key element to your initiation, that is, of course, Kerrigan. Peekaboo going to reveal the locations, allow them to approach as safely as possible, but still quite difficult to get the perfect initiation 4v5.
All right, we see Arthas already used Stone Skin. He used Army of the Dead. We see a brief disengage here. Excellently done by Na'Vi, not overcommitting, baiting out some heroics.
As soon as you say not overcommitting, we see so much damage being thrown out. The Living Bomb, is it going to be enough damage? No, it's starting to chain towards the other targets, but Shrimpy is able to back on out.
The Blessed Shield missed. Is it? Oh no, it's returned. Sorry, no. Okay, so yeah, Na'Vi managed to extricate themselves from the situation. Shrimpy taking a lot of damage, but beautifully done by Brightwing, coming with the heals there and not jumping too quickly, bringing that chain bomb to the allies. Very well managed here. Great damage control, not allowing that boss and not losing any characters and actually equalizing the XP. I'm so impressed by Na'Vi here.
It's actually such a big deal that they denied the boss pick up there, because that was going to just, the boss would first force the hand of Na'Vi to defend, and now then G2 can just roam around and collect as many gems as they can. They've already turned in 17. They don't have quite enough for a full turn in right now, but that's really how to try to snowball your victory towards this late game.
Now, Johanna saying, I'm not going to be the first one to be taken out. That will be Kerrigan. So I'm going to go with Storm Shield here, an auxiliary support, as Brightwing does the same thing. Kerrigan will be able to get twice 20% bonus HP from that Storm Shield, shielding in any sense. And if that doesn't work, she still has Bolt of the Storm. But we have a very dangerous lockdown potential, high damage. We see the Nexus Frenzy coming out on Tyrande there, going for the extra attack speed and range.
All right, nice pickups here. Double Storm Shield going to be interesting, like you said, and it's just been G2 waiting in this bush for quite a while now. With that Sentinel being shot out, they're well aware of the location, and they're going for Alex Proji, who backs away at the last possible moment when the Eldrune's Might does come out.
All right, everyone knows where everyone is, and we see Na'Vi starting to close in here. Eternal with a healthy 1500 point shield. Going to be trying to jump on Nicker, but Nicker didn't seem afraid of that. It's almost like he was asking her to jump in and overcommit, and Eternal felt like there was something wrong. His spider senses were tingling. There was too much at stake there. Doesn't have a Divine Shield to fall back upon, so it has to be more conservative, as you pointed out in the beginning.
But the moment G2 backs away, Na'Vi puts 55 gems into the coffer here in the top portion of the battleground, and that puts them very close to a summon on the Web Weavers. Considering how low all 3 of their keeps are right now, that is a big deal.
Yeah, that is a very big deal. We don't have enough gems. Oh, we have close to enough gems for both teams, actually. So who gives each other the space to do that payoff? Lunar Flare, they're trying to interrupt and reveal. It's a very tense moment in the game, guys, as the next fight could decide everything.
Yeah, we're getting to that point past 20 minutes where one team fight could really seal the deal for either side. 3 gems going in, 9 on Leo, and then Schwimpy going in, the Blizzard goes off, the 7-sided strike used in a snap call, and Brightwing has to get the heals on in. Judgment going towards Kerrigan, but she can just turn this around with a big combo, and she is looking at backset, going for Tyrande in the backline, but JPL being pressured heavily himself.
Yeah, Tyrande taking lots of heat here, but Lunar Flare peels for herself. JPL getting attacked by Karazim, actually. No one has perished yet. Both teams are kind of hurt. It's Na'Vi who's hurt more, and that will give the opportunity for G2 to pay off the final gems.
Yeah, that is going to be enough. The Web Weavers will be summoned by Gamers 2 after an excellent team fight.
Now let's look at the heroics. Every heroic has been used for both teams. It's Blink, Heal, and Phoenix, which is back already, as well as 11-sided strike by Karazim. So now a fight would be in favor of G2, I feel like, but it's actually Na'Vi who jumps in.
They get Tyrande in an instant, but the 11-sided strike is doing a ton of damage. JPL manages to slip away. Brightwing with that Blink Heal is keeping the team rather healthy in the Stormbolt. Going to Saizu, not enough. Primal Grass pulling them back in the lockdown, the combo, not enough for Karazim. He is just far too slippery.
Yeah, you see the value of that Relentless there. Both of them had it. They got only momentarily stunned by that impaling blades from Kerrigan. All the while, yes, they lost Tyrande, but this is a lot of time purchased for the Web Weavers to push.
They have to defend immediately. Now, the bottom lane is so far from the keep, that's not a big deal. But
Sure.
you see the middle lane, keep took a fair amount of damage. Top lane, they will be able to protect the keep relatively well, before it even takes any damage at all, for the most part. And it's now the turn for Na'Vi to try to get their turn in themselves, but 4-man party bush attempted. They don't have Tyrande. That's something you have to really consider here.
They're just hoping that someone rotates from the top or something. Kind of a weird place to trap. Are they going to push into the middle here? No, they're going for the top keep, as they know everyone will be drawn to the bottom. But this is too risky,
Alex,
isn't
the
it?
Pro G
Whoa!
is found, but of course, that is Johanna, and Brightwing is there with the phase shift to force them back.
All right, that was kind of a scary moment there as Johanna tried to take the risky route, but plenty of support for her there. Both teams are in a pretty equal position. Level 21 for both and 3 keeps, but it's Na'Vi who's closer to paying off the next gems. Keep in mind, Kerrigan still has her Bolt of the Storm, but uses it. That's now on a 70-second cooldown, and that's a really big win for G2.
And the Judgment is going off. We saw the Bolt use it the last possible moment to get him out of there.
She dodged it.
She
dodged it. The Judgment is gone, and no stun.
That's something that's quite difficult to do. The frames in which you do it is so limited.
Yes.
I believe it's about, I'm just going to come up with a random number. Let's say it's 30 frames, Grubby.
Yeah, something like 0.1, 0.2 seconds. I don't know. It's a small window.
It is quite small. And now they're moving on in a lot of damage from another Primal Grass pulling Jiawei back, but he uses the Hardened Shield to sustain through that damage.
All right, that's the 60-second cooldown. Kerrigan still doesn't have Bolt of the Storm, but Joey doesn't have Hardened Shield. They're going in on Arthas now. Relentless will save him. His Hardened Shield is gone too, and they're only using basic abilities for this.
And now the Web Weavers are really going to put on a lot of pain. You mentioned both Hardened Shields on cooldown. Some of these keeps already did take some damage from far earlier in this game when Na'Vi was quite far ahead.
They're pushing with the closest Web Weaver here. Starting to clear some of those minions and trying to buy time for the top and the bottom to advance closer. Quite a daring move here by Na'Vi, but they notice Hardened Shield cooldowns are still down. So they're waiting for one of the tanks to overextend. It's Arthas they try to single out there with the Stormbolt, but no combo follow-up from Eternal.
But by providing this constant pressure, they're really just forcing the hand. And the second they rotate for the other Web Weavers, they step in to eliminate that middle keep. Bottom keep is super low, and top keep might even go down here. Yes, it will.
Oh, wow. Nicely played there by Na'Vi. The bottom keep is still alive, isn't it? But it has very low HP.
No, it actually did end up falling just barely. So that was such a valuable push by those Web Weavers. Suddenly, it goes from being dead even to all 3 keeps being down on the side of G2. At this point, they need to win a team fight for a victory in this game.
And would they have dared to do that if they hadn't taken off both of the Hardened Shields? I'm not sure, because it would have been a more equal fight. G2 could have turned around with more confidence, but it just shows that the little moves that they do with Polymorph, Kerrigan's sweeping grasp, even making fantastic use of Kerrigan in the late game. I love to see this game. It is so exciting, and Na'Vi is playing so incredibly well.
Just notice how they're just lurking around the boss, realizing that might be one of the ways in which they can find Gamers 2 off their guard. But Gamers 2 is constantly using the Sentinels to get vision on the potential locations of Na'Vi.
Yeah, now, if there's some kind of equal trade here in Heroes, that's going to be a huge advantage for Na'Vi because there's so much catapult pressure. Keep in mind, when you take down the fort and the keep in the opponent's lane of the same lane, your minion wave is going to spawn with catapults. You see it right there. And it can outrange enemy fortifications. Now, if Gamers 2, however, gets a full wipe on Na'Vi, that is still end of game for them. So JPL, is he going to get all in there? Joey, he's thinking about going for the Judgment.
All right, Bolt of the Storm was used, and we see the peekaboo going off. They're revealing locations on most of the members of G2. Nice defense here by Jaina, really just holding on to that Bolt of the Storm until absolutely necessary to use.
Now, time is on the side for Na'Vi. We've got Siege Giants pushing at the bottom.
Oh, wow.
Now they're starting to go for the boss. Very smart, but they need to be ready to disengage whenever they feel like the opponent could come. They saw it on the minion wave, so they go back. But what they've effectively pulled G2 out of position from defending this push. And this is going to be a problem. What can G2 do? They can't go back. They can't stay there. So
this is so smart by Na'Vi. Now, the one nice thing that G2 has done is they've turned in 36 gems, and that's going to slowly give them, the opportunity to potentially get Web Reavers for themselves. But now those Giants have made it to the bottom lane. Kael'thas in base. They just got eyes on that, so they're starting the boss. But once again, there's just too much of a presence from G2.
Yeah, what a Web Weaver pay would do for G2 is give them 1 minute of sustenance against those pushes. The Web Weaver spawn where the minion waves clash, so it would be at their own core. It would be almost no pushing power represented there, but it would give them some time to just force a neutral fight without that pressure. Now their shields are starting to take off. 30% HP of that shield has already been taken away and is starting to continue with the next catapult wave. But if they can win a fight here, they could end the game. So it goes very crunch time.
Crunch time indeed. 3 gems going in. We do have 23 on Nicker. That's going to put them, I guess it is. I'm pretty bad at math, but you're right.
Nice. He had 1 over gem there. So they paid enough. Well managed by G2. Excellent crisis management. It really impresses me how much they've grown after struggling to get out of the group stage in the weaker group, so to speak. They are now challenging Na'Vi for the equalizer here in a level 23 versus 23 showdown. If G2 can win the next fight, they could end the game in their favor.
Now, Brightwing just showing off her versatility by soaking here across the battleground as those Web Rivers do make their march across the map. But like you mentioned, they're starting off in the base of G2, and that is not going to be a ton of pressure applied due to that.
Now, what both of these teams are looking out for here is to try and bait out those cooldowns again. And we're not just talking about heroics, which people usually hold on to more jealously, but it's those hardened shields, the bolts of the storm, the ice blocks. If you can bait those out first without fully committing or losing a member of your team, the follow-up fight could be advantageous. Now, Zihu running in here, doing the blast there on Muradin. And they're starting to push in with this Web Weaver. 30% life is left as its HP does degenerate, so it will just about actually kill that keep.
It's a big deal. They managed to get the first keep, and there's still Web Weavers in the other 2 lanes. Top keep still seeing a lot of health. They should be able to defend this unless there is a big play made with the approach here from G2.
All right, Lunar Flare missed as well as the Horadric reforging that Q, the Eldruin's Might. G2 now starting to cycle to the top, possibly setting a trap there. Now, the obvious place to trap is in the bushes, but people usually end up checking for there. If you check for it, you walk up to it and cast a spell. So they're trapping actually in a more advanced position, but Alex the Prodigy is too smart for it. He sees it, he's gonna get attacked, but he's got that unstoppable, that iron skin, and he also has the upgrade for it at level 13. If you lose that shield, you also lose the unstoppable, even before its timer runs out, so enough damage can make her vulnerable. But with that upgrade, more than enough time to disengage. Too smart, Alex the Prodigy. Eternal now, however, going to get protected by Brightwing.
Yeah, Brightwing's got a phase shift in there just in the off chance that, they do fully commit to that fight. And right now it's just about turning the gems once again, but they do have enough for a full turn-in. With all 3 keeps down, with catapults in their favor, that's a situation where they would look for a death push on one of the lanes, force a mistake out of G2 in the situation. And G2, it's such a fine... Look how much respect the teams are giving each other. This is the first time today a game has surpassed the 30-minute marker, and it's because each team is just respecting the position of each other so much.
Yeah, I've played games like this. It's so exciting. Even as there is not many fights happening, it's the build-up, the tension into that incoming engagement where you're just afraid to make any misstep. So.
They find an opening. They're turning in quite a few gems. Brightwing even using Blink Heal to cover some ground. The Sentinel going for the boss, not for the interrupt. And Alex the Purgy does buy enough time for the team to summon the Web Weavers.
Now they got to make something happen. It's almost impossible. Oh!
Burn it! Burn it! But the Storm Shield has been used, and Shrimpy pops a first aid, blessed with buying time with the Ring of Frost, and that is just enough for them to just kind of regroup and then push forward with the Web Weavers.
Yeah, because it's so difficult to defend 3 Web Weaver lanes when you have no keeps left. You don't have a buffer.
32 minutes into the game, I mean, this is insane.
This is insane. And they're all, like, especially the middle and bottom lane are going to arrive roughly at the same time. All Na'Vi has to do is force a fight near the core, and the core is going to come under so much pressure. So what G2 tried there is exactly the right thing what they needed to do. They jumped in, but you even saw Na'Vi indiscriminately using many of their heroics purely for disengage.
Okay, they need to be careful here. They're a little split. They did they pushed out the bottom lane, so like you said, the Webbers will arrive in a similar time. They want that big wave of minions all together in this situation. Things like Chain Bomb going to be crucial in helping defend this, but that's why they're just going to try to look for that Kael'thas and burn him down if at all possible.
So many spiders, you better not have arachnophobia. G2 here has to close this matter quickly. They're actually going straight for the core. Kerrigan using Bolt of the Storm to go to the left.
11-sided strike hitting Splendor, but not enough damage. The core is falling so quickly. Na'Vi is going to be going up 2-0 in this best-of-5 series versus G2.
Oh, what a hard-fought victory. Such control by Na'Vi there. Such a strong performance by G2, trying to resist the onslaught, but at this point, the objective was achieved for Na'Vi, and they managed to get this 2-0 lead.
But G2, they deserve so much credit for that game.
Yeah.
They were down nearly 3 levels earlier in that game 2, and they crawled back. They took some team fights. They put themselves even ahead in experience going towards those level 20 Storm talents, and just showed true, like, incredibly solid play.
Yeah, such tenacity shown by them here as they were trying to defeat the undefeated thus far, with Na'Vi having a 6-0 score now in this tournament. If they get 7-0, that will be a flawless road to BlizzCon. A true Cinderella story here by Na'Vi. Of course, a very experienced team, but thus far not having rested upon the top chair in Europe.
Well, let's hear what the analyst desk has to say about that game there on Tomb of the Spider Queen.
All right, correct me if I'm wrong, John, but I think after that game, we can really say that Na'Vi is looking dominant. I mean, the fact that they ended the game behind in experience, level 23 versus 24, I believe, at the very end, and they were still able to win that match, means that they're probably the better team right now in this.
Arguably, though, if they had been looking dominant, they would have ended it a lot faster and not been losing for the majority of the game.
This guy. But the fact that they were able to say, all right, on paper, we're supposed to be losing this game, but we're not going to.
I think it shows us that Na'Vi knows how to win games in different ways. The first game was quick and clean. The second one was a little bit wonkier, a little bit messier, but G2 really fought hard back. But Na'Vi played the map. They took the control, the objectives.
Right.
They didn't really lose patience. They stayed calm, and that's what patience basically wanted.
I think what really it comes down to is that compared to game number 1, where they looked so dominant, game number 2, they had a Kerrigan mix in there, and Kerrigan is not something that does carry on to the later stages of the game strongly compared to the other picks that they've had before. So it was a little bit of a trial later on in the game, but after that, surely game G2's situation and mindset must be destroyed. They were in such a great position.
I mean, let's talk about that a little bit. Where did things go wrong for G2? Because it looked like, I mean, on paper, through and through, they were getting ahead in experience, and they should be winning. They were winning certain team fights. I mean, sure, certain ones that we had Na'Vi have some of those super plays that people were cheering for, but G2, they were in the lead. I mean, there wasn't really any argument against that.
Just not solid enough overall, and maybe not enough killer instinct. Maybe a few wrong calls against a Na'Vi who even from behind, knew exactly how to play, just to barely hang in there, sort of equalize these levels. And even with one level or two difference, as long as you've got those same talents and heroics, as a team like Navi, who just executes perfectly, you know, Grubby pointed out that everything in these fights looks so clean. You know, the Kerrigan
toss to safety. 2 heroes down on the side of G2. Nearly a 2-level advantage for Na'Vi. But they're just going to rotate back and prepare for this bottom temple.
Bottom temple is going to activate in 15 seconds. They still have 1 siege giant pushing there, but that one won't last for too much longer, as this minion wave is going to outpush that a little bit. Bruiser Camp is going to be captured perhaps by G2 if they feel they cannot contest this objective, lacking level 16 for now. Now they're going to rotate to the middle, try and pick up some XP in the middle and bottom and potentially get a fight there.
Okay, well, level 16, like you said, around the corner, about to be hit by G2. They can then look for a fight. Actually, they should look for a fight. If they let Na'Vi continue to bully them with the map objectives like the temple, it is going to be unfavorable for them in the long run. And Eternal will dwarf shots over the wall, but Judgment will be used. We see Schwimpy trying to get there. He has some heals from Tyrande, not the full support, but this is enough time for the rest of the team to rotate down. Arthas in the backline, they want to get him in the front, and then Na'Vi will look to initiate, but Gamers 2 now have their level 16 talents.
Yeah, Circle of Life, Blood for Blood, Bullseye being picked up, Executioner for Vala, and Blessed Hammer for Johanna for some more damage. They're going to try and use that to blow someone up. Vala here flanking, and Johanna taking so much damage.
Beautiful dwarf toss in, but Schwimpy is taking a lot of damage. The first aid is not going to be enough to save him, but Starfall just raining down, gets the double kill. Now Gravity Labs with Hunter's Mark taking out Tyrael. They're looking for those last 2 heroes. They will control the bottom temple, and Na'Vi are pushing even further ahead.
Wow, they really did a great job there. We saw Murden go down so quickly to the combined might of G2, but they did not have enough staying power here, as Na'Vi now takes a huge lead in this game. Going to be able to blast that keep with the laser, continuing to pick up mercenary camps, and will be very close to getting level 20. Na'Vi, they're so close to BlizzCon, they can almost taste it.
I mean, honestly, a 3-level advantage. They're up 2 games to 0 in the semifinals. This could be it, Grubby. Like you said, they have to be tasting that moment right now.
0.8 level is what Na'Vi is lacking to level 20, and once they do, they all but guarantee the acquisition of the next objective. Whether it's going to be a boss or a bruiser camp or the temple phase itself, G2 is running out of time. They would ideally like to force a fight before level 20 reaches, not because they are confident that they will win it, but because they are damned if they wait for too long. Sentinel now revealing Joey's position. They're starting to move to the middle. Their intentions are revealed, much because of that Sentinel, but also because Na'Vi knows it's the right thing to do for G2 to try and force a fight here.
And this is a risky play if I've ever seen one. Starting on the boss when you're down in experience, Sentinel reveals this as their opportunity. They want that fight before 20, and this will in fact force it. But the blow up there on Tyrael in a heartbeat. So much damage being thrown now onto Alex Apergy, so it's a trade 1-for-1, but Starfall and Strafe are burning down each team respectively. Leah from Korea managing to just barely escape the clutches of Na'Vi, but the Lunar Flare does it, and the Sentinel takes out Vala.
Excellent marksman shot there by Tyrande. Leo from Korea goes down as well.
GG is called, and Na'Vi will advance to BlizzCon 2015!
Na'Vi undefeated in this tournament is going to challenge tomorrow for the grand finals and are guaranteed a spot at BlizzCon. They're doing the final moments, the final theatrics. Here, but G2 has already given up, knows it's not possible to defend anymore.
Hands off the keyboard, drink in the water. I mean, played so well, all tournament loss. Grubby, did they lose a single game?
They did not. Their score here is 7-0. Natas Vincere is a force to be reckoned with. They have shown it in other games, this multi-gamer organization, and here they go to Blizz.
Setting the stage for tomorrow, Dignitas versus Na'Vi. These two teams will represent Europe, and oh my goodness, I mean, the games have been so good.
And tomorrow there's going to be the grand finals for a prize pot of $40,000 to the winner and the right to call themselves European champion of the Road to BlizzCon Championship in 2015.
And that's quite the title.
Is I can only do it if you have one felony. You have two felonies, which is kidnapping and felony.
But it's 60 minutes, and then you cut it in half if I plead guilty. So
I'll be willing.
What if you give me the full ticket of 2 felonies, but I plead guilty?
All right, I'm willing to make it so you only serve 25 minutes in county if you plead guilty right now, sir, instead of 60.
So,
or actually no, it's 50, sorry.
So there's no ticket?
No, sir. You have 2 felonies. I can't give you a ticket.
Ask for a lawyer. See if they can cut one of the felonies off.
All right, I want a lawyer, sir. I want a lawyer.
Now you want lawyer?
Yeah, I'm gonna want a lawyer.
This man's a lawyer.
Is that man with
If you
the
guys are a
purple
lawyer-
swag a lawyer?
If you guys are a lawyer, come in.
Actually, sir, you guys ran me over. I had medical bills and stuff, and you're not gonna cut me some slack here? Are you serious?
I already am cutting you some slack. You're
How?
serving
If I
25
plead guilty?
minutes out of
If I
50.
if I plead guilty? Your officer rammed me. Head on, I almost died.
So that's how he treated.
Okay.
True fact.
You know, I didn't want to bring this up. I'm a nice person, but if you guys are not helping me, I mean, I might as well. And if I tell my lawyer that, I don't know if you're gonna have your job tomorrow, you know? You might be living in that beanie, not just wearing it. You know what I'm saying?
Alright.
Can you fucking gag that weird person over there? He, like, I can smell You have to like join a class and shit.